Makati Productions present an original Star Wars story, Rogue Jedi, The Hidden Agenda, written by Dominic Grimm. It is a time of chaos. Infighting, terrorism, greed, and civil unrest are slowly spreading through the Republic, threatening the age of peace and expansion. The Jedi Order, guardians of the peace, are left blinded by the shifting shadows of the dark side. On the distant Midrim world of Bantoon, one such crisis is playing out. A ruthless bounty hunter has kidnapped the rightful heir to the throne, setting off a series of events that is slowly pushing the world towards civil war. A war that could likely spread beyond its borders, bringing about pain for all. Jas Dar Bynn, a former Jedi Acolyte, has gone in search of the missing heir. Allied with former padawan turned bounty hunter, Mirax Fallenstar, the two search the fringes of the galaxy, trying to save the young queen and help hold back the rising darkness. Yet, some shadows will not be contained. A hidden agenda is playing out, which will bring more chaos and pain to those who seek to protect the people of the Republic. Chapter 1. The Hunter. The system was as out of the way as you could get. A single star, 3 planets, nothing more than lifeless rocks. Yet the system was not empty. The space station orbited the smallest moon, and the traffic around it was constant. Ships arrived. Ships departed. Chaos bred business for beings like these. And in chaotic times, business was good. To those who traveled here, the place was known simply as Number 3. Or, to those who cared about formality, Guild Station 3. Here, the Bounty Hunters Guild processed their most valuable merchandise. They verified identities. They handled transfers. They made sure the prize reached whoever would pay the highest amount. It was a top-level marketplace for those who dealt in the lives of the wanted and the wretched. And in times such as these, business was good. The station was busy, far busier than most trade ports in the Republic. One ship left. Another arrived. The latest craft dropped out of hyperspace seconds after the previous one jumped away. It looked like the others that came through this system, a small patrol craft, an enforcer-class vessel once used by Republic law enforcement. This ship had nothing to do with the law now. It had been liberated long ago. Now it served the French. Its hull was deep bronze. A golden animal claw was painted on the port side beneath the cockpit. Its cylindrical body and 3-engine aft section flared as the ship approached the station. The station's weapons rotated and locked on. The pilot didn't panic. All that was required to pass was the correct access code. Those who failed to provide one were now glittering debris around the moon. This ship, however, had the proper code. The co-pilot broadcasted. The all clear came. The weapons powered down. The ship continued its approach. A landing bay opened. Perfect timing. There was always so much merchandise to process. This was not a place for pleasure seekers or amateurs trying to buy their way into the guild. Everyone who came here came for business. Professional hunters. Dangerous merchandise. It was the heart and soul of the trade. And yes, business was good. Repulsor lifts fired. The ship eased down and touched the deck. The guildmaster approached with his bodyguards, eager to see what this latest arrival had brought. The boarding ramp lowered. 2 hunters stepped out. The guildmaster smiled. He recognized the woman on the left. Pretty in an unkempt and slightly frazzled way. Black armored leather jacket. Thigh-high boots. Long red skirt cut for movement. Short, uneven blonde hair. A wide manic smile. Eyes blazing with a hint of instability. To her right stood a figure in black. Armored suit. Heavy helmet. Rebreather mouthpiece. And UBs. UBs hunters were common enough. But this one traveled with a young woman who carried a lightsaber strapped to her thigh. The UBs hated Force users. That one would choose to work with one was odd indeed. The guildmaster smiled. Hunter Fallenstar, welcome back to Number 3. The UB said nothing. He knew how to behave in a place like this. This was Mirax Fallenstar's territory. Best to let her handle the talking. Mary grinned and strutted down the ramp. "I doubt," she said, smirking. She reached into her jacket and produced 3 bounty pucks. Brought you some merchandise. I trust you can find good homes for it. Dowd laughed, plugging the pucks into his datapad. He checked the names. Checked the bounties. Nodded. Satisfied. Well-known names here, Hunter Fallenstar. Impressive that you brought these in on your own. She was not on her own, her partner said in perfect UBs. We are partners, this one, and I. Mary chuckled. You remember Toon, right, Dowd? He was the guy who brought in Cheer Fanawick a few years back. Ah, Dowd said. Welcome back, Hunter Toon. A sly smile. Last we heard, you were reported dead on Hutta. I got better, the hunter said. Dowd burst out laughing. Not the first hunter to return from the dead. A known name was valuable. A fierce reputation even more so. Plenty of hunters reuse names. Kalonord, for example, said to have worked for 3 centuries. Unlikely. More likely successors wearing the name like armor. That was why the man beside Fallenstar wore the identity of Toon. He needed a cover. A reputation strong enough to keep people from asking questions. And Toon's volatile UB's history suited this role perfectly. He had to move unnoticed among hunters. He needed to get information on one man. Targo say. Where are you hiding? He wondered. What are you up to? Dowd continued reviewing the pucks. Guards moved in to unload the prisoners, classified simply as merchandise. So this is what I've become, the hunter thought. This is how far I've gone. He didn't like delivering sentient beings for credits. But all of these individuals had hired Targo say in the past. They had profited from his brutality. They had asked him to kill. Let them see the other side of the business. Alive. In stasis. Soon to be processed. Dowd looked up. Strange, he said. Most of these were clients not long ago. Miri shrugged. The only difference between a client and a piece of hard merchandise is who's paying. Timing's all. Cynical, Dowd said. But right? He checked her wristband as the payment transferred. The device beeped. Miri giggled. Music to my ears. Dowd smiled faintly. He looked at their ship. Did the true justice finally give out on you? I don't recognize this one. The justice is fine, she said. Just cramped when carrying passengers. The Gilded Claw isn't pretty, well, she works. She served my team well these last few months. A team, Dowd said. That surprises me. She shrugged. Some merchandise requires muscle. Toon's good backup. The rest fly and fight when needed. The UBs grunted. Perfectly in character. Dowd chuckled. You do realize she was once a Jedi, right? Your people don't usually work with Force users. She pulls her own weight, the UBs replied. And when she doesn't, I'll enjoy watching a Jedi girl die. Either profit or pleasure. Both satisfy. Dowd chuckled again. What was that? Miri asked. My UBs isn't that good. He was saying he's honored to work with you, Dowd lied. The hunter stayed in character. The hostility was part of the act. Every bit of it calculated to draw out anyone who shared Targose's hatred of Jedi. So far, no luck. Miri checked her wristband again. Speaking of credits, she said. Seen Targose lately? Dowd shook his head. No. Why? I owe him. He passed me a job once. Figured I'd throw him a finder's fee. As I said, I haven't seen him. The hunter cursed inwardly. Another dead end. Then Dowd leaned in, whispering. Careful speaking his name. He's in trouble. Rumor is he took a high-value private contract and never delivered the merchandise. Probably stashed it somewhere to drive up the price. Miri frowned. We're not supposed to do that. Makes the whole guild look bad. Any price on his head yet. You know the code. We don't hunt our own. That's the creed, she said. Officially. A smirk. What about unofficially? Unofficially, Dowd said, the client wants their merchandise back and proof the Mando was chastised. Interesting, the hunter thought. Miri smiled like a predator. That smile made him uneasy. He had hoped this mission would ground her. Instead, it seemed to be awakening the parts of her he feared. The conversation ended. The cargo was transferred. Goodbyes exchanged. The two hunters returned to their ship. Only when they were clear of the station, and the ship scanned for listening devices, did he finally let the frustration show. Damn it. 3 months. No leads. Targo hadn't been seen by anyone. Most hunters couldn't afford to disappear this long, which meant he was hiding with someone who could afford it, or someone he had coerced. Any luck? Sheska asked, appearing from the engine compartment. All bad, Jas Dar Bynn said, finally removing the UB's helmet. Back to square one. He stood revealed, an average human man, pleasant but unremarkable, gray-eyed, slowly regrowing hair after an AR SWTOR mishap. A man who could vanish into a crowd. A man who had lost too much. Queen Viseria Istillo. Char Valentine. Targo had taken them. To make him suffer. To break him. Jas had refused to break. He would bring them home. And Targo. His life had gone on long enough. Shusk prepared to scan the ship. 2 more emerged from the cockpit, Burr and Reor. The security enforcer, and the Cathar pilot. Their dynamic was odd, but functional. They discussed their next move. Low-level targets hadn't helped. Maybe it was time to kick a sleeping ranker. Go after bigger syndicates. Draw blood in the water. Make Targo react. Dangerous. But the alternative was worse. Jas listened. Considered. Decided. He would contact Co-op. See what the organization had learned. It had been weeks. Perhaps there was finally something. If there was, things would get interesting. He left the crew, heading for his quarters. A sonic shower first. Then a call home. Hang on, girls, he thought. I'm coming. Whatever it takes. Chapter 2. The lead? You know, buddy, I think we found you a look. Jas rolled his eyes. He could hear the amusement in Gabe Cooper's voice, even without reaching through the force. He had only just stepped out of the sonic showers, feeling, if not fully restored, at least somewhat normal again. He had changed back into everyday clothes, a black shirt, pants with Corellian blood stripes, and his old Nerf hide jacket. His hair, however, was still a lost cause. His encounter with that mossworm nest on Nar Shaddaa had forced him to undergo a full decontamination cycle, which included losing every strand of hair on his body. At least his eyebrows had grown back first. He looked a little like himself again. The hair on his head was now only thin black fuzz, but even that was an improvement, evidence that his normal appearance would eventually return. Good for his pride, if nothing else. My hair is growing back, he told his clan brother. If I'd known what was going to happen in that sewer, I would have let Miri go in first. He shook his head. Though I don't think she would have appreciated ending up bald. She says her hair doesn't grow like it used to. That's why it always looks chopped. Coop chuckled. A bald Fallenstar. That would have been something to see. Wouldn't it though? Jas agreed. He sighed. I'm not checking in so you can admire my new fuzz. I wanted to see how the move went. Is everyone settling in at the new base? As well as can be expected, Co-op replied. His expression remained neutral, but Jas knew better. Coop had liked what they'd built on PB. The planet had been a perfect headquarters for their organization. Abandoning it could appear weak to rivals. But Jas had been insistent. He remembered every word Targo had spoken when he revealed himself. He remembered Co-op's role in Targo's banishment. Jas wanted Targo's attention on him, not on Gabe Cooper. He would not risk Targo deciding to hurt Co-op a second time. Jas Dar Bynn had no intention of dragging his friend, or his friend's future family, into further jeopardy. The group is settling in, Co-op assured him. Jonas has stepped up well in your absence. But you knew he would. You always said he'd serve well in that role. He has before, Jas reminded him. When I was off doing Jedi work, he handled things just fine. Jonas Gillespie. Newer to the organization, but solid. Good second-in-command material. Reliable, loyal, capable. If Jas ever found the chance to pursue happiness, real happiness, he'd do so knowing the organization was safe in Jonas's hands. But that dream hinged on finding Val and Vess. and 3 months had given them nothing. They had been flying blind, striking at random, hoping to shake something loose. So far, nothing. Jas tried not to let frustration take hold, but it crept in anyway. Where had Targo fled? What was his endgame? Jas had all but chosen to help Vess before she vanished. He had been ready to step away from his role in the organization, ready to help Char Valentine place her young mistress on her mother's throne. His heart, and possibly the Force itself, had been pointing him that way. Or maybe he wanted to believe that. Maybe his attachment to Val and Vess clouded his judgment. But if that were true, stop it. Not now. Find them. Bring them home. That's the mission. That's the priority. Yes, it was. He focused on co-op again. His friend looked more relaxed than before. No small feat, considering everything they'd learned recently. How's Rhonda doing? Jas asked. We haven't talked since everything fell apart. My blushing bride is adjusting, co-op said. She misses what we had on PB, but... Jas smiled knowingly. How's the morning sickness? I've heard it's been rough. It's easing up, co-op said. The medical droid says she's through the worst. Jas nodded. Despite the chaos, there were bright spots. Light still existed. But light cast shadows. And shadows hid terrible things. Randa's pregnancy was one reason Jas pushed for the move. Targo had a taste for theatrics and cruelty. Targeting family. Oh yes, Targo was capable of that. Coop would soon be a father. Jas was genuinely happy for both of them. But he also knew Targo. He knew how the man thought. Happiness wasn't a blessing in Targo's eyes. It was a weakness. A target. Jas wouldn't allow it. He would carry the danger alone. He would draw Targo's focus and keep him blind to anything else. He would not allow Co-op, Rhonda, or the unborn child to suffer. Whatever it took. I just hope Rhonda can sleep through the night again soon, Co-op said. When the kid arrives, sleep becomes a luxury, or so I've heard. It'll be tough, Jas said, but worth it. Coop nodded. He wouldn't admit it over an open channel, but he was both excited and terrified. Given his own rough family history, he worried he might fail at being a father. Jas had reassured him. Focus on Rhonda. Focus on the child. Do that, and you'll be more than ready to be a husband and a father. Coop accepted that advice, though nerves remained. Good, Jas thought. A caring father should worry. How's the Gilded Claw working out? Coop asked, shifting the subject. Verse says I can trust Reor. Was he right? She's doing her part, Jas said. Shus keeps the ship running. Mary and I follow every lead we can find on Targo. So far, not much. Coop frowned. I might have something. A lead? Dangerous, but a lead. Jas straightened. There's been a sighting. Has Targo surfaced? No. But my source learned what he was doing before Alderaan. The job he was on before he snatched the ladies. Jas considered this. If Targo set up the kidnapping while working for this employer, he might have left traces. Logs. Contacts. Safe houses? It was something. Even the smallest clue could open new doors. A recent associate might know where Targo would run. Or how to reach him? They might even be hiding him. Jas steadied himself. It's worth investigating, he said. What's the lead? The wreck, Co-op said. You ever heard of it? Heard the name, Jas admitted. Never visited. A station in Hut space, right? A Freeport. Close enough, Co-op said. There's been a lot of fighting there over the last year. The Huts pulled out, but that left a power vacuum. Now rival syndicates are fighting for control. Dangerous place. The Huts actually let go of something. Jas asked. That is surprising. The station's expensive to maintain. They built newer facilities, making the wreck less valuable. So they cut their losses. But to rival groups, it's still useful as a beachhead. How does Targo tie in? Coop's expression darkened. Exactly how you'd expect. One of the syndicates hired him to hit their rivals, and he did it with the usual Targo brand brutality. I don't have all the details, but, based on what I've heard, he enjoyed it. Jas nodded grimly. Yeah, we knew that. The syndicate is called the SWTOR Consortium. Slavers and spice dealers out of Mon Cala. They were pushed off their homeworld and set up in Hutt space. Jas grimaced. Slavers. Spicers. Exactly the kind of clients Targo preferred. The kind who didn't care how much blood he spilled. Again, guilt twisted in Jas' chest. When he was 15, he'd had Targo say at his mercy. He could have ended him. Instead, he chose exile, believing it was the harsher punishment. And now, everyone Targo had hurt in the years since. Everyone he had killed. Their blood was on Jas' hands too. Jas hated thinking that way. But he feared it was true. By saving Clan Nutbush from Targo, he had unleashed a monster on the galaxy. People often created their own enemies. And Jas feared he had done exactly that. Targo was infamous among hunters. Dead or alive contracts, always preferred dead, if the money justified it. He never delivered living targets. Not surprising. Honor meant nothing to him. That was why he'd been exiled. And why his story had to end. Jas nodded, jaw tight. He would not let Targo go this time. Enough people had suffered. This was not revenge. Not justice. It was prevention. To save lives, he would kill Targo, say. He would not hesitate. Coup continued. The consortium claimed total control of the wreck, but recently they've taken heavy losses. Rivals are moving in. Fighting's intensifying. Jas smiled sharply. They might hire Targo again. They might, Co-op agreed. Like I said, it's a lead. A good one. A very good one. I'll have Rior set a course, Jas said. We can be there within hours. Hold up, Co-op said quickly. The info came with a price. Jas paused. How big a price? No credits, Co-op said. The source wants help. 2 Jedi Knights disappeared on the wreck. They want you to find out what happened. Jas stiffened. 2 Jedi. Missing. Do we know what they were doing in Hutt space? He asked. Bit far for Republic Guardians. Coop shifted uneasily. They were investigating a kidnapping. A noble and her bodyguard taken from Alderaan. Jas froze. What? He felt anger rising, too sharp to contain. So, Jas said slowly, the Jedi sent to find Vess and Val vanished. And now your contact wants me to find them. That's right. Jas' voice turned cold. Do I know this contact? Coop didn't answer. He didn't need to. He stepped aside. A small green figure stepped into the hologram field, barely knee-high if standing in person. Long black hair tied in a top knot. Dark brown robes bordering on black in the shimmering hollow light. Jas almost laughed. Of course. Hello, Master Monder, he said calmly. It's been a while. The Jedi Shadow smiled. His long green ears lifted slightly, his species' subtle sign of amusement. Greetings, Jas Dar Bynn, he said with a bow of his head. Right you are. A while it has been. Jas resisted the urge to shake his head. Monder was the one who had brought him back into Jedi affairs in the first place. The Shadow who had tracked Jas and his allies to their base on Corellia. Over the years, they had worked together often. Monder had even offered to mentor him when the Council accepted him as an Acolyte. That mentorship never happened, but the two remained friends. They had gone on missions together, especially when Monder was assigned to investigate the Sunset Collective, James' old enemies. The little Jedi was skilled. Jas respected him. But seeing Monder appear here meant something else. He had found their fallback base. So much for secrecy, Jas thought. Then again, Monder was no fool. Of course he would track the Cooper, Halcyon group. Even if they were friendly, he would not ignore the possibility that Jas might one day need a place to hide, or betray the Order. Was that why he was here now? Had the Council decided to take Jas into custody at last? But then, why offer him help? What game were they playing? They reprimand him. Ask him to surrender. Then send Monder with vital information. None of it fit cleanly. Did the Council send you to bring me in? Jas asked. Monder shook his head. Not why I have come, this is. Pleased with your choice, the council was not, but not above letting you try. They were not. That surprised Jas. They want to see what I come up with, he asked. Correct, that is, Monder said. Help, I need. For this reason, I have come. At least he's being honest, Jas thought. He sensed no deception. Monder truly hoped Jas would aid him, even after everything that had happened. Jas could not help but respect that. So what happened? He asked. What drew these Jedi investigators to the wreck? Like you, seeking Targo say they were. Sighted at the wreck he was, several times, before the matter on Alderaan. And now they vanished. Monder nodded. Master Swan and Zymra reported in. They did on their way to the wreck. When vanished they were. Jas frowned. Did they say who they were meeting? Any contact name? No name given. Wanted to speak with the head of the SWTOR consortium. They did. Jas blinked. They just walked in. Two Jedi, in hut space, approaching a major crime figure. Seems that way, it does. Jas closed his eyes briefly. Two Jedi. In robes. Confident. Expecting criminals to bow to their authority. But this was hut space. Far from the Senate's reach. Syndicates did not fear the Republic. They feared rivals. Bloodshed. Opportunity. If a group was strong enough to crush two Jedi and survive, it would be a trophy. A warning. A statement. Jas shook his head again. What were they thinking? Confidence was one thing. Arrogance another. What kind of investigators were these two? He muttered. Monder answered. Volunteered, they did. Worked closely with the Senate. Jas' eyes sharpened. Let me guess, he said. They were allies of my brother. Monder hissed softly in agreement. Worked with Jas Dar Bynn. They both did. Served well in the core worlds. They did. Jas exhaled slowly. The core isn't hut space, he said. He imagined it, Master Swan and Zymra stepping onto the wreck, radiating authority, only to be swallowed by a den of syndicates eager to prove themselves. He shook his head. I could approach the SWTOR consortium as a representative of Cooper, Halcyon, he suggested. Offer alliance. Investment. If they're struggling with rivals, they might be willing to talk. Cooper, Halcyon is respected. Monder smiled. Yes. Work, it could. Try to impress you. These criminals may. Speak of the Jedi, they might. Perhaps even of Targo, say. Jas nodded slowly. Yes. It could work. But he asked, does the council know you're reaching out to me? Monder paused. Concerned about the missing Jedi, they are. Asked me to investigate. They did. Jas waited. Monder did not answer the actual question. Which was the answer? Right, Jas said. So that's a no. Monder sighed deeply. Jas, he said gently. Not always right, the council is. Asking you to help, I am. Jas' jaw tensed. He wanted to refuse. To let these two Jedi face the consequences of their arrogance. And if they were still alive, they might interfere with his mission. Yet Monder had asked him directly. Monder, who had backed him when few others would. Jas swore silently. Damn it. He rubbed his forehead. After a long moment, he nodded. I'll talk to the SWTOR people, he said. I'll see what happened to the Jedi. Monder brightened. Appreciate that. I do, Jas Dar Bynn. You're welcome, Jas said, though he felt like he was making yet another mistake. I thought I was done with the Jedi, and here I am again, being dragged back in. I really need my head examined. I'll send word as soon as I can, he promised. All that I ask, that is, Monder said. Proud of you, Master Vay would be. Jas winced. He hadn't spoken with his Jedi Master since he broke with the Order. The last time they spoke, she had promised to speak to the Council on his behalf. To argue for reason in the matter of Bantoon. Have you spoken with Vay? He asked quietly. Briefly, Monder replied. How does she feel about this? Does she understand what I'm doing? Monder chuckled, likely sensing the doubt behind the question. Understand you, as she does. Knows your sense of responsibility, she does. His expression softened. A conventional Jedi, you are not. A bad thing, that is not. Plenty of guardians, sentinels, counselors, the Order has. Sometimes a different tool is needed. Places a normal Jedi cannot go, you can. He nodded again. Understand that, Vay does. Understand that. Some on the council also does. Willing to wait, to see what you accomplish. Jas blinked. So not everyone had bought into his brother's accusations. Some were willing to let him try. He should have felt angry. Or used. But he didn't. All that mattered was that they did not interfere with him finding Val and Vess. His mission was what mattered. Whatever it took. I'll do as you ask, he said. Thank you for the lead. Truly. Welcome you are, Monder said. Careful you must be. Into dark places your journey leads. Tempted you may be. I know, Jas said quietly. I felt it. I'm not arrogant enough to deny it. But I won't fall. I won't fail the people dependent on me. Mondar studied him, then nodded, satisfied. Fallenstar still with you? She is. She is. Monder tilted his head. Keeping her in check, are you? Making sure she does not go too far. Jas almost laughed. To be honest, Master, it's been the other way around more than once. Miri's pulled me back from the edge several times on this mission. She reminds me why I'm doing this. She's been my light, as much as I try to be hers. Monder's ears lifted with approval. Good, that is. Believed I have that she could be saved. This mission, the first step of her redemption, it may be. She's worth saving, Jas said. I know that now. Good, Monder said. Very good. He bowed. May the Force be with you, Jas Dar Bynn, and good hunting. And with you, Master, Jas said. And thank you. The hologram shimmered, then faded. Jas exhaled slowly. Well, they had a lead. It was something. He turned toward the door. He needed to speak with Rior, set a course for the wreck, then reach out to the SWTOR consortium to request a meeting. The door hissed open. Jas stopped. Mirax Fallenstar stood there, smirking. I'm your light, huh? She said. She blinked innocently. Oh, James, I'm touched. He blinked, confused for a heartbeat. Then saw the earpiece in her hand. His eyes narrowed. You bugged my hypercom unit. Don't be dramatic, she said breezily. I bugged all the hypercom units. The program activates when certain keywords appear: Jedi, Council, Shadows. She shrugged. I've survived out here by avoiding unnecessary risks. Jas pinched the bridge of his nose. Really, Miri? Were you worried I'd turn you in? He asked. No. I was worried the Council would try to lure us into a trap. Plenty of Jedi wouldn't mind if I disappeared. Maybe you too. Jas considered that. She wasn't wrong. Jas Dar Bynn certainly came to mind. Monder's not setting us up, Jas said. I trust him. As you say, she sighed. Just know I've got your back if things go sideways. Jas smiled faintly. I know, and I appreciate it. She smiled back. My Jedi sister, he thought. An unusual pair indeed. Both following the Jedi path once, both falling away in their own different ways. Good or bad? Hard to say. So, she said, falling in step beside him. The wreck. So it seems, Jas answered. You ever been there? Pulled a few jobs, she said. Any allies there? None I'd trust with this. Jas nodded. So we're on our own. I suppose so, she said. Just you and me, and the Force. Jas nodded. It was enough. It had to be. For Val and Vess. It had to be. Chapter 3. Wrecked. I don't suppose you want to discuss matters like a sensible person. Jas frowned as he stared down the muzzle of a blaster pistol. He had hoped to avoid this confrontation, but he wasn't surprised. 10 years on the fringe had taught him one universal rule. In this line of work, paranoia and greed were impossible to escape. It was simply part of the life. He shook his head. He really did not need this right now. Their host laughed. Or at least Jas assumed it was a laugh. With the Mon Cala, It was hard to tell. "You think I'm a fool, Cooper?" the alien hissed. "You think I don't know the real reason for this visit?" The Mon Cala's eye twitched uncontrollably. "It won't work," he snarled. "It will not work." Jas didn't respond. He should have known something would go wrong. They had arrived on the wreck an hour earlier. Rior and Shusk remained aboard the ship. Jas hadn't wanted to appear too aggressive. He had brought only Fallenstar and Burr's backup. Now, he realized that might have been a mistake. They expected to be shown a warehouse, a potential storage site Cooper, Halcyon could use as a foothold in Hutt space. That was what the consortium promised, which, as it turned out, was a lie. Instead of a warehouse tour, they walked into a trap. At least 15 thugs from various species waited inside, all armed with heavy repeating blasters. The trio was surrounded almost instantly, and now Jas stood face to face with the head of the operation, a twitching Mon Cala pointing a blaster at his head. "I wonder if it actually works," Jas thought dryly. Judging from the station's condition, reliability was questionable. Maintenance clearly wasn't the group's priority. The wreck lived up to its name. He had seen that from orbit: rusted hulls, dim lighting, collapsed sections. The Hutts had run the station for years, but invested almost nothing in upkeep. Only the central tower and the warehouse sectors were maintained, and only because the current rulers needed them. A beggar could not be a chooser. Every syndicate had to start somewhere. The SWTOR consortium, this new occupying force, was ambitious, eager to establish power, hungry to grow beyond this place. Jas had hoped to leverage that ambition. The Cooper, Halcyon organization was respected. Not the most violent, but known. Using his old Jas Dar Cooper identity, he thought he could negotiate terms. Storage rights, safe passage, mutual support inside Hutt space. And in return, the consortium could take a cut, build their name, earn profit. A good deal. A reasonable deal. And not even a lie, Coop had wanted a foothold here for years. The Hutts didn't offer equal partnerships. Working with them meant servitude or death. This new group could have been the perfect alternative. Jas could have helped his clan brother and pressed his own search for Targo Say, find where he fled with Val and Vess. But greed and paranoia interfered. As they always did, Ball Sifo had sprung a trap, assisted by his Quarren Majordomo Tynes. The Quarren didn't bother drawing his blaster, smart enough to realize how much they were about to lose if they mishandled this. Sifo, however, didn't seem to care. Sifo, an orange-skinned Mon Cala with green markings, held the blaster steady. But he looked unwell. His skin was drying, dangerous for his species. His eye twitched violently, and in the dim light, Jas noticed a faint pink glow in those large yellow eyes. Jas recognized it immediately. He was spicing. Not good. Not for negotiations. Not for anything requiring rational thought. Cooper, Halcyon allowed mild rile use off duty, but never the hard stuff. Not Kessel Glitterstum. Not the dangerous, addictive blends the more reckless dealers sold. Addicts were unpredictable, unreliable, dangerous. Jas had seen what spice dependency did. One of Cooper, Halcyon's own captains, had needed to be removed for violating those rules. Respect in the ranks had to be maintained. So Jas had little hope of reasoning with Sifo tonight. Sifo wasn't in a talking mood. Most spice dealers were smart enough to avoid their own product. Sifo clearly wasn't one of them. He was high. High enough to threaten an envoy during a business negotiation. Fine, Jas thought. If Sifo wanted to play dirty, so be it. Jas could do dirty when needed. He smoothed the front of his robes and smiled into the barrel of Sifo's blaster. A smile that didn't reach his eyes. They'd been flying blind for months with nothing to show. He wasn't letting this slip away. He was barely sleeping now. Nightmares of Vess and Char Valentine lying on a morgue table haunted him. He refused to let that vision become reality. He would not be stopped. Not by a small-time crime boss with delusions of grandeur. Ball Sifo, he said, letting a hint of anger color his tone. May I suggest you abandon this foolish course? Foolish. The Mon Cala croaked, eyes narrowing. You think me a fool? I think you are miscalculating, Jas replied evenly. I came here for business, and perhaps to purchase some information on the side. He shook his head. Threatening me and my colleagues is not good for business. SWTOR croaked again, another ragged laugh. You think I haven't deduced why you're really here, Mr. Cooper? Or should I call you Jas Dar Bynn? Jas didn't flinch. Targosay warned me about you, SWTOR hissed. He warned me you'd come sooner or later. He pressed the blaster harder against Jas' forehead. Jas considered using the force, just a flick of it, but restrained himself. What SWTOR said next was too interesting. So Targo wanted SWTOR to pass along information. Targo had scripted this. Good to know? Jas had no intention of dancing to Targo's tune. If Targo wanted him to hear something, Jas automatically distrusted it. I knew someone would try to take what's mine, SWTOR ranted. All the attacks, the sabotage these past weeks, it all makes sense now. His twitch grew worse. Gabe Cooper wants the wreck. I know he works with the Republic. Those Jedi who came here. On his payroll, aren't they? He let out another choked laugh. So much for Jedi being incorruptible. But you already knew that, didn't you? Targo told me about your history. You probably encouraged them. Again, Jas said nothing. SWTOR's anger sharpened. Cooper sends agents to sabotage my business, then sends Jedi to harass me. And when he thinks I'm weak, he sends you to offer help. He laughed, an ugly, scraping noise. Well, the joke's on him. I am no thug. I am the future. One day, this station will be the center of a new cartel, an empire I will build. Before Jas could respond, Fallenstar beat him to it. She let out a sharp laugh. I wouldn't call provoking the Jedi the smartest move, she said. I'm not their biggest fan, but... SWTOR snapped toward her. What would you know, Mirax Fallenstar? Yes, I know who you are. Another Jedi pawn hiding behind lies. She smirked. I don't hide who I am. I'm a hunter, and I'm a guild member in good standing, unlike your friend Targo. At Targo's name, Jas' focus sharpened. Patience thinned. He could almost see Val and Vess again, the nightmare version, dead on the floor before him. That was enough to fuel him. He glared at SWTOR. You say Targo left information for me. He has plans for you, SWTOR sneered. Well, that's lovely, Jas answered coldly, but that isn't what I'm interested in. He stepped forward slightly. I want the location, the contact method, whatever he gave you. SWTOR snorted. You'll get nothing. You won't even get out of here alive. You've cost me dearly. You'll answer for it. I'm afraid you're mistaken, Jas said calmly. I haven't made any moves on the station. You are a liar. SWTOR roared. His finger tightened on the trigger. Jas held his ground. SWTOR's accusations, strangely, made sense. Someone had been attacking SWTOR's operation. But it wasn't them. So who? It didn't matter. Jas had two goals. Find Val and Vess, and determine the fate of the Jedi who came here. Everything else was noise. Jas sighed. His patience was gone. I will not stand here and be accused of crimes I didn't commit, he said. I came willing to offer profit and reputation. Now it's time for a counterproposal. He gave SWTOR a sharp, cold smile. You will tell me everything about Targosay. You can profit, or be destroyed. Your choice. SWTOR's face twisted in fury. You dare threaten me? Burr's hands drifted toward his sidearms, a faint smile forming. Fallenstar scanned the room, picking targets. Jas inhaled. He pulled the force into himself. Negotiations were about to turn violent. Think carefully, Jas warned. This is your last chance. SWTOR's twitch worsened. He began to speak. The force whispered a warning. Jas exhaled. The hard way, then? He pressed a button on his belt. The failsafe triggered. The wall to his right collapsed inward. The walkway above gave way, 3 consortium thugs falling with it. Debris thundered through the warehouse. The world erupted into chaos. Jas dodged SWTOR's blaster shot by a breath's width, the force guiding his movement. His lightsaber ignited with a focus flare. Mary's blade snapped to life beside him, violet cutting through shadows, From above, a grenade detonated with a muffled thump, shaking the rafters. Jas spun, slicing through Sipho's blaster. Before Sipho could retreat, a blaster bolt struck him square in the chest. He collapsed, gurgling. Jas blinked. What in the? A loud pop sounded overhead, followed by a long hiss. A thick gray mist filled the warehouse. A smoke bomb. They hadn't brought any smoke bombs. Burr fired upward blindly, cursing as he failed to find a target. What's with the smoke bomb? Bucket of bolts. Burr snapped. I can't see anything. I didn't deploy a smoke bomb, Master Burr, a metallic voice replied. It seems someone else has chosen to assist you. Jas froze. B-10 hadn't done it. He reached out through the force. Confusion. Panic. The consortium men were being ambushed by someone else. A wounded Mon Cal thug staggered through the mist. Before Jas could strike, a blaster bolt caught the thug in the face. Silence followed. Then stillness. As the smoke thinned, a large metal form stepped from the haze. A towering load-lifter droid, heavily modified. B-10. You called, Master Jas, the droid said. Jas grinned. Thanks for the distraction, B-10. You really brought down the house? Oh yes, the droid replied dryly, crashing through walls and being shot at. Quite thrilling. But then, another presence emerged. Two of them. Armored. Quiet. Deadly. Mandalorians. The first warrior approached with confident, measured steps. Patchwork armor. T-visor helmet. Blaster rifle held with ease. The second descended from above, jetpack humming, rifle shifting into a compact mode. They didn't attack. They simply arrived. The dying croaks of Ball Sipho drew the female's attention. She stepped to him, raised her blaster. Two precise shots ended the Mon Cal's life. Jas winced. So much for questioning him. The two Mandalorians approached Jas. Jas Dar Bynn, the female said. That's right, Jas replied. Do I know you? The male chuckled. The female slung her weapon, then asked, Tell me, Jas Dar Bynn, do you still remember the words to the little lost bantha cub? Jas blinked. What? Of course he remembered it. A lullaby he once sang often. Back when he served Clan Nutbush. Back when he watched over foundlings. Children who needed comfort. Children whose parents had died. Children the clan had rescued. One child in particular. My name is Hilla, the female said softly. Jas lowered his lightsaber and deactivated it. Hilla, he said with a warm, astonished smile. It's been a long time. She stepped forward and embraced him. He returned the hug, awkward through armor. But real. When she stepped back, he glimpsed the brown eyes he remembered from years ago. It was her. Little Hillico. Her armor was mismatched, hand-me-down plates. Standard for freshly graduated warriors. In time, she and her partner would earn proper Beskar. He turned to the male Mandalorian. Choir. Jas asked. Choirco nodded. Hilla's older brother. Hello, nursemaid, Choir said. Jas laughed. Nursemaid. Targo Say once meant it as an insult. But to these children, it had always been respect. Gratitude. He had protected them. He had been family. That's right, Jas said. You can lower your weapons. These two aren't here to oppose us. The Mandalorians nodded. So you know them? Burr asked. Jas laughed again. Yes. He knew them. They were Nutbush. They were family. One should never fear one's own family. That was the way. Chapter 4. The Student. You take me to the nicest places. Jas, I'm so thrilled to have come along. Jas Dar Bynn stepped over a rusted drainage pipe and rolled his eyes, choosing patience over reacting to Mirax Fallenstar's sarcasm. He didn't enjoy this place either. Well, he answered, I didn't ask you to come with me on Nar Shaddaa, and that's a shame. I think you would have enjoyed the same extended decontamination cycle I went through. She smirked. No thanks. I did the whole ball thing once. Never looked good on me. She spun lightly and dipped in a graceful curtsy. A gentleman should be willing to walk through dark places for a lady, don't you think? Jas smirked back. You're a lady. That's certainly news. She cuffed him lightly on the arm, playful, not angry. But both fell quiet when a nearby machine roared to life with a mechanical surge. Their hands drifted toward their weapons. Nothing down here functioned properly. Every piece of equipment seemed one flicker away from becoming a death trap. The wreck's lower levels were not safe. But they had no choice. If Tynes, the newly self-appointed leader of the SWTOR consortium, had spoken truth, then a lost Jedi was somewhere down here. And Tynes refused to share anything else about Targo Say until that Jedi was removed. So here they were, searching, hoping they weren't too late. After the warehouse fight, the Quarren finally crept out of hiding, hands up, tentacles trembling. Ink-stained Jas tunic, the mark of a startled Quarren, but otherwise the creature looked unharmed. Hilla and Choir Co both raised their blasters, but Jas signaled restraint. He was here for information, not a massacre. No need for more violence, Tynes insisted quickly. He bowed deeply. Mr. Cooper, my apologies. My late employer was unstable. A polite way to describe him, Fallenstar muttered. Tynes pretended not to hear. We can reach an understanding, he continued smoothly. A profitable one. Jas almost asked Hilla to shoot him just for attempting the oily grin, but dismissed the thought. Killing Tynes would turn their exit from the station into a war. Cooper, Halcyon didn't need that. Jas didn't want to leave Co-op a disaster to clean up. So he dusted off the ink and bowed slightly. We came for business. I still hope we can settle on that. Fallenstar stepped forward with a smile sharp enough to cut. So, if you kindly call off any reinforcements, we can avoid any more corpses. Tynes understood the threat. Quickly. But of course. He spread his arms wide. No retaliation. No pursuit. And I'll share what information I can. He glanced toward the Mandalorians. If you wanted a leadership change, he added dryly, you could have spoken to me directly. Chaos was unnecessary. The Mandalorians said nothing. Jas nearly laughed. Bold of a man who hid in a crate during the fight. But he was no fool. Ambitious, quick thinking, and pragmatic, exactly the sort of person who would survive in Hutt space. I'm willing to talk, Boss Tynes, Jas said. But first, 2 Jedi visited this station. What happened? A nervous cough rippled through the Quarren's tentacles. I assure you, Mr. Cooper, I had nothing to do with their fate. SWTOR acted alone. Please, make that clear to your Republic friends. Jas nodded. What happened? Tynes closed his eyes. He refused to speak with them, claimed they were trying to weaken him. He depressurized an entire section to trap them. Both Jedi Masters were killed. Jas inhaled sharply. And their student survived, Tynes said bitterly. He escaped into the lower station. Cameras went dead. Repair crews vanished. The few enforcers we sent returned only as pieces. Fallenstar's hand drifted toward her lightsaber, anger rising in her eyes. Jas placed a calming hand on her shoulder. We'll take the padawan, Jas said firmly. We'll get him off your station. And we'll ensure the Jedi Council knows you cooperated. Mirax's voice was tight. Jas, we can't just leave. We won't abandon a padawan, he replied softly. No Jedi should suffer alone. Her eyes welled at the edges, old wounds stirring. She breathed through the pain. A chance for redemption for both of them. Fine, she whispered. Okay. Jas nodded gratefully. He turned back to Tynes. Where is this Jedi? We believe he's somewhere in the lower industrial conduits. Good luck. You'll need it. You think he's alive? Miri asked as they climbed deeper into the decaying corridors. Jas nodded. He felt something through the Force, faint, but present. A survivor. A warrior. He hoped the Padawan was still sane. A Jedi overwhelmed by fear and rage was dangerous. They moved carefully. Pipes hissed, panels sparked, and every surface felt slick with grime. Fallenstar kept glancing at him, reading his thoughts from his expression alone. Finally she asked, What will you do when we say Val and Vess? Jas froze briefly. His heart lurched. What do you mean? Mirax rolled her eyes. You know exactly what I mean. Which one do you choose? Val. Vess. They both love you. And all you need to do is nod. Jas said nothing. His chest tightened. Attachment. Fear. Love. Responsibility. Messy. Dangerous. Jedi territory where hearts broke easily. Fallenstar stopped, arms folded. You'd be good for Val, she insisted. You'd give her a life beyond duty. A beat. And that girl Vess. You'd only have to say I want you, and she'd practically leap into hyperspace. Jas exhaled deeply. What if the right choice is not choosing at all? Mirax glared. You're starting to sound like a Sovereignite. A what? A follower of Master Silver, she said, frustrated. She believed Jedi should cut off relationships entirely. No attachments. No love. All force, no life. Jas considered it. Was she wrong? Yes, Mirax snapped. She pushed forward, emotion rising. We're people, Jas, we hurt. We love. We need support. Pushing everyone away doesn't make us stronger. It breaks us. He stared at her. You speak as if from experience. Her eyes softened. I am. She told him then, quietly, about the hunt on Ord Mantell. The desperation. The hopelessness. The moment Co-op offered her salvation when she expected death. She closed with a whisper. People can save you, Jas. Only loneliness destroys. He nodded. We can be better, he said gently. And that starts with saving this padawan. She smiled, a tired, grateful smile. They reached a passage where a sewage pipe had ruptured, creating a foul river across their path. Mirax shook her head immediately. Not happening. This is the way, Jas said calmly. Feel it through the force. I feel it, she said. I still refuse to step in it. She leapt up, catching an overhead grate with both hands. Hand over hand, she moved above the sludge. Jas smiled. A good call, actually. Then, without warning, a long tentacle erupted from the water and yanked her under. Jas dove in instantly. The water churned violently. A huge stalk rose from the filth, topped with a single glaring red eye. He severed it with a slash of his lightsaber. Fallenstar surfaced briefly, gasping, before another appendage wrapped around her throat and dragged her back down. She slammed into a pipe cluster with a sickening crack. Jas struck again, tentacles tightening around his own leg, pulling him off balance. The stink burned his lungs. He fought to raise his blade. And then, a burst of brilliant blue light carved through the darkness. The creature screamed beneath the water, one long, low, horrible vibration. Jas was thrown against the deck, stars strobing across his vision. The water stilled. Silence followed. He coughed. What in the name of the Force? Mirax flopped out of the muck, hacking for air, hair slicked against her skin. A deep growl rumbled behind them. Jas looked up. A towering silhouette loomed overhead. Not a frail student. Not a frightened child. A whiffet. Broad shoulders weighed down with muscle. Dark blonde fur thick beneath a battered padawan braid. Robes torn and stained by weeks of survival. He held a massive lightsaber in one hand as if it weighed nothing. The whiffet sniffed. I'm Vilek, he rumbled. Are you hunting me? Yeah, Fallenstar managed. Vilek raised his blade. Wait, Jas shouted, hands up. We came to rescue you, to take you home. The whiffet hesitated. Sniffed again. The Force is strong in you, he said, eyes narrowing. But you both smell absolutely terrible. Mirax broke into laughter, half hysteria, half relief. Even for us. After this, we're even for Narshad Dad, she told Jas. We are not even close, he replied. The padawan shut down his lightsaber. You are Jas Dar Bynn. Yes? The whiffet bowed, deeply. It is an honor to meet you, sir. What? Mirax barked. That's news. Mary, Jas hissed. She continued laughing, shaken with adrenaline and exhaustion. But Jas barely heard her. They had found the padawan. Alive. Strong. Which meant Tynes owed them information. Which meant they were one step closer. Jas inhaled slowly. Hope flickering to life. Hang on, girls. We're coming. Chapter 5. Reasons. The entire galaxy was going insane. That was the thought looping through Jas Dar Bynn's mind while the gilded claw slipped into hyperspace, leaving the wreck behind with all its chaos. He stood before the mirror in his quarters, water dripping from his hands into the sink, wondering if he had truly chosen the right path. They had a new lead on Targo say, yes, but that lead came tangled in fresh complications. New allies, new risks, new emotions. His crew had grown, whether he wanted that or not. He didn't know how he felt about that change. And then there was Mary. Mary. He shut his eyes. What am I going to do with you? He steadied himself. Cold water on the face. A breath. Resolve. Allies were necessary, especially against a foe like Targo. The man had transformed, no longer a mere traitor, but a cunning and unpredictable predator. To defeat him, Jas must be just as unpredictable. Refuse to dance to Targo's tune. Say Val and Vess before Targo realized the noose tightening. Coop would scout the leads. Jas would strike in the shadows. When Val and Vess were safe, then he would finish it. This time, Targo wouldn't just be punished. This time, he would be ended. Mara. A small fuzzy presence brushed his leg. Jas glanced down, a familiar set of white ears and flicking tail. Claude. He smiled despite the storm in his head. There you are, he murmured. The loath cat stretched, climbed out from a vent, and rubbed against his boot, purring loud enough to rattle the bunk. It still refused anyone except Jas and Vess, a bond forged in fear and rescue. Jas lifted Claude into his lap, rubbing his belly while Claws playfully batted his fingers. A distraction, but a welcome one. You miss her, don't you? He whispered. Claude mewed. Yeah, Jas breathed. Me too. Her and Val. We'll get them back. He set Claude down and opened a tin of food. Duty called. The ship hummed with voices, crew gathering in the galley. They'd be in hyperspace for 9 hours. Plenty of time to plan. Plenty of time for tensions to boil. Jas stepped out and instantly sensed trouble. Of course. He arrived in time to hear Hilla's voice. Brother, please. There is no reason for this. No reason. Choir growled. Plenty of reason, sister. Don't you agree, Jedi? A deep rumble answered him. Jas pinched the bridge of his nose. He should have expected this. In the galley, Choir Co and Vilek, the whiffed padawan, were squared up, tusks and T-visor inches apart. Both warriors, both proud, neither willing to blink. Clan Nutbush and Jedi. Natural friction. Centuries of bad blood. Jas had lived that tension his whole life. And now, it was erupting on his ship. He stepped forward. Is there a problem here, Padawan? Vilek straightened. Eyes down. My apologies, Master Jas. Master. Jas almost laughed. Someday he might be worthy of that title. Today was not that day. Testing yourself against Choir won't help us, Jas said. I do not like the smell of him, Vilek rumbled. Jas understood. Whiffed instincts. Mandalorian instincts. 2 alpha cat hounds locked in a corridor. It only ends one way. Hilla jumped between them. Enough. This behavior dishonors Clan Nuna and our mission. Choir backed down, barely. Vilek huffed, barely. Jas raised his voice, calm but iron sharp. Our fight isn't here. It's out there. We each have our reasons to hunt Targo. But if we turn on each other, he has already won. Silence. Uneasy, but silence. One step at a time. Reor, and Shusk arrived a moment later, the scent of real food filling the room. Fresh fruit, vegetables, meat. Choir stared. Food? From the wreck. Rior flicked his feline ears. Smuggling isn't only about spice and guns. Hus tax basic necessities. Food becomes contraband. And profit. Bert leaned close and kissed him on the cheek. That's why I love you, kitten. Always thinking ahead. Rior purred. Across from them, Shus piled greens into his mouth while Vilek devoured his plate of meat into massive bites. The co-siblings sat motionless. You aren't eating, Burr asked. Our creed forbids removing the helmet before others, Quire replied. We will return to our cabin. He sounded defensive, a little ashamed. But before he and Hilla could leave, Hilla unclasped her helmet. The metallic locks clicked. A hiss of sealed air. Armor parted. She lifted her helmet free. Quire recoiled, arm up to block his gaze. Sister, must you? Really? Jas looked away automatically. Mandalorian instinct burned into muscle memory. Hilla only shrugged. It has been nearly 6 years. I must get used to removing my helmet. Granius will not want his wife fully armored during dinner. Jas blinked. Wife. Hilla smiled softly. Betrothed. Granius Ordo, son of the chieftain of Clan Ordo. Jas remembered the name. A rival clan. The very clan that once drove Nutbush into exile. You would unite the clans? Jas asked. For peace, Hilla said. Our children will bind Nutbush and Ordo together. I will be honored as dead to my clan, but alive to a future one. Shusk squeaked. But you're right here. In the eyes of the creed, Quire growled, once she joins Ordo, our sister is dead. Her name placed among honored fallen. Hilla's expression faltered, but she held steady. I choose this. For Clan Nutbush. For a future. Jas touched her hand, steady warm. You are brave. Quire stared at nothing, pain radiating through him, then stood and left wordlessly. Hilla looked ready to chase him, but didn't. She exhaled slowly. He will understand. One day. Jas nodded. Clan. Duty. Sacrifice. That was the way. Vilek wiped his mouth, still glaring after Quire, but silent now. Rior and Burr made small talk. Shusk's tail twitched as he devoured more greens. And at last, the mission returned to focus. Jas sat up, scanning each of them. We all have our reasons for being here, he began. For Digger, Hilla said. For Master Swan, Vilek added. For everyone Targo has hurt, Quire's voice echoed faintly from the corridor. Jas felt all those reasons settle like weight on his shoulders. He continued. Tynes didn't know where Targo is, but he knew who to ask. Siffo's contact was very interested in learning a padawan survived on the wreck. Vilek's claws dug into the table. He wanted me. He wanted a padawan, Jas corrected, but not necessarily you. The Whiffet frowned. Then who? The corner of Jas' mouth sharpened into a predator's grin. We will use exactly what Targo expects against him. Confusion circled the table. Hilla finally asked. If Vilek is not the bait, then who is? Jas leaned back, all edges and intent. Trust me, he said quietly. You'll understand soon enough. Chapter 6. The Ship. Darkness pressed tightly around him. Jas's breath caught in his throat as he jolted awake, heart thundering like heavy fists against dursteel. The last traces of the dream clung to his mind, too vivid, too real, and he forced himself to regain control. He whispered into the black. I'm here. Soft padding cushioned his body. A sealed pod surrounded him, a container meant to keep dangerous beings sedated and helpless. Except sedated was not part of the plan. Rior's injection ensured the scanners would show him unconscious, while he remained fully aware. His lips twisted. Targo's allies wanted a Jedi Padawan. They were about to regret that mistake. He stretched his senses outward. Nothing threatening nearby. Activity continued as the captors expected. Calm. Routine. Perfect. He needed to escape, locate himself, signal his crew, then follow the trail to Targo, to Val, and to Vess. He leaned his head back and exhaled slowly. Val and Vess. His mind betrayed him, not with fear, but with heat. The wrist estate. Alderaan. His chamber door opening. Valentine stepping inside, eyes glowing with mischief. Hey there, hotshot. He had known it was a dream, somewhere, but he hadn't cared. She pulled him into a kiss that flooded him with memory. The scent of her hair, the warmth of her skin, the way her voice cracked when she was overwhelmed with joy. Armor fell aside. Sheets tangled. Bodies entwined, moving with hunger sharpened by distance and loss. The force hummed between them, desire and connection interwoven as one. Her breathless voice. Oh gods, yes. Time shifted. Her face changed. Blue eyes stared down at him, bright with devotion and need. Vess. He froze. No, wait. But she silenced him with a trembling kiss, tears at the edge of her smile. So long, I wanted this for so long. His restraint burned. His heart rebelled. He wanted too much. The moment overcame thought, and a jarring thud. His head struck the inside of the pod. Darkness. Reality. He gasped, remembering where and who he was supposed to be. Force help me. Fallenstar's boldness in the showers had awakened parts of him he had long buried. Alone too long, touched by affection and danger. His heart pulled between two futures he had no right to claim. They deserve better. A shift in the air snapped him back. Someone approached, checking the cargo. He was ready. Lightsaber in hand, mind sharpened to a cutting edge. He felt the hum of hyperspace all around the ship. They were in transit, but not for much longer. Let the hunt continue. The pod hissed, seals releasing. Light spilled in as the lid opened. A Republic medic stared down, confusion turning to panic. His hand twitched toward a holstered weapon. Jas flicked 2 fingers. The man slammed into the ceiling, dropped to the floor hard, and lay still. Disarmed. Alive. Done. Jas stepped out, silent as a shadow. Republic plating. Republic lighting. Republic insignia. A military ship. So, Targo's friends reached further than the fringe. He hauled the medic into the pot and sealed it with genuine stasis settings this time. The man would stay quiet. Jas took his code cylinder for access. Objective clear. Disable the ship. Find the command. Get answers. A terminal near the pod flickered when he inserted the cylinder. Ship ID, Manator. Class, Republic military freighter. Crew 40. Route Duros. His eyebrows raised. Someone at the very top wanted a Jedi padawan delivered discreetly. Not a pirate crew? Not smugglers. Republic Navy. He shut down the terminal. Time to move. Voices echoed nearby. Jas pressed into an alcove, letting 2 sailors pass. Harmless, calm, unsuspecting. The force echoed no ill intent from them. He moved swiftly, never seen, his feet silent against durasteel. Minutes later, alarms blared through the halls. The hyperdrive lurched offline. The ship shuddered violently as it dropped into real space, stranded among the stars. Chaos followed. Jas smiled a little. He had been busy. Engineers locked safely behind blast doors. Security systems scrambled. Most of the crew sealed in harmless compartments. The rest wandering in confusion. 16 left to worry about. 16 too many for comfort, but manageable. He barely needed to raise a hand to misdirect the next pair of officers that rushed by. A slight wave, a calm suggestion. You saw nothing out of the ordinary. Engineering reports the systems are stabilizing. Their response, obedience. The force settled them into easy certainty. Mind tricks weren't pleasant, but it prevented blasters and blood. He would make amends later. A familiar warmth tugged at his attention. His crew was here. Rear had traced the beacon. The gilded claw closed and fast. Good. He wouldn't fight alone much longer. He sprinted toward the portside airlock, boots gliding over the deck with almost no sound. The ship's alarms drowned everything else out. A heavy clank. A green boarding indicator lit. The airlock opened. Fallenstar burst in first, lightsaber ignited, stand sharp and lethal. Vilek followed, massive form filling the corridor, blade humming at the ready. Jas grinned. "Welcome aboard." Miri shot him a smirk, wild energy dancing in her eyes. "A Republic ship, huh?" she said. "That's new." Shus zipped out behind them, datapad already in hand. "Cold cylinder," he squeaked. Jas tossed it. The Chadra fan caught it without looking, racing to a terminal as if born for it. The Cole siblings and Burr filed in next, rifles raised. "Status," Burr asked. "Locked down. Always clear. Non-lethal only." Burr scoffed but switched his carbine to stun. Hilla and Quire had already done so, Clan Nutbush discipline in action. Shusk worked furiously. His whiskers twitched with concentration. Moments later he chirped. "Anti-personnel gas systems disabled. They'll need an hour to crack that lock." "More than enough," Jas said. "Bridge is this way." The team moved as one, warriors, Jedi, bounty hunters, an unlikely alliance forged from necessity and vengeance. "Master Jas," Vilek rumbled quietly. "What does this ship have to do with the criminals we faced?" Jas answered without slowing. "That's what we're about to learn." The bridge door stood ahead, sealed, tense, afraid. Time to knock. The bridge blast doors fought back, until Shus cracked them open with a gleeful tap of claws against metal. The panel slid apart. Jas stepped inside first. Hands raised. Voice steady. "We don't want any trouble." 5 officers turned in shock. Captain, first officer, helmsman, navigator, comms. A tiny command space, too cramped for bluster. The dark-haired captain glared. "Pirates with lightsabers. That's new." Jas kept his posture relaxed. "We're not pirates, and we are not here to harm anyone." Burr murmured behind him. "Could have fooled me." Jas ignored it. "I'm Jas Dar Bynn, Acolyte of the Jedi Order. We're on a mission to uncover a criminal conspiracy. You can't help, or you can complicate this." The Bothan first officer's fur bristled. "Jedi and Mandalorians as allies. Hard to imagine." "Trouble makes strange bedfellows," Jas said. "But our goal is only information." Burr stepped closer. "You picked up some containers at Kemp Supply Depot. Our lead was inside one." The Bothan blinked. "The cargo. That makes no sense. Captain, did we?" He never finished. The captain snapped. He ripped his blaster free. For the eternal night. Time slowed. Sunset Collective. Targos Codalize. Jas acted instantly. A push of the force. The captain flew backward, slamming into the helmsman's chair. Dazed. Stunned. But another traitor had already moved. The navigation officer turned and fired. The bolt seared past its intended Jedi target and struck the female comms ensign in the shoulder. Her scream cut off as she collapsed to the deck. Vilek roared. He lunged, blade igniting in the same motion. One precise strike through the back of the navigator's chair. The traitor slumped motionless. "Padawan," Jas barked. Vilek froze, breath heavy. He retracted the saber. "Sorry, Master Jas, I got carried away." "One is dead," Jas said quietly. "Let that be the last." Vilek lowered his gaze, shame and adrenaline wrestling beneath his skin. Hilla moved to the wounded comm officer, opening a field kit. "You'll be all right," she murmured, voice gentle inside the T-visor. "Stay still. Let me stop the bleeding." Jas hauled the Bothan first officer, Commander Creffy, to his feet. The officer's orange eyes were wide with betrayal and confusion. "Captain Rim," he whispered, staring at the unconscious traitor. I don't understand." "He loaded the containers," Jas said. "He was your weak link. The collective used him to bypass protocols." The Bothan swallowed, voice breaking. "Why? What is his plan?" Jas looked him square in the eyes. "That's what we're here to find out." He stood straighter, authority settling like a cloak. "However, your captain has forfeited command. Your crew needs leadership." The Bothan hesitated, then nodded once. Resolve returning. "I am Captain Creffy," he said formally. "You have my cooperation." Jas appreciated the speed of his acceptance. The man was military to the bone. Good, Jas replied, because we have a lot to talk about. He gestured toward the ship's status displays, hyperspace offline, propulsion disabled, alarms lighting the walls like red lightning. The fate of this ship depends on teamwork. And the truth. Chapter 7. The Agent. The briefing room felt too clean, too controlled. Jas sat across from a Republic Strategic Information Service officer. Agent Garza, sharp eyes, sharp mind, calm posture hiding nerves beneath. It's quite a story, Master Jedi, she said. Sounds like we should be grateful you acted when you did. Jas kept his voice humble. Undercover work rarely goes as planned. You prepare for uncertainty and hope improvisation covers the rest. Her lips curled slightly. Unexpected variables are familiar to me. A good sign. She wasn't brushing him off. She wasn't shutting him out. Not yet. Hours earlier, both ships, the Gilded Claw and the Monitor, were escorted into hyperspace under the watchful stare of a Republic cruiser. Not prisoners, but not free either. A polite confinement. Weapons allowed. Doors locked. Eyes everywhere. Caution, not fear. And Jas understood why. He had exposed a hole in Republic security big enough to fly a Star Destroyer through. A freighter crewed by Republic sailors, with 8 of them devoted to the Sunset Collective. 1 in every 4. That rattled command. Shook them deeply. So here he was. Cooperating, waiting, trying not to think about Val's terrified eyes on that landing pad, or Vest chained in the dark. Waiting was agony. Garza slid a few holo-stills across the table. Images from the freighter. His crew. Interesting company you keep, she remarked lightly. A bounty hunter wanted in several systems. Mandalorians. A slicer with the criminal tag on 6 worlds. And a Cathar who once punched a Republic Commodore, according to our files. Jas didn't flinch. We all have complicated pasts. Their future matters more. And your involvement in the righteous incident over Alderaan? She asked. He exhaled slowly. That remains misunderstood. Her tone softened. There are people in high command who believe you should have faced charges for the deaths aboard that ship. Inside, anger simmered. Not at her. At the lies his own brother spread. Outward, Jas remained composed. You might ask whether firing on a hostage shuttle fits Republic doctrine, he said quietly. Garza's expression gave nothing, but the silence acknowledged the point. Let's focus, Jas continued. A lead brought me to the Monitor. Targo Say was in contact with someone on board. That contact could tell me where he's taken Viseria Istillo and Char Valentine. Garza tapped her datapad. Your theory is that this goes deeper than bounty work, that Say is embedded within the collective. He isn't just a gun for hire, Jas confirmed. He helped them at Kuat. He's killed Jedi. He enjoys the chase. More typing. Her curiosity sharp now. Her doubt slipping. The Sunset Collective, she murmured. Republic intelligence has fragments, but never something that's concrete. They're ghosts until they strike, Jas said. If you underestimate them, people die. The truth he had earned with blood. Then it came. The wall. The bureaucratic barrier. Due to classification, Garza said carefully, the SIS cannot grant access to the Monitor's recovered data, including the captain's personal logs. Jas felt his fingers twitch. The Force urging. Take it. Now. Do not let them bury this. His hand almost lifted. Almost. No. He swallowed the impulse. Duty over desire. Light over shadow. Garza noticed the struggle. She spoke quietly. Most Jedi in this situation would wave their hand. Make things easier. Jas met her gaze. That isn't me. A beat of stillness. Then, a sharp beep. Garza frowned at her display. Holo surveillance just tripped, she announced. Audio feeds too. Odd. She stood. I'll need to fix that. It may take 10 minutes. She placed the datapad down, deliberately, between them. Sensitive files. Not authorized for you. A pause. A meaningful stare. You understand me? Jas nodded once. She returned the nod. Soft. Respectful. I'll be back in 10 minutes, Master Jedi. May the Force be with you. And with you, as she replied, before the door hissed shut behind her. Silence. Freedom. A datapad glowing like a lifeline. Jas reached for it. 10 minutes. He would not waste a second. The datapad opened without protest. No encryption. No authorization prompt. Agent Garza hadn't merely stepped out. She had unlocked the door. Jas scrolled, fast but focused. Ship logs, comms records, personnel files. Everything Garza wasn't allowed to share. Everything he needed. He focused on the captain's private notes first. Encrypted, yes, but not encrypted well enough to stop someone trained by Clan Nutbush. His fingers moved with practiced efficiency, and the files revealed themselves. Personal log, Captain. Rem. Entry. 2 weeks ago. Directive received from Nightfall. Transfer secure cargo at rendezvous. Ensure the Jedi asset is sedated. Payment will be delivered after handoff. Nightfall. A code name. Then a second entry. Still no word from the handler on passenger status. Instructions: do not scan the cargo. Do not alert crew to presence. Jas' jaw tightened. Vess and Val were cargo. Hidden somewhere. Moved like freight. He kept scrolling. Next. Communications records. A sealed channel. Burst encrypted. No return address. But one line decoded cleanly. Contractor, Targo say. Deliver assets to designated facility. Coordinates provided after confirmation of capture. Coordinates blurred by data corruption. Deliberately wiped. Jas pressed fingers to the table, thinking. If the captain contacted Targo directly then? He opened the next file. Collective Brief, Internal. Operation Eternal Night, Phase Gamma. Jedi Infiltration Resource Acquisition. Leverage hostages, Istillo and Valentine. Use Padawan as key to unlock Subject 0. His heart stopped. Subject 0. He had heard that name once before. Spoken by collective fanatics in whispers. A secret weapon. A prophecy. A person. He inhaled slowly, steadying the surge of dread. He scanned the last major log entry. Assets are to be kept alive. Delivery must be intact for extraction protocol. The bounty hunter believes the Jedi student will follow. As predicted. A trap. All of it. Jas had expected that. But it didn't make the truth easier to swallow. He had walked into Targo's design. Movement. A pulse in the Force. Someone approaching. Not Garza. Not friendly. Jas slid the datapad back into place. Just as the door hissed open, a man in a red-trimmed uniform stepped inside. Rank code, Republic Admiral. Expression, mask of steel. Master Dar Bynn, the man said. You and your crew are hereby detained. Your ship will be impounded, and you will be remanded to Coruscant for formal questioning. 6 security troopers marched in behind him. Blasters leveled. Jas stayed seated. Calm. Silent. Inside, the 4 stirred. Ready? The Admiral leaned forward. You interfered in a Republic operation. You compromised military security. And you broke into classified SIS systems. Jas' eyes flicked to the datapad. Then back to the Admiral. No denial necessary. The man sneered. You will not touch any collective prisoners. That matter belongs to us. And you will not leave this station again. Jas spoke one quiet line. Where is Agent Garza? The Admiral stiffened. A flicker of something dark behind his eyes. Agent Garza has been relieved of duty. And then he smiled. Too wide. Too cold. In the Force. Jas felt the truth. This man wasn't a Republic officer. Not anymore. He was collective. And he wanted Jas right where he was. Cut off. Helpless. Contained. Jas rose slowly. His lightsaber slid into his palm. The Admiral's smile only widened. "Master Jedi," he whispered. "For the eternal night." Time stretched. Pressure sharpened. The room seemed to shrink around them. Jas stood still, no breath wasted. The troopers hesitated. They felt it too, the shift in the air. The gathering weight of the Force. The Admiral, or whatever he was, didn't flinch. "Stand down, Master Jedi," he ordered coldly. "You are outnumbered." Jas answered without raising his voice. "You don't believe that?" A ripple through the Force. Intent formed like a blade. Jas moved. One gesture, and the nearest trooper slammed sideways into the wall. Two more staggered as the lightsaber ignited with a snap hiss. Ice blue light casting hard shadows. A stun bolt fired. Jas twisted, letting it scorch past his shoulder. Another bolt parried. A third sent ricocheting back into the shooter's chest. 2 down. 4 left. The Admiral snarled. Not fear but hatred. His hand reached for something. A trigger clipped to his belt. Jas' focus spiked. Gas dispersal. This room? A kill box. He hurled his saber. The blade spun, slicing the canister feed above the door. Sparks showered. No poison today. The Admiral drew a compact blaster. Aimed square at Jas' heart. "You cannot stop the night," he hissed. "It rises." Jas caught the returning saber handle and stepped forward, voice low. "Not while I stand." He knocked the weapon aside. His elbow cracked the man's jaw. Then a force push launched him backward into the wall paneling. The Admiral collapsed, dazed but alive. "Good?" Jas wanted answers. He turned to the remaining troopers. Weapons shaking now. "This isn't your fight," Jas said. Calm layered over storm. "You were following the orders of a man who is not what he claims. Leave." Confusion and fear warred behind their visors. Then, one lowered his blaster. Then another. The rest followed. "Secure him," Jas instructed, and pointed at the Admiral's crumpled form. They obeyed, eager to be led by a sane authority again. Jas exhaled once. Only then did he extinguish the blade. The Admiral looked up slowly. Blood in his teeth, eyes burning. "You're already too late," he rasped. "Say has them." Everything unfolds as he foresees. Jas crouched beside him. "Where?" The Admiral smiled, a broken, hateful thing. "You'll never find them." Jas' voice turned to tempered steel. "Where?" The man's eyes fluttered. No answer. Then, a sharp convulsion. A sickening crunch from inside his skull. Jas felt the surge of neurotoxin through the spine. The suicide implant triggered. The Admiral's body went slack. Breathing stopped. Silence again. A colder kind. Jas stood slowly. He wasn't angry. He wasn't worried. He was focused. Garza is in danger. The collective knows I'm here. And Targo Say is closer than ever. He tapped his comm. "Rewer, prepare the claw for immediate departure." Burr's voice cut and instead. "That may be a problem. Lead. You should get back here. Now." Jas clenched the comm tighter. What happened? Static. Then Shush's panicked squeak. "They're trying to dock with us." Jas didn't waste another breath. He ran. Jas burst into the corridor, boots striking durasteel in a relentless rhythm. The station lights flickered, red warnings pulsing overhead. Not containment. Not alert. Breach. He didn't need the Force to confirm it. The alarms told the truth. He tapped the comm again, breath even despite the sprint. "Status." Burr answered this time, voice low, tense. "Unknown borders trying to force the claw's port hatch. Hilla and Choir are holding them back. We counted 6, maybe more." Fallenstar cut in immediately. "James, these aren't Republic. Armor's wrong. Movement's wrong." A pause. A hiss of static. Shush again, frantic. "They're collective." Jas pushed harder. "Of course they were." The Admiral had been the opening act. He veered around a corner and skidded to a stop. 2 Republic Marines blocked the path. Rifles aimed directly at his chest. "Stand down," one barked. "Jedi, you will come with us." He felt their nerves, their confusion. Their orders were muddled. Forces within the station pulling opposite directions. He raised hands slightly, palms visible. "If you want this station to survive, let me pass." They hesitated. Too long. A blaster bolt shrieked past Jas and struck the nearest Marine in the shoulder, dropping him with a cry. The second Marine spun and froze as a helmeted figure lunged out of a service hatch behind him. A blade, short and wicked, drove into his armor seam. Both Marines collapsed. The attacker turned, eyes gleaming behind a mirrored visor. A vibroblade dripped red. Sunset Collective. Infiltrators. More than one. 3 more emerged behind the first. Silent as shadows. No taunts. No threats. Just killing intent. Good. Jas ignited a saber. They rushed him. Fast. Coordinated. One came low. Jas stepped over the blade, pivoted, and sent the attacker crashing into a bulkhead. Another aimed a shock prod at his throat. The saber vaporized it in half a heartbeat and spun into a sweeping arc that disarmed him completely. The third fired a stun charge. Jas angled the blade, sending the blast into the ceiling conduit. Showers of sparks falling like burning rain. The last one didn't slow. A fanatic's charge. Jas pushed the force outward. A wave of kinetic power that sent all 4 skidding across the deck. He did not wait for them to recover. 3 quick strikes. Stun pulses from the saber's pommel. And the hallway went still. Not dead. Not today. He tapped the comm again. "Burr, where are you?" "Cargo ring," Burr answered. They cut through an exterior access. Wire ceiling bulkheads butt. A sudden roar flooded the channel. Weapons fire, shouting. "We need you now." Jas sprinted again. Heart locked into the rhythm of purpose. Val. Vess. Not another second wasted. He slid into the next junction and collided with someone rounding the corner at the same moment. A flash of blasters. Then, Master Dar Bynn, Agent Garza. Alive, but breathless, eyes wide with shock. They overran security control, she gasped. The Admiral, he sabotaged the whole station. Half the staff turned overnight. Jas nodded once. "I know." She stared at the extinguished saber still warm in his grip. "You need to get your crew out," she insisted. "If the collective takes control of this station, they'll move you straight into..." She cut herself off. "Into what?" Jas pressed. Garza hesitated, then swore under her breath. "No more secrets. Not now." She pulled a compact holodisc from her jacket and slapped it into his palm. "These are the same coordinates your bounty hunter received. A restricted world. A black site. Republic Shadows built it decades ago. Then buried it." She swallowed. "It's where they take Subject Zero." Jas met her eyes. "Where they took the girls." Garza nodded, jaw tight. "Go. I'll delay anyone coming after you." Jas placed a hand briefly over hers. Respect, gratitude. Then turned to run. Behind him, Garza called out, "Master Jedi." He looked back. She offered one final, fierce line. "Give them hell." Jas smiled despite everything. "That's the plan." He ran toward the claw. Toward his crew. Toward the coordinates that would lead him to Vess and Val. And toward Targose. For the final reckoning. The docking ring shook as Jas reached the final corridor. The atmosphere trembled with each blast impacting the hull. "Jas, where are you?" Burr shouted over comms. 30 seconds, Jas answered, pushing harder. "Make it 10, Fallenstar snapped. They're cutting through the bulkhead." Jas rounded the last corner. Just as a section of wall erupted inward. A collective breach team poured into the corridor, armored, masked, disciplined. Too many. Way too many. Jas skidded to a stop, lightsaber igniting with a steady hum. He didn't slow. He pushed forward. Blaster fire lit the hall. Sparks flew in flurries. Jas flowed like water. Each motion precise, non-wasted. One bolt deflected into a breacher's chest. A force pull ripped another trooper forward into his own squad. Elbow, pommel strike, sweep, two fell hard. Still more came. Grenade. Jas caught in mid-air with the force. Hurled it back. A flashbang burst behind the enemy line, scattering formation. He surged through the gap. A blade bright blur. A vibroax scream toward his spine. Fallenstar's yellow saber intercepted, sparks flying. She stood at his side, wild grin, eyes fierce. "You're late." "Traffic," he replied. Choir and Hilo appeared behind them, stun rounds thundering from their rifles. Each hit dropped another attacker. Shusk ducked between legs, snapping power cables loose. The assault team's shield generator overloaded in a burst of smoke. Vilek roared, barreling into the fray. A living avalanche of muscle and conviction. Burr anchored the rear. Pistol in one hand, knife in the other, reading every angle. The tide shifted. Slowly. Then all at once. The collective advance stalled. Back to the ship. Burr called. "Move." No arguments. They withdrew in tight formation through the airlock. Fallenstar and Jas the last to step inside. Rear slammed the hatch controls. Metal groaned. Seals locked. Claw was closed, but not safe. Alarms blared through the ship. Engines online. Rear yelled from the cockpit. Weapons free. Shusk scrambled over consoles. "They're trying to override docking clamps, no, trying to vent us into vacuum." Vilek blocked the inner corridor with his broad form, guarding the hatch. Burr dropped into the gunner station. Hilla took the secondary. Choir strapped in for board and defense. Jas leapt into the co-pilot's seat beside Rear. Fallenstar stood behind, one hand braced on Jas' shoulder. The deck hummed. Power surged. Rear grinned, teeth bared. Time to kick claws. The collective triggered emergency release. A mistake. It freed the gilded claw. Rear wasted not a heartbeat. Punching it. Maneuvering thrusters launched the ship sideways. Away from the station hull. Just as a barrage of weapons fire cut through the space they'd been clamped to. The cockpit viewport filled with blaster streaks, turret flashes, and pursuit sirens. Burr whooped from below deck. "Who wants roasted cultists? Hold still." Turrets thundered. A collective boarding craft disintegrated in white flame. Rear banked hard toward the starboard hangar bay exit. "Course set?" she asked. Jas held up the holodisc, coordinates flashing. To them. His voice was iron. To Vess. To Val. Fallenstar's hand tightened on his shoulder. "We go together." Rear pulled the final lever. The stars stretched, warping into hyperspace. They were gone. Chapter 8. A Step Back. Targo says on F-Hob. I think he brought his prisoners there. Jas steadied his breathing. His voice tried to remain calm, but the anticipation beneath it was unmistakable. "We are heading there now." The hologram flickered, static rippling through the projection. The signal quality always dipped when routed through the auxiliary hypercom in his quarters. On the other side stood Monder, still as stone, ears lifting slightly. The Jedi Shadow's presence in the forest seeped outward like deep water, quiet but profound. "Excited, you seem, Jas Dar Bynn." His tone was calm, not mocking, not warning, simply observing. Jas felt him reaching outward gently, brushing against his emotions through the force, testing the edges of Jas's control, making sure this fire was directed, not uncontrolled. "Long has this hunt been for you?" Monder continued. "Ready to end it, you are." The reminder worked. Jas inhaled long, slow, drawing his eagerness inward and letting it settle. He nodded. "I'm ready to save the hostages and make sure no one threatens them again. Val. Vess. Their people. Their lives. That remained the center of everything." Waiting even long enough to make this call had required discipline. But if his mission failed, if something went wrong, someone else needed direction. Someone besides his crew needed a trail to follow. He would not leave the women's fate to chance. Not again. He stepped back to the star chart scrolling on the holodeck beside him, the newly pulled data from Agent Garza cross-referenced with sector maps from the Gilded Claw. Everything aligned. Perfectly. F-Hob wasn't just a possibility. It felt right. The force hummed through his bones with every certainty. This was the move. Monder watched in silence a moment, ears shifting downward. A sign of focused thought. Close enough to the trade routes, yet far enough to hide. He nodded slowly. Makes sense, that does. Yes, Jas replied. It's the perfect place for a group trying to hurt the Republic but stay unnoticed. And there, the bounty hunter is? Monder asked. Certain of this, are you? Jas hesitated. This was the question. Agent Garza's team had worked fast, mining everything from the false Captain Rim's logs. The truth was worse, and smarter, than they expected. The Rim aboard the Monitor. An imposter. The real officer erased. A ghost in the system. Perfectly chosen. No family. No familiar crews. No loose threads. Someone had replaced him more than a year ago. Quietly. Patiently. One collective acolyte at a time. The safe house, wherever it was, wasn't a staging ground. It was deeper than that. It was command. Jas refocused on Monder. Certain. No, not fully. He exhaled. But the collective employed hunter has been at this location. Recently. And the stasis pods? Monder asked. Garza's report states 2, Jas confirmed. 2 pods. 2 unconscious hostages. He held Monder's gaze. That matches everything. A long silence. Then the shadow gave a slow nod. If a chance there is to save innocents, hesitate. You must not. On this, they agreed. But then came the restraint. The reminder. The Jedi warning. Intercomly, you must, Monder urged. Be overeager, you must not. Jas resisted the urge to bristle. Monder wasn't wrong. But patience had become a knife twisting in his chest. He pushed down the spike of frustration. Recognized the edge it carried. Pulled back from it. He forced himself to answer evenly. If the lead is right, Targo say was there days ago. He paused. Every hour we wait, they risk being moved. Are killed. Another quiet nod from Monder. Careful. Measured. He could feel the concern behind it. Concern rooted in more than strategy. The collective corrupted minds. Broke spirits. Destroyed Jedi. Monder's voice dropped. Tread lightly, my friend. The dark side surrounds them. Clouded the path is. Jas inhaled slowly again. I'll handle it, he said. More confidently than he felt. He had to handle it. Because failure here meant the end of everything he fought for since Alderaan. The planet F-Hob was bleak from orbit. A gray stone sphere circling a single blue star. Cold. Empty. Forgotten. Only one of its 2 moons held life, a green crescent of atmosphere and survival clinging to the sky. That was where Jas and his team were headed. A colony existed there, Ugnaught laborers who once thrived on permacrete production. A century ago, prosperity flowed through these hills and factories. But industry moved on. Profits moved away. What remained was a ghost of what once was. Exactly the kind of place the collective sought. Hidden. Defensible. Unimportant to outsiders. The force whispered through Jas like a signal down a wire. This is the place. Reor brought the Gilded Claw down on the night side of the moon, low and quiet, evading long-range detection. The landing gear hissed into soft earth, and the ramp lowered beneath the starless sky. Jas initiated contact with the local colony. The answer came from King Boz himself, the Ugnaught foreman. His voice carried resentment like gravel. Permacrete production had ceased. Strangers had taken over their factory. Paid enough to keep them alive, but not enough to live well. Shoved out of their own creation. Locked out of the only livelihood they knew. The disdain in Baz's tone confirmed it. These invaders were not friends, not allies, not welcome. But fear held the Ugnaughts silent. The outsiders controlled communications, blocked long-range transmissions, monitored every whisper. As long as nothing changed, they were left alone. Jas understood the unspoken plea in the king's words. The collective would soon learn. Trouble had come, and his name was Jas Dar Bynn. He asked for a quiet entry, a hidden way. Baz hesitated at first. Fear, risk, consequences. But Jas promised full payment, double, and that the factory would return to its rightful owners. At last, Baz gave a curt nod and summoned their guide. Jas felt a flicker of the force, a ripple, movement in the current. Change was coming. The crew geared up, weapons checked, armor sealed, sabers ready. 2 Mandalorians clipped rifles against their chests. Miri and Vilek moved with silent determination. Burr and Shusk exchanged firm looks. They were ready. Their guide, a gray-furred Ugnaught named Temp, motioned urgently. Time to move. The route-in was through a drainage pipe, wide enough for one at a time, slick stone dripping with cold runoff. Jas led with the force. Alert. Patient. Hilla scanned constantly, watching for traps or sensors. The collective did not always rely on the obvious. Fallenstar lingered close behind Jas, her steps careful. The memory of the wreck's subsurface horror still haunted her muscles. He felt her tension and sent a gentle wave of reassurance back through the force. Her gratitude warmed the space between them. So did something else, something dangerous. Another distraction he pushed aside. They reached the final grate, rusted but thick. Jas and Vilek ignited their blades. Metal melted away in a clean oval. They eased it down silently with the force. One by one, they slipped into the facility. A lone technician manned the drainage control room. The man was generous. He was glued to a holo of a Twi'lek dancer wearing little more than flickering veils. Vilek's massive arm wrapped around his throat. A muffled gasp. A soft drop. Unconscious. Alive. No alarms. Jas knelt, inspected the man's tunic. Purple. Rainbow trim. Collective colors. His pulse quickened. Yes, they had found the safe house. He stretched his senses outward, probing the dark like fingertips brushing mist. Danger. Uncertain. Clouded. No sign of a Force adept yet, but he knew better than to trust absence. He hadn't felt the hand on Alderaan until she was already upon them. He didn't feel Val. He didn't feel Vess. A cold stone settled behind his ribs. We have a terminal, Shusk whispered. Slicing. Jas looked up sharply. Find the floor plan, and any significant power drains. The Chadra-fan nodded, tapping rapidly, data reflections dancing in his eyes. Quire and Burr guarded the door, still as statues. Come on, Jas willed silently. Come on. A hologram unfurled above the pad. Labyrinthine corridors. Multiple production wings. Too many places to hide. Then Shusk's whiskers twitched. Got something. His voice pitched low and tight. Sub-basement. Major power draw. No surveillance feeds. He looked up, meeting Jas's eyes. It's the best candidate for stasis pods. Jas didn't hesitate. Move. Silent descent through dim stairwells. Thick air vibrating with electrical hum. A few guards appeared, but the force tugged their attention aside at Jas's quiet urging. They wandered off, confused, and the crew slipped by unseen. Every step deeper tightened the coil inside Jas. He searched for the women's presence. Nothing. He searched for Targo's venomous aura. Nothing. Hope pressed against fear inside his throat. He would not let it break him. Not now. They passed temporary bunks. Supply crates. A makeshift chapel, purple banners like bruises against concrete. Each sight hardened Jas's resolve. They reached the sub-basement corridor. The humming was louder. Voices echoed up ahead. Jas froze. The crew crouched low. Someone was angry. He drags me all the way out here, and then he's not even here. Metal clanged. Something kicked. I'm not a nursemaid. If he wants babysitting duties, he can do it himself. Jas's breath stilled. That voice? Recognition spilled into fury. His hand drifted toward the saber hilt at his side. He stepped forward. Mary's whisper followed like a warning. What are you doing? He didn't answer. He acted. The lights exploded, darkness swallowing the hall. Gasps ahead. Confusion. Fear. Jas let the saber snap to life, violet light splitting the shadows. The speaker emerged, tall and furred, armor battered and poorly kept. A Togorian. Of course. Kellic Bob. The apprentice who once followed Targo like a loyal dog. Bob's eyes widened in terror. Oh, Kark. He raised his blaster. Jas surged forward. After so long sneaking and searching. It was finally time. Blaster fire tore into the dark. Blaster fire tore into the dark. Bolts scorched permacrete walls, sizzling past Jas as he closed the distance. He moved with precision, a violet blur gliding through broken shadows. Kellic stumbled back, claw scraping against crates as each shot was cut aside, deflected effortlessly into ceilings and walls. The Togorian's fear was thick in the force. You're supposed to be dead, he choked out. Jas didn't bother answering. He struck. The lightsaber swept down and severed Kellic's rifle clean in two. Sparks burst in a shower across the floor. The big feline yelped and scrambled backward, desperate hands reaching for a secondary weapon. From the adjoining chamber, collective guards surged forward, robes swirling, blasters raised. Their shouts echoed through the narrow subbasement. Intruders! Take them down! For the faith! The hallway erupted. Vilek charged like a living battering ram, a towering wall of fur and muscle, smashing through the first rank of attackers. Their shouts turned to screams as they crashed across control consoles and cargo pallets. Hilla's shots cut precise lines through the fray, clean, controlled bursts dropping a robed acolyte with each pull of the trigger. Choir flanked left, jetpack flaring in a brief, controlled burst that lifted him into an overhead firing position. Blue-white bolts rained down with sharp Mandalorian accuracy. Fallenstar spun through the chaos, her yellow blade tracing arcs of light. Each movement flowed into the next, a dance of lethal efficiency. Two collective soldiers fell before they even understood they'd been struck. Burr kept close to Shusk, blaster rifle steady, cold focus behind his helmet's visor, covering the slicer as he ducked toward a secondary access console. Jas ignored the fight behind him. His target was trembling right in front of him. Kellic drew a vibroblade, its edge growling against the air. You should have stayed lost, Jas. The Togorian spat, striking wildly. Jas caught the blade with his saber, sparks flaring inches from his face. The crackle of colliding energies forced Kellic's eyes to narrow to slits. Does Targo even know you're here? Jas asked quietly. He twisted, disarming the Togorian, then drove a hilt blow across Kellic's jaw. The feline hit the floor hard, armor clattering against stone. Jas closed the distance into long steps and yanked him upright with the force, pinning him to the wall. Kellic's boot scraped for purchase as he snarled weakly. Where are the stasis pods? Jas demanded. No shouting. No anger. Ice. Where are they? Kellic bared his fangs, but fear cracked through his bravado. Targo told me you'd come, he hissed. Told me you'd chase ghosts. Told me you'd fail. Jas pressed harder with the force. Kellic gasped. Where are they? Bob's eyes darted past Jas, toward the adjoining chamber, toward a sealed blast door now visible through the smoke and flickering emergency lights. Through there, he wheezed, claws scrabbling against solid wall. Pods, through there, I swear it. They're still there. Jas turned his gaze, and the door felt like a heartbeat in the force. Cold. Dim. On the edge of silence. But alive. Val. Vess. He could feel the faintest thread of them now, like distant candlelight struggling to survive. Hope surged through him so sharply it hurt. He released Kellic just enough for the Togorian to collapse to his knees, coughing. Then Jas leaned close, voice lowered to a razor whisper. "If you're lying, Kellic." He let the rest hang in the air, and the fear that followed said enough. Behind them, the firefight was winding down. Collective bodies lay scattered. The hum of emergency systems pulsed in the shadows. Jas stepped toward the sealed door. "Shusk," he called, never looking away. "I need this open. Now." The slicer was already moving, paws flying over the datapad, sweat beading under his fur. "Working?" Shusk squeaked, breath tight. "Heavy lock. Not standard. Might take." A powerful thunk vibrated through the floor. Something beyond the blast door had awakened. Miri's voice rose, alert. "What was that?" Jas steadied his grip on his saber. Whatever was hidden down here. It was awake now. The blast door shook again, louder this time. A deep, metallic groan rolled through the chamber, dust drifting from ceiling pipes as something heavy slammed against the other side. Once. Twice. A warning. Shusk's claws tapped frantically over the datapad. "This isn't just a lock," he stammered. "There's a containment protocol. Something behind that door is..." Another impact. The floor trembled. "Alive." Jas lifted his saber. The violet blade hummed with rising tension. "We've come this far," he said quietly. "We finish it." Vilek and Miri flanked him, the Wookiees rumble low and dangerous, Fallenstar's grip tightening around her saber hilt. Hilla covered their rear, blaster steady. The Mandalorians repositioned, weapons aimed toward the blast door and down the corridor simultaneously. "Shusk," Jas pressed now. The Chadra fan swallowed hard, teeth gritting. A final command chirped. The lock disengaged. A hiss of hydraulics. A plume of cold vapor. The blast door parted, and darkness poured out. Light bars flickered within the chamber beyond, revealing a cavernous storage bay converted into a crude laboratory. Cables snaked across the floor. Monitors pulsed with faint heart rate tracings. Medical machines hummed in cyclical tones. 2 vertical stasis pods stood at the center, lights dimmed, power reduced, but operational. And between them, a monstrous silhouette. Massive. Slouched. Leased into a mechanical harness bolted to the floor. Greenish skin covered ridged muscle and plated bone. A drooling maw glistened beneath a single red implant eye. A rancor. Force-sized for war. It lifted its head and roared, the sound smashing into them like a shockwave. Debris rattled. Lights flickered. Even Jas staggered a step. Fallenstar muttered through clenched teeth. How in the void did they get that in here? The rancor strained against its restraints, metal creaking under its sheer weight. Shusk squeaked and ducked behind the console. Burr cursed under his visor. Kellic Bob, still on his knees, laughed weakly, bitterly. "Guard dog," he rasped. "Targo's idea. You're not leaving with those pods without." A blaster bolt flashed. Kellic collapsed, Quire lowering his rifle without a word. No more distractions. Jas advanced, saber casting sharp violet across Durasteel restraints. Val and Vess. They were right there. But the rancor's roar shook the air again, louder, angrier. Its chains jerked, muscles swelling as adrenaline pumped into his system from auto-injectors along its spine. Fallenstar glanced toward Jas. "If we cut the wrong cable, that thing comes free." Jas's voice remained steady. "Then we don't cut the wrong cable." The rancor's one cybernetic eye focused on him, intelligent fury burning behind the lens. It recognized him. It hated him. Miri looked at the pods, frost clinging to their glass. Faces pale inside. "They're alive," she breathed. "Barely." Jas reached out through the force, searching for them, feeling the fragile sparks of their existence. His heart clenched. He wasn't too late. Not yet. Another massive crack. The central harness anchor snapped a quarter-inch free. Hilla's voice rose sharply. "That thing's getting loose." Jas turned his gaze to the monstrous creature, then to the pods. He would save them, no matter what stood in the way. He stepped forward, the violet blade rising into ready guard. "Rior," He called calmly into his comlink, prep for extraction. We have contact. A final metallic scream echoed as the Rancor tore a restraining plate from the deck. Its roar shook the room. Jas lowered into stance. Everyone, he said, eyes fixed on the monster. With me? The Rancor lunged. Chains snapped like dry twigs under his weight. The ground shuddered as that enormous mass surged forward, talons tearing trenches into the deck. Jas moved first. He sprang directly into the creature's path, a single violet slash carving toward his exposed forearm. Bone met plasma, the creature howled, recoiling from the cauterized wound. Not crippled. Just enraged. It roared again, swiping with its opposite arm, a blow that would have flattened the land speeder. Jas leapt overhead, twisting through the air as the claw screamed beneath him. Vilek charged with a thunderous roar of his own, firing his bowcaster point blank into the Rancor's ribs. The bolt exploded against armored hide, forcing the beast to pivot with fury. Miri ignited her saber, yellow light flashing as she severed a swiping talon. The severed claw smashed across the floor with the weight of a speeder. The Rancor scream shook the air. Still not enough. The monster turned, tail whipping, catching Vilek across the chest. The Wookiee was launched across the chamber, collapsing into a pile of steel crates with a crash. Vilek, Miri shouted. Jas felt the hit pain, but the Wookiee's heart still hammered strong. Burr and Hilla opened fire in precise bursts, bolts peppering cybernetic enhancements along the beast's spine. Sparks flared. The Rancor bellowed and twisted in confusion, body jerking against impact. Choir lifted off the floor, jetpack roaring, rising high to fire into the creature's implant eye. The beast snapped upward, jaws gnashing, and caught the Mandalorian mid-flight. Armor screeched. Choir slammed into the ground, rolling, breath knocked out of him, alive but shaken. Shusk scrambled backward beneath the console, ears flat in terror as heavy footfalls quaked the floor. Jas, he squeaked, systems in here are failing. I can't guarantee pod stability if this keeps up. Jas landed beside the pods, saber raised, heart pounding. Val and Vess floated within, pale, silent, caught in the ebb of forced unconsciousness. He would not fail them now. He could not. Hilla, he called, voice calm despite the chaos. Cover Shusk. Keep him alive. The sniper shifted positions instantly, laying down a corridor of suppressing fire that forced the Rancor to recoil again. Jas centered himself. The force surged around him. He breathed once deeply. The Rancor charged again. Miri darted in first, slicing across a tendon, forcing the beast to kneel. It lashed back with a sweep of his arm, Miri barely flipping clear as claws raked sparks off the floor. That's right, she growled, chest heaving. Stay angry. Jas moved, faster than reflex, faster than fear. He slid beneath the Rancor's guard, driving his saber into the metal bracing of his cybernetic spine. A flash of violet. A howl that rattled the dursteel. The creature thrashed wildly, ripping cables free, sparks flooding the air. Jas yanked his saber free, then reached deeper with the force, finding the pulse of the machine controlling the beast. Not the heart. Not the brain. The command leash. He clenched his fist. Metal shrieked. Wire snapped. A shower of power couplings erupted, shorting out in a blinding flash. The Rancor froze. Breathing thunder. Drool steaming. Anger burning. But his limbs refused to obey. A whisper of silence cut through the chamber. Then, crash. The monster collapsed, shaking the deck as gravity reclaimed its weight. Still breathing. Still dangerous. But contained. Jas stood over it, saber angled downward, chest rising and falling with controlled breath. Shusk, he said, tone steady, get those pods open. The slicer was already on the move, claws dancing, systems unlocking one by one. The hiss of decompressing seals followed, frost lifting from the curved transparent steel. Jas deactivated his saber. His hand pressed to the glass of the first pod. Val's face rested beneath, serene but fragile, as if carved from starlight left too long in the cold. Miri stepped beside him, breath caught in her throat as she gazed toward the second pod. Vess. Alive. Barely. Shusk looked up, eyes full of relief and worry. Vitals are weak, he whispered. We need to get them to medbay now. The force thrummed through Jas, fierce relief sharpening his focus. He turned toward his crew. No delays. No mistakes. We leave. Now. A shrill alarm suddenly shrieked through the sub-basement, lights flaring crimson. Then a cold voice echoed from hidden speakers. Containment breach detected. Purging sub-basement. Jas's expression hardened. The collective wasn't letting them leave quietly. The light snapped to emergency crimson. Warning sirens wailed, a harsh, rising shriek that cut straight into the bones. Jet-black shutters began to drop over vents and doors. Large ceiling ports split open with ominous hisses. A mechanical hum built overhead, deep, rising, like turbines winding up. Shusk's eyes widened in absolute horror. They're venting the level, he shouted, depressurizing the entire sub-basement. Hilla swore, bracing for the worst. Burr pulled Choir back to his feet, the Mandalorian shaking off the hit. Mary dashed to one stasis pod, steadying it. Jas took a single breath, then spoke with command steel. We hold the pressure long enough to reach the surface. Move! Vilek, still shaken but very much alive, surged back into action. The Wookiee grabbed the first pod in both massive arms and lifted with a strain-filled growl. The suspended liquid sloshed inside, alarms pinging faster. Burr and Choir locked onto the second pod, bracing his weight together. Miri cleared the path, slicing downward shutters in half before they could seal shut. Panels crashed and hissed around her feet, smoke curling from superheated metal. Overhead, the purge turbines roared. Air began to pull, a violent, rising drag that tugged at hair, clothing, and anything not bolted down. Loose crates skittered across the floor. Tools and datapads flew upward. A collective body slid past, sucked screaming into the vents before vanishing with a crunching thud. Shusk stumbled, nearly lifted off his feet, until Hilla snagged him by the back of his armor and yanked him behind a pillar. Jas ignited a saber again, blade flaring with urgency. The Rancor, now immobilized, bellowed in furious confusion as the pressure plummeted. Chains rattled wildly against his bulk. Another door shutter dropped ahead, halfway down the frame. Mary leapt, slicing it into molten halves. Vilek barreled through, pod held tight to his chest. Jas pivoted, deflecting a sudden hail of blaster fire. Collective survivors, a final squad, appeared from a maintenance corridor, firing blindly as air whipped their cloaks. Keep them off us, Jas commanded. Choir, still dizzy, knelt and fired bursts that hammered into the squad's midst. Bird joined him, precise shots forcing them back out of sight. Red light stuttered, flickering under growing strain. The group reached the main stairs, the ascent steep, air storming past them in howling currents, pulling everything backward toward the purge vents. The pressure differential hit fully now. The pods, massive, heavy, became anchors in a windstorm, dragging Vilek and the Mandalorians backward with every step forward. The Wookiee roared against it, feet scraping, muscle shaking. Miri added her shoulder to the pod's frame, gritting her teeth as the wind tore at her braids. Jas stood guard, rear defense, violet blade carving away any debris or attack that threatened their climb. He extended his free hand, reaching into the force, forming a shimmering barrier against the drag. It helped. Barely. Air tore at him like claws. They climbed. 3 steps. 6. 10. The emergency shutters far behind them crashed open, and a second, violent thunder of decompression surged through the chamber. The entire sub-basement screamed as pressure equalized at last. Jas's head snapped toward the source, and his heart nearly froze. The Rancor, freed by the sudden blast, was sucked upward, spiraling into the purge shaft, roaring in rage and terror until... Silence. Gone. Even a Rancor wasn't meant to survive vacuum. The alarm shifted tone, new warnings, sharper, faster. Thermal core overload, facility self-destruct in 90 seconds. Jas didn't hesitate. He shouted over the wind and the sirens. Move! 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 They surged upward, straining through the last meters, reaching the main floor corridor just as the blast doors tried to drop again. Miri and Jas cut a path clean through, sparks cascading behind them. The emergency lighting pulsed violently, the floor rumbling underfoot. Choir staggered, knees buckling. Burr hauled him upright without slowing. Hilla barked into comms. Ryer. Claw at evac coordinates. Now. Static. Then a strained reply. Already inbound. ETA 30 seconds. Make it quick. Good. They ran. The last hallway stretched ahead, illuminated in blood-red strobe. The exit doors waited, daylight leaking through small cracks, freedom only meters away. Val and Vess were coming home. No more shadows. No more cages. No more failure. He had them. He had them. The force surged like fire through his veins as they sprinted for the open air. The factory yard erupted into chaos the moment they burst through the doors. Floodlights blazed to life, harsh white beams cutting through the night. Collective troops poured out from barricades and side entrances, blasters already firing. Jas hurled his hand forward. A concussive force wave smashed the nearest squad off their feet, scattering them across the cracked permacrete. Straight to the claw, he shouted. Do not stop. The two stasis pods hovered forward, Vilek and the Mandalorians pushing them with every ounce of strength they had left. The roaring air from the perch still whistled from vents behind them. The rumble beneath their boots intensified, deep, angry, the kind of vibration that warned of foundations ready to split apart. Shuss checked his pad while running, ears flat with panic. Core overload in 60 seconds. Burr snapped a shot clean through a collective trooper's visor, then barked a laugh. Plenty of time. A missile screamed in from the left. Jas spun, saber raised, deflecting it upward in a blazing arc of purple light. The warhead detonated midair, the explosion lighting all their armor with fiery orange. Hilla called out over the comm. I've got visual on the claw 20 meters. Repulsor dust blasted across the yard as the gilded claw dropped low, its ramp extending like a lifeline. The wind from the engines whipped everything, loose stone, banners, even bodies, dragging debris into violent spirals. King Baz and a dozen Ugnaught workers cowered near the perimeter. They pointed urgently toward the escaping crew, their tiny voices nearly lost beneath the engines. Hurry! Hurry! Factory go boom! Jas nodded once, grateful. Then he blocked another burst of blaster fire, redirecting shots into the ground as warning blasts. Vilek reached the ramp first. The Wookiee heaved the first pod aboard, muscles spasming with strain. Miri and Burr shoved the second pod right after, slamming it onto the deck. Jas backed up toward the ship, step by measured step, blade raised, every movement controlled, precise, lethal. The collective soldiers pushed forward again, screaming orders from behind cover. Someone out of sight fired a shock net that crackled with blue electricity. Jas sliced it in half mid-flight, sparks showering like fireflies. Everyone aboard, he commanded. Hilla and Shusk scrambled up the ramp. Burr and Choir covered them, blasting relentlessly into the swarm of attackers. A new klaxon howled from deep within the collapsing plant. Core breach, 45 seconds. The ground buckled, steel supports groaning. Cracks spider-webbed across the yard. Jas leapt backward up the ramp, landing in a smooth crouch. Go. Rear didn't need convincing. Engines roared to full thrust. The ramp snapped shut. The claw rocketed skyward, rising just as a chain of explosions tore through the facility. Fire rippled along the ground like tearing cloth, chewing up permacrete and steel. King Baz and his people dropped flat as shockwaves engulfed the yard, but the blast walls protected them. The factory, the safe house, the collective's hidden nest, vanished in a rising tower of flame. Through the viewport, Jas watched the inferno collapse inward, a molten bloom. A victory? But his gaze shifted, drawn to the two pods now secured in the hold. He stepped closer, breath sharp in his throat. Fingers trembling, he touched the pod's surface. Through the frost-lined window, a pale face. Vess. Alive. Jas's chest tightened, the weight of months crashing into that single moment. Choir stood beside him, voice low. You found them, brother? Jas nodded once. We found them? Shusk double-checked the readouts. Vital signs stable on both. They're in deep sedation, but they're okay. Mary smiled, relief pushing through exhaustion. Burr leaned against a bulkhead, shaking his head. Stars above, we actually did it. The claw angled up toward the silent stars, leaving smoke and ruin behind. But not everything burned. Somewhere, in the shadows between systems, a predator still watched. Jas looked outward, jaw set like steel. Targo, he murmured. This ends with you. Ahead, in the cockpit, Reor pushed the throttles. The gilded claw jumped to lightspeed. Chapter 9. Justice. He never saw it coming. Jas used to think that line belonged on many epitaphs across the galaxy. Too many rushed forward. Too many died before their moment. He had nearly joined them. He saw Bob. He heard that whining voice. Something snapped inside him. Taking the Targaryens had felt like justice. It felt right. It felt earned. He leapt. Blade raised. Blaster bolts burning the air around him. Then, pressure on his chest. The force screaming in his ears. His body yanked backwards. Momentum stolen from him. Neck missing a blade by a breath. Time stretched thin. He saw the sword arc through where his head had been. Stupid. Reckless. He had tunneled in on Bob. And missed the real threat. Two figures. Not just one. Robes. Masks. Jas recognized them instantly. Words of the faith. Priests of the Sunset Collective. A memory burned into him. He killed one of their kind as a boy. Different mask. Same darkness. Now two stood before him. Here. With Bob. Jas rode out of his backward flight. Feet under him. Lightsaber ready. Miri and Vilek flanked him. Their blades already lit. Fallenstar's anger hit harder than the force pull. And people say I have a death wish, she snapped. Don't do that again. Yeah. He owed her thanks later. Blaster fire lit the corridor. Screams. Chaos. The facility awakened. No more stealth. No more caution. Jas deflected bolts and stepped forward into the storm. Bob shouted above the chaos. You're not supposed to be here. You can't be here. Cowardice dripped from every word. Cultists fell back under return fire. But the priests did not move. Blade steady. Steps unmoving. Blaster fire curving away from them. One carried a serrated short sword. The same one meant for Jas's neck. The other held a vicious curved axe. Collective weapons designed for killing Jedi. Cortoses glinting in the light. Mary roared a battle cry and cut into her target. Jas matched the other priest's axe with his saber. Control. Speed. Instinct. But the force tugged at him. Danger behind. An explosion rocked the rear. Reinforcements. Pinned in a corridor meant death. They had to push forward. Jas scanned ahead and saw it. The stolen stasis pod. A prize. A life inside. Blaster fire struck the pod. Sparks. Steam. A hiss of failing systems. Horror surged. New. The force burst out of him in a wave. Priests. Cultists. Bob. All thrown aside like debris. One priest recovered quickly, rolling to his feet. But damage was done. The pod was dying. Jas shouted. Shusk. The POD. No time to think. The axe came again. A sweeping strike. Force hurled debris followed. Jas cut through metal. Dodged. Closed distance. His saber struck through the priest. Shoulder to hip. No hesitation. No restraint. Just survival. He turned. The pod screamed with alarms. Red lights flashed warning. Someone inside was suffocating. He pushed forward. This wasn't over. Not even close. Shusk was already at the pod. Wiring connected. Datapad open. Hands moving fast. The Chadra fans squeaked in panic. Systems failing. Someone help. Burr arrived next, covering him with a blaster rifle while Choir plugged into secondary controls. Jas looked around. The main firefight was over. Cultists scattered. Broken. Running. Except one. The sword priest. Cornered. Fear masking fury. Vilek moved in with disciplined precision. Miri with feral aggression. The priest lunged at the Whiffet. Desperate. Suicidal. Miri struck from behind. A single lethal stab. Vilek finished it. Hand gone. Head gone. Silence fell like dust. Jas didn't celebrate. He didn't breathe relief. The pod screamed louder. He reached out through the force, trying to feel who was inside, trying to confirm life. But panic clouded his senses. Emotion turned every ripple into noise. The last time he had been this afraid, he was a child. Choir looked up at him. Go, Bob will have answers. Someone must know where the second pod is. 5 words. 5 truths. Where is the other one? Jas understood. He took off down the corridor. The cultists tried to slow him. Trip mines. Explosives. Ambushes. He didn't bother dodging. He ripped mines free. Sent them flying into enemy lines. Explosions cleared his path. No guilt. No hesitation. Too slow. Too late. Too many threats between him and answers. His conscience whispered warnings. He ignored them. All that mattered was the second pod. He felt the flicker of a familiar fear up ahead. Kellic Bob. Jas found him slicing at a blast door. The landing pad beyond. Escape seconds away. He could have crushed the Targaryen with the force. Pinned him. Broken him. Instead, Jas did something worse. He waited. Lightsaber lit. Voice steady. There were 2 pods here. What happened to the other one? Bob's emotions spilled out. Fear. Hatred. Shame. Armor clattered as he raised both hands. His rifle dropped. Surprising. And infuriating. I give up, Bob said. Jas didn't blink. What makes you think I care? But Bob kept smirking. Confidence building. I know something you don't. A bargain. Jas's grip tightened on his saber. Dark whispers urging violence. Punishment. Revenge. He held himself still. Barely. Bob talked. Targo had made plans. A head start. A buyer. A more valuable prize. Vess. Traded like property. Cold panic twisted in Jas's gut. He wanted to act. He wanted to scream. He forced his voice low. Where's she? I don't know, Bob insisted. The force bent. And Jas felt truth. Targo kept secrets for a reason. Even from his own. Jas hated that truth even more. He kept pressing. Every answer only sharpened the knife in his chest. If Vess was gone, he had failed her again. Finally, I'll give you the logs, Bob said. If you let me live. He actually believed that might work. Jas barely breathed. And a blaster fired. A single bolt. Straight through Bob's throat. He gurgled. Eyes wide. Coughing blood. Jas didn't flinch. He felt no dread. No shock. Only inevitability. Helico approached. Gun steady. Visor down. Do you remember me? Bob's eyes begged Jas for help. None came. Mandalorian justice, Jas thought. Hilla's voice was ice. Digger says, hi. 2 shots. Double tap. Silence. Bob hit the ground. Finally finished. Jas stared down at the corpse. Justice of a sort. There was no argument left. Hilla looked up. Are you okay? Jas nodded. He wasn't. But there was no time for that. The pod? Jas asked. Hilla nodded once. Choir isolated it. Shusk cracked the lock. The occupant is alive. Jas didn't wait for more. He ran. Boots slamming metal. Every heartbeat like a countdown. Every breath a blade of fear. Images surged. Val, frozen in stasis. Val, broken by torture. Val, gone because he arrived too late. He pushed harder. He reached the chamber. And stopped dead. The pod was open. Steam drifting away like fading ghost. Shusk knelt over the figure. Choir held the neural crown. The cruel device that kept them unconscious. But the woman on the floor was. Vess. Not Val. Viseria Istillo. Skin pale. Lips blue. Shivering violently. Alive. Vilek wrapped his Jedi robe around her tiny shoulders. She whimpered softly. Eyes half open. Barely aware. Jas froze. Confusion stabbed deeper than fear. Why her? Targo said he was taking the more valuable one. So why would he leave Vess behind? Who decides the value of a queen? That meant Val was gone. Taken. Sold. To someone who wanted her more. The Force answered nothing. Only tight, suffocating dread. Jas dropped to his knees beside Vess. His voice raw, instinctive. Vess, stay with us. Her eyes flickered. No strength to speak. But she clung to his robe. Terrified and trusting. Not Val. Vess. Safe. But not whole. He looked up. Jaw clenched. Teeth grinding. Every muscle demanding action. Targo had made a choice. A cruel one. He left Vess here as bait. And he took Val. The sworn protector. The warrior. The woman who would never break. Because someone out there intended to break her. Jas stood. Anger sharpened into purpose. Cold. Focused. Deadly. No more hesitation. No more doubt. Targo ran out of time. Jas forced himself to breathe. One moment to focus. One heartbeat to choose. And he chose action. They would find Val. They would track Targo. They would shut down the Sunset Collective piece by piece. Shusk spoke quietly. She'll live, but she needs time. Jas nodded. Only once. No wasted movement. Secure this place. Extract everything. We move soon. Choir looked up at him. Bob's logs will lead us to Targo. Vilek placed a large hand over Vess's. She relaxed slightly, drifting into sleep. For now, she was safe. Jas turned toward the exit. Lightsaber still in hand. 2 pods entered this place. Only one remained. 1 life recovered. 1 stolen. He felt the Force surge. Not warm, not cold. A sharp line of clarity. Justice wasn't finished. Not even close. He stepped into the corridor. And his voice was low, steady, lethal. We're coming for you. Mission renewed. Hunt resumed. No more running. No more mercy. Targo would answer for everything. Chapter 10. Next. James. How is she? Jas Dar Bynn looked down and managed a faint smile. He had not heard Shusk come in. The little engineer stood before him, worry etched into his bat-like features. I'm not sure, Shusk. He turned back to the monitor in front of him, the flickering feed from the Claw's medical bay. I wish I knew. After everything they had endured, certainty would have been a gift, something to cling to as confusion swirled through him. Be okay, Vess. Please be okay. Vess had not yet regained consciousness. Ryer's med droid was running a full scan. The young queen of Bantoon lay on the table, small and fragile among a forest of cords and monitors. Machines beeped and hissed with indifferent rhythm. The sight tightened Jas's chest. They had recovered her, but she was far from safe. The stasis pod had been damaged during the fight. There had been no time to bring her out of hibernation properly. The droid was checking for neural trauma, organ stress, anything hidden beneath her stillness. Jas swallowed, fear lingering like a cold hand at the back of his neck. He cursed himself quietly. He had been so focused on Kellic Bob, the perfect distraction, that he wasn't there when the pod was opened. Her heart had stopped. Choir had restarted it with a shock from his field kit. Jas could still see how pale she had been. Lips blue. He had feared he was too late. Targosay always knew how to wound his enemies. Bob had been bait, designed to pull Jas away at the worst possible moment. And it had almost worked. If she died now, it would feel like Targo's final cruel victory. Her survival was a fragile thread. One more twist, and he could lose her. Then there was Val, still missing. Targo had moved her before they arrived. Sold her. Hidden her. Jas didn't know. Hard to call this a victory. More like surviving the first round. This was not the end. The hunt had only begun. He glanced down at Shusk. Vess had always treated the Chadra fan with kindness, warm meals while he recovered from his head injury. Loyalty remembered. They watched the screen together in silence. Shusk's large ears flicked, and his concern extended not only to Vess, but Jas. "How about you?" Shusk asked quietly. "How are you holding up?" Jas shrugged. "I'm glad we found her," he admitted. "Targo hasn't destroyed everything that matters to me. Not yet." But they weren't done. Val is still out there. Targo won't sit still when he learns we ruined his plan. Anger could make enemies careless. They'd use that. They had to. Shusk nodded. Nobody from that collective got out. Might take Targo a while to figure out what happened. Maybe. But Jas knew the bounty hunter's persistence. He would strike back. They needed to be ready. Still, Shusk was right. The factory had been cleansed. The Ugnaughts had reclaimed their home and disposed of the bodies. The Republic would be arriving soon, and Jas had no intention of being present when they began asking questions. The Bantoon situation remained politically explosive. Vess could become a bargaining chip again before she even woke up. "I will protect her. With my life, if I must." Shusk spoke again. "If Miss Valentine were here, she would be grateful. She cares for the kid." "Yeah," Jas said softly. "But I want to tell Val myself. Tell her Vess is safe." Shusk studied him. "You care about both of them, a lot." Jas nodded once. "I brought them aboard the Folly. What's happened is my responsibility." Shusk hesitated, then. "Are you planning on trying to mate with Vess?" Jas choked. "What?" Shusk blinked, entirely serious. These aren't just for looking cute." He pointed to his eyes and nose. "Your body heaves spikes when either of them are around. Strong pheromone activity, too." He shrugged. "Kinda obvious." Jas rubbed his forehead. "Do I find Vess attractive? Yes. But desire doesn't dictate my actions." Images flickered through his memory print. Alderaan. Mistakes carved into his soul. Feeling without thinking had nearly destroyed them. "Not again. I've trained my whole life to keep control," he said. "What I want doesn't decide what I do." Shusk tilted his head. "Control's good. But sometimes, letting go leads somewhere better." "Never pegged you for a romantic," Jas muttered. "Not romance," Shusk said. "Community. My people thrive together. Families, little ones. Desire can build something worth fighting for." Jas paused, the vision returning. A baby girl. His child. Laughing. Reaching for him. Could that future still be real? Shusk continued. "Desire isn't always a trap. Sometimes it's hope." He gave Jas a light pat. "Let me know when she wakes. Yeah, she's one of the good ones." Jas nodded, watching his friend disappear down the corridor. His decision became clear. They would move soon. The hunt wasn't over. It had barely begun. "I will." He gathered them in the ship's salon an hour later, everyone who had chosen to stand with him on this mission. Vess still slept. The medical droid had found no serious damage, but it insisted she would need a real facility soon. Alderaan offered that, yet also danger. For now, Jas needed clarity. Who was staying? Who would still walk into fire with him? He looked across the room. Rior and Burr, pressed close, a bonded pair forged in shadows. Fallenstar, arms folded, closed off since their last conversation. The co-siblings, silent Mandalorian resolve. Vilek, towering, uncertain, yet loyal. Shusk, drifting out from the engine room, always listening. A strange crew, but is. I received the droid's report, Jas began. Vess will wake soon. She's stable. Relief flickered through the room, even from those who hid it well. Is she truly a queen? Rior asked, whiskers lifting. That she is, Burr answered. Shield of her people. 8th of her name. 9th, Jas corrected quietly. But she'll pay well for safe return, Rior purred. Jas nodded. Let that encourage them. He needed their blades and loyalty a little longer. We're not finished. Targo still has one hostage. We couldn't recover Char Valentine. Silence sharpened. I intend to continue the hunt. I don't know what the wrist will offer for Val. Some will say one protector is replaceable. Burr leaned forward. You're hoping we stick around. Jas nodded once. Miri spoke first, surprisingly. Val doesn't like me, she said flatly. Burr snorted. She barely likes anyone, except maybe the kid. And maybe you, Jas. Jas ignored that. Miri sighed. What, when Vess wakes up? She'll look at me with those big cat pup eyes, beg me to help. I'm not dealing with that guilt. She waved a hand. I'm in. A small weight lifted from Jas's shoulders. Hilla spoke next. Targo still owes Clan Nutbush a blood debt. We will collect. Vilek blinked. Your brother. Hilla nodded. Digger. But is worse. Targo murdered Ellis's son too. A child, Jas whispered. 6 years old, Choir confirmed. Poison. Jas felt sick. Hilla stepped closer. Do not blame yourself. You exiled him honorably. His crimes are his alone. Her conviction steadied him more than he expected. We stay, she finished. For justice. Vilek straightened. Innocents remain in danger. That is reason enough. I continue at your side. He still misunderstood Jas's past, saw heroism where there was only survival, but his resolve was real. Shusk chimed in next. I'm staying. B-10 too. He goes where I go. Finally, only the captain and her enforcer remained. Rior curled her tail around Burr's arm. The girl values her protector, she said. Save the protector, and the queen will repay generously. Burr nodded. Where she goes, I go. And just like that, they were unified. Jas exhaled, tension slowly bleeding away. Burr then added, Alderaan seems risky. Republic eyes everywhere. They'll notice the kid. Jas's stomach tightened. Yes, Burr was right. Rior leaned forward. PB, we go home. Our base has full medical. We keep her hidden. When she is strong again, we smuggle her back to her family safely. Jas considered it, and the Force whispered. Yes? Keep her guarded. Keep her close. Even Vilek agreed. Many eyes seek her. Better that she heal away from senators and spies. Jas nodded, decision made. He turned to Rior. Set a course. We return to PB. The captain's grin widened, all claws and confidence. At once. As she left for the bridge, Jas felt the rightness of it. Protect Vess. Find Val. Make Targo pay. Time to go home. Time to finish the hunt. The group pushed on through an AR Shadow's neon-washed veins, shadows slithering across their cloaked forms. Miri led confidently, Jas a step behind, the others forming a loose protective ring around Vess. Hilla and Choir guarded the rear, helmets turning, hands never far from their weapons. If the locals noticed them, they gave no sign. Desperation made everyone mind their own business. Vess kept her hood low, gaze flitting from site to site, slave markets, spice dens, cyber dealers shouting prices into the smoky air. Jas sensed her wonder and her quiet horror. Her world had been politics and palace walls, a gilded prison, but still a place of order. This was nothing like that. Republic banners were nowhere. Here, the huts ruled, with greed and blasters. Finally, a slate-gray tower cut through the sensory chaos, polished, corporate, almost clean. A facade of legitimacy amid the filth. The tech dealer's domain. They intentionally appeared respectable. Clients felt safer buying forbidden tech in a place that looked like a Republic Bank lobby. Looks could lie. If Targo intends to sell Val, Jas said quietly, this is where he'd come. Vess exhaled, steadying herself, then stepped forward. You don't have to go in, Jas offered. We can't handle this. She shook her head, Jas said. No more running, she murmured. No more hiding. Her hand found the seam of the door. Jas quickly stepped up beside her. He would let her lead, but he would not let her fall. Vess whispered to herself, I'm ready. And the door slid open with a cold pneumatic sigh. The lobby was sterile, gleaming floors reflecting cool white lighting, walls lined with holo displays showcasing weapons, cybernetics, and prototype gear masked as medical enhancements and labor solutions. A receptionist droid hovered forward, photoreceptors blinking. Welcome to Tech Acquisition and Redistribution Services. How may we assist you today? Miri stepped ahead, chin high, playing the part, dangerous, confident, expensive. We're here to discuss a sale, she said. High-value biological asset. The droid scanned them, humming softly. Your credentials. Miri produced a forged assignment token. The droid scanned again, a long moment, then. Proceed to interview chamber 3. Doors unlocked with a hiss. Do not stray from designated pathways. The group exchanged glances, silent agreement, and moved deeper into the facility. As they walked, Vess murmured low. This place frightens me. Jas inclined his head. It should. They sell futures, and in them. The hallway led to a small chamber, a table, chairs, and a single hooded figure waiting, posture controlled, hands folded. Something about him put Jas instantly on edge. A voice, smooth and measured. You come to us with something rare? Miri leaned against the wall casually. That depends. You buy. The agent's eyes, cold gray under the cowl, flicked briefly to Vess. He logged every detail. Jas could feel it, the silent calculation. What is being offered? Miri didn't blink. A bond asset. Sworn protector class. The man's expression didn't change, but Jas felt a ripple in the force. Interest. You located one of those, a slow smile formed, difficult to acquire. A beat, too long, too careful. And where is the merchandise? Miri shrugged, unfazed. You want to talk price first? We want to talk price first. The agent steepled his fingers. Describe condition. Alive, Jas said flatly. And trained, Miri added. Fully enhanced. Bond standard. The man's eyes gleamed. A very expensive rarity. Quire's hand twisted toward his weapon. Jas stepped forward calmly. But we're not here to sell now. Just confirming you're still in business. Our seller might be coming through soon. The agent studied him. You say that as if you already know who the hunter is. Jas didn't answer. The agent's smile widened, a predator amused by the boldness of prey. Perhaps we could continue this discussion more privately. Jas reached out through the force, sensing expectation, tension, a plan already in motion. Not a negotiation, a test. Vess's breath caught under her scarf. She sensed it too. Mirax's fingers tapped the grip of her blaster. Hilla's visor angled, ready. Burst shifted weight, center of gravity lowering. Vilek growled softly in his throat. The agent leaned back, still smiling. So tell me, does the name Targo say mean anything to you? The room went still. Jas stepped into the center of the space, voice low. We're looking for him? And if I were to know where he is? Jas's answer was ice. Then you would tell me. The agent's grin sharpened, like a vibroblade finding bone. A silent alarm triggered under his sleeve. Jas felt the pulse of intent. Doors locked behind them. Excellent, the man whispered. Then let's begin. Blaster turrets slid down from the ceiling with a mechanical click. Assault probes unfolded in the corners, red sensors flaring online. The agent remained perfectly still, perfectly calm, as though he had already decided how this encounter would end. Jas didn't wait. He reached out with the force, pushing Vest behind him while his lightsaber leapt to hand with a snap hiss. A blade of bright energy illuminated the room, a threat and a promise. "Bad idea," Jas warned. The agent only chuckled. "So emotional. Targo described you well." Jas moved. In one smooth motion, he severed the nearest red in half. Sparks rained across the polished floor as the machine died shrieking in static. The probes fired. Hilla and Choir snapped into action, blaster bolts ricocheting in rapid bursts. Rior and Burr flipped their table for cover, returning fire with disciplined precision. Vilek bellowed, a deep whiffed war cry, and charged directly into the hail of bolts, his vibro axe whirling. Mirax Fallenstar dropped low, sliding under a beam, and sending a stun charge into the wall-mounted control node. One turret went dead. 2 more rotated toward her. Jas leapt, the force surging through his muscles, slicing down both before they fired again. The room fell silent except for crackling electronics. Across the table, the agent no longer smiled. He was calculating again, measuring the odds, quickly realizing he had misread the very dangerous people in front of him. Jas advanced, lightsaber lowered but glowing like a capture star. "You're going to tell me where Targo is?" The man tried to rise. Jas slammed him back into the chair with the force. Gray eyes widened, fear finally bleeding through calculation. "You don't understand," he stammered. This was a test." "Failed," Jas growled. The others surrounded him, a closing noose. He swallowed hard. "Targo, he was here," the man whispered. "He brought the protector. But not to sell. Not yet. He knew you'd be searching. He wanted to." His words choked, as if caught behind something invisible. His eyes bulged, face twisting in agony. Jas felt it, a cold grip in the force, crushing windpipe, and lungs without a hand to see. Someone was killing him remotely. Someone powerful. Vest gasped, stepping back as the air thickened with dark intent. Jas reached out, trying to break the hold, but the crushing power tightened first. The agent's neck snapped. His lifeless body hit the polished floor with a dull thud. Silence. Jas straightened, the hairs on his neck rising, as the lingering echo of murder dissipated into the sterile room. Choir studied the corpse. "Targo has a new friend." Jas extinguished his blade. "No," he said darkly. "An old enemy." His jaw clenched. "He's using the force." And now, they weren't just hunting a bounty hunter. They were hunting a killer in league with the dark side. The room was thick with tension, a crackling aftertaste of dark power lingering like ozone. Vest looked shaken, pale beneath her hood. Jas stepped closer, speaking quietly. "You're all right?" She nodded, but he could feel her fear. An AR shadow had just shown its teeth. Miri swept the agent's wrist comp, ripping it free before the body cooled. She thumbed through encrypted listings, eyes narrowing behind her visor. "He had an appointment scheduled," she said. 3 hours from now. Same buyer listed for Targo's delivery." Jas leaned in. "Where?" Miri tapped the holo map, a red marker flashing in lower sectors. "A repurposed sky dock. Off-grid traffic. Smuggler turf." Bert checked his rifle. "So we beat him there." Hilla's voice sharpened. "And we end this." Jas studied the corpse one last time. Whoever strangled him. Strong in the dark side. Focused. Efficient. Not Targo. Someone worse. He turned toward the sealed door. "We move." Rear keyed the exit panel, denied. Alarms blared overhead. "Force take it," she hissed. Claws out. Security lockdown. Jas ignited his blade again, bluish light chasing shadows from their corners. "Then we make our own exit." He plunged the saber through the far wall, molten metal hissing and sparking. With a powerful kick, the section blew outward, revealing a maintenance corridor stretching into darkness. Choir tossed a flash charge through first, habit drilled into bone, then signaled the all clear. They moved fast. Behind them, the tech dealer's alert protocols came fully online, blast shields clamping down, security droids converging. Jas led them into the industrial bowels of the tower, a twisting labyrinth of pipes, catwalks, and leaking coolant. The Force guided his steps, the threat of danger pulling taut in his mind. Vess stayed close, eyes scanning every shadow. What was that power? She whispered. Jas didn't look back. Someone who wants us dead. And wants Val, Miri added. Jas felt Vess stiffen, anger burning beneath fear. The corridor shook, a sealed door ahead unlocking with a heavy clang. They burst out onto a narrow overlook, neon sky yawning beneath, speeders streaking like red and gold comets. Ver scanned the air for threats. We'll need a pickup. Or a drop. Hilla stepped to the railing, scanning levels below. There. A loading platform extended halfway down the structure, hover tractors resting idle, perfect for use as cover or escape. Rear grinned. Let's fly, kittens. Before anyone could argue, she leapt, tail a golden arc in the neon glow, landing on the platform with feline grace. Choir followed, repulsor boots softening the impact. Vilek glanced at Jas. Jas nodded. Go. The Whiffet jumped, landing with metal rattling force. Jas turned to Vess. Ready. She gave a trembling nod. I trust you. He wrapped an arm around her waist, then stepped into nothing. The Force caught them, slowed the drop, and they landed among the others in a crouch. Rear was already at the hover controls, slicing the ignition lock. Engines roared awake. An AR shadow thundered around them, the city clawing at their senses. Jas turned toward the tower, feeling the dark side move like a hunting beast. It whispered one word. Soon. He faced his crew, voice steady. To the dock. We end this. We get Val back. They boarded the platform carrier, the engines lifting them into the storm of neon and secrets. The hunt accelerated. The hover platform shuddered as Rear forced the engines to full thrust. The carrier lifted away from the tower, wobbling dangerously before stabilizing in the polluted wind. Burr braced himself near the railing, scanning the chaotic skyline for pursuit. In AR Shadow's airspace was a maze, speeders weaving recklessly through vertical traffic lanes, droids barking warnings in distorted basic. Bright neon cut through smoke and rain like burning knives. Jas reached out through the Force, searching. Val, show me where you are. But all he felt was a flare of fear and pain, somewhere ahead. Vess noticed. You found her, she whispered. Not yet, he said, but she's close. Miri checked the stolen data again. Targo wouldn't risk selling Val through normal channels after this. He'll offload her fast. Skydock's the only option left. Choir grunted. He knows we're coming. He's counting on it, Hilla added darkly. The hunt was now a race, and Targo knew every shortcut in the city's shadows. Get us lower, Jas ordered. We'll avoid the main traffic lanes. Rear smirked. Hold on to your fur. She dropped the carrier sharply. Vess gasped as skyscrapers rushed past, so close she could see flickering signs reflected in rain-streaked windows. A klaxon screamed overhead, patrol probes swarming toward them. They've tagged us, Burr growled. Rear swiveled the carrier toward a bypass tunnel, the world turning into a blur of metal and colored glare. Hilla, Jas called. The Mandalorian stood, balancing with ease on the bucking deck. Got it. She aimed a wrist rocket, waited a heartbeat, then fired. A shockwave tore through the air as probes exploded behind them in a chain of blue fire. Jas turned to Vilek, who was already gripping the railing too hard. You're thinking, Jas told him. I am always thinking, the Whiffet rumbled. You're thinking about the Force. And how it feels here, Vilek admitted. Violent. Hungry. The people drown in it. Jas nodded grimly. The dark side loves an AR shadow. The strong feed on the weak. The Force here reflects that. The padawan's jaw clenched. We should free them. One day, Jas said. But today we save 2 lives. And make one monster answer for what he's done. Ahead, a massive structure came into view, steel arms stretching into the sky like skeletal talons. The sky dock. Multiple landing pads rotated slowly, cargo cranes shifting containers stamped with cartel sigils. The place looked abandoned, but Jas felt eyes. Watching. Waiting. Rear cut the engines, letting momentum guide them silently toward a dimly lit platform. Jas stood, cloak snapping in the heavy winds. "This is it," he said. Vess swallowed hard, but her blue eyes burned with bravery. "For Val." The others echoed it, in their own ways. Burr loaded a fresh power cell into his rifle. Miri adjusted her gauntlets, jaw tight. Hilla checked Choir's armor seal, a silent sibling ritual. Vilek's tusks lowered, silent promise of violence. They stepped off the carrier, boots striking the rain-slick durasteel. Somewhere below, a woman screamed. "Val." Jas didn't think. He ran, lightsaber roaring to life. The crew thundered after him, weapons drawn, heart set. The final confrontation was waiting in the dark. Rain hammered the skydock, sheets of water cascading off steel girders like waterfalls. Jas felt the scream echo again through the force, sharper, closer. He pivoted toward a lower platform, descending the narrow stairwell at full speed. The others followed in a synchronized rush. They reached a massive cargo bay door. Val's presence vibrated behind it, pain, defiance, fear tightly masked beneath iron determination. Jas didn't wait for subtlety. His lightsaber carved a glowing arc through the locking mechanism. The door shuddered, then shrieked open. Darkness greeted them. Then, blinding light snapped to life, and dozens of red targeting beams painted their chests. A trap. Figures stepped from the shadows, armored mercenaries, modded heavily with cheap cybernetics. Their weapons raised in expert formation. At their center, tall, predatory, Targo Say. The bounty hunter's mask gleamed under the harsh lights, wicked metal grin etched across his plates. "Jas Dar Bynn," Targo drawled. "Always ruining my fun." Jas took a single step forward. The others fanned into a defensive line around Vess. "Where's Val?" Targo tilted his head, a taunting gesture. "Nearby, enjoying the finest hospitality an AR Shadow offers." He snapped his fingers, a crate unsealed, and Val was dragged into view by two mercs. Her hands were bound in durasteel cuffs, knees buckling, but her eyes were fire as soon as they found Jas. "About time," she rasped. Jas moved, and a blaster bolt scorched the ground inches from his boots. Targo wagged a finger. "No heroics. You're predictable, Jas. You let others lead you by the heart, same as on Alderaan." Vess gasped, fury flooding the air around her like heat ripple. Hilla raised her rifle. "Drop the girl." Targo ignored her, attention fixed on Jas. "You stole my victory. Called me coward when you won by luck. Now, I take everything you care about." The air suddenly grew colder, as though the shadows themselves were leaning closer. A shape emerged behind Targo, tall and cloaked, face shrouded in a dark veil. Jas felt the pressure first. Like gravity doubling. Like the air thickening into tar. The force recoiled. This was the killer from the tech dealer's chamber. Not Sith. Not Jedi. Something else. Something crueler. A voice slithered from beneath the hood. "Finish what you began, Targo. End the Jedi." Targo stiffened. Even he seemed uneasy beside this presence. Val twisted sharply, striking one captor and staggering him. But the other jammed a shock prod into her ribs. She collapsed with a gasp that punched through Jas like a blade. His vision narrowed, fury surging to the edge of control. "No," the dark figure whispered. "Let the anger grow. Let it feed you." Jas raised his saber, stance lowering into strike form. Every instinct told him to leap, to cut a path, to burn his way to Val. But he had more than his own life to consider. Vess. One wrong move, she would die first. Targo lifted his pistol, aiming directly at the young queen. "This ends one way, Jas," he hissed. Lightning cracked across the sky, illuminating the standstill, two forces poised against annihilation. Jas breathed once, eyes locked on Val. "We're here," he said. "Hold on." Val smirked through the pain. "Took you long enough." Targo jabbed his gun toward Vess's head. One more word, and she. A shot rang out. Targo staggered, armor sparking where a slug had ricocheted off his shoulder plate. Everyone turned. Burr was already reloading the next round. Talk less, the enforcer growled. Bleed more. Chaos erupted. Blaster fire detonated across the platform in a storm of sparks and shrieking metal. Jas surged forward, his lightsaber a streak of blue lightning. Bolts ricocheted from his blade as he vaulted into the fray, landing between Val and her captors. One merc raised his rifle. Jas swept his saber, cutting the weapon in half and sending the man spinning off the platform with a scream swallowed by the abyss below. Hilla and Choir advanced with ruthless precision, double-tapping armored mercs before they could regroup. Vilek charged with a roar, his vibroaxe carving through cybernetic limbs with brutal efficiency. Rira slashed her claws across a merc's visor, Burr finishing the job with a point-blank blast. Miri slid under a line of fire, her gauntlet blade flashing up beneath an enemy's chin plate. One strike, clean and quiet. "You all right?" Jas asked Val, cutting her restraints. She winced but nodded. "I'm better than him." She pointed at a merc convulsing on the ground from Hilla's stun grenade. Jas almost smiled. "Almost." "Targo," he shouted. The bounty hunter was already moving, stalking through the battle like a shadow with intent, firing controlled bursts meant to kill, not intimidate. One bolt struck Vilek's armor, sparks flying as the Wifid grunted, but kept charging. Another shot grazed Mary's shoulder, she hissed, anger flaring like a flare igniting a fuel line. Jas deflected 2 more shots back toward Targo, one clipping the hunter's thigh. Targo stumbled, snarling behind his mask. "At the best you've got," he roared. Jas stepped forward, blade raised, ready to finish it. The temperature dropped. Every sound dulled, like air sucked from the world. The dark figure raised a gloved hand, and Jas felt the force twist. Not like a push, like a hook. His muscles locked, breath frozen, the force around him constricted like a fist inside his ribs. Blue lightning crackled across his nerves, pain without heat, deeper than flesh. Jas staggered, lightsaber flickering. Val caught his shoulder. "Jas." The figure tilted his head, voice low, resonant, wrong. "You cling to the light, yet the dark is already part of you." The mercenaries paused, emboldened by the intrusion of true power. Vess screamed, feeling the same pressure crush around her mind. "No!" Jas shouted through clenched teeth, forcing his will forward, fighting the stranglehold. His blade steadied, humming louder, defiant. The figure studied him, intrigued. "You resist well. A pity you chose the losing side." Targo pointed his weapon at Vess again. "She dies first, then the rest." Val stepped in front of the girl, defiant even when wounded. "Come try." The figure's voice slithered like venom. "Kill them." The mercs rallied, blasters refocusing. And Jas finally broke the invisible grip, exploding forward in a burst of force-fueled power. He slammed into the dark figure, saber clashing against a hidden, humming blade of red. A lightsaber. The enemy had a lightsaber. Jas locked blades, sparks showering the air, eyes narrowing. "Who are you?" he demanded. The hooded figure leaned close, whispered like acid. "I am what your order fears becoming." With a powerful shove, the dark warrior hurled Jas backward, skidding across the rain-soaked platform. The figure stepped into the full light. Mask-like helm of burnished silver. Red visor like a predator's gaze. Cloak dripping sea dark shadows. Not Sith. Not Jedi. Something new, and it had chosen to kill him. Rain stung like hot needles as Jas slid to a stop, boots grinding against slick durasteel. He rose immediately, lightsaber lifting into a guarded stance, eyes locked on the masked warrior advancing through the smoke. Each footstep echoed wrong, like it dragged shadows along with it. Around them, the battle fractured into chaos. Hilla and Choir kept a crossfire channel open, blasters cutting down mercs before they could rush Vess. Vilek wrestled 2 cyber brutes at once, tusks bared. Burr dragged Ryer behind cover, her shoulder bleeding but her snarl defiant. Mary's blade flashed against another attacker as she shielded Val. but all eyes were being drawn to the single point of dread moving toward Jas. Targo saw his moment. He dropped low, sprinting toward Ves and Val. "No!" Jas roared, lunging. The Dark Warrior intercepted, sabers clashing in a burst of blinding sparks. "You see," the figure hissed. "They slow you down. Attachment makes you weak." Jas gritted his teeth. "Attachment gives me purpose." Their blades locked again, a shoving match of strength, and the rain hissing against superheated energy. The figure pressed harder. "You protect them? Good." A twisted satisfaction crept into the voice. "That means killing you will break them." A surge of cold power blasted from the warrior's free hand, invisible force hurling Jas backward. He hit a crate hard, air driven from his lungs, vision swimming. Targo reached Val and Ves. Pressed his blaster to Val's head. "Looks like I still win, Jas." Val spat blood into his visor. "You never win without cheating." Targo laughed, a harsh metallic echo. Then, a streak of Mandalorian armor. Hilla launched herself into him, jetpack roaring, the collision sending both skidding across the platform. Choir fired a covering barrage, forcing Mercs back. Val got her legs under her, ignoring lingering shocks, reaching for a drop blaster. Miri kicked it to her. Val caught it, smoothly, like the weapon belonged in her hand. Jas staggered to his feet, just as the masked figure advanced again. This time, Jas didn't retreat. He slid sideways, blade swinging in a low arc. The Dark Warrior parried, precise, surgical, but Jas felt a tiny opening. He struck again, and sparks flared as metal pauldrons cracked. A hiss of pain escaped the mask, distorted through the vocoder. "You are stronger than I expected." Jas breathed, letting the force anchor him. "You know nothing about me." The figure stepped back, blade spinning into a new stance, fluid and predatory. "I know you will end up like me." Jas tightened his grip. "Never." Their sabers collided again, the clash sending ripples of energy across the rain-soaked deck. Behind them, Targo rose, staggering, firing wildly at Hilla. Choir yelled a warning. Targo's bolt struck Val in the side. She dropped to one knee. Ves screamed her name, raw anguish tearing out of her. The Dark Warrior's voice cut through the storm. "Yes? Break, little queen. Break." Jas's control snapped. His strike became a roar of force-powered fury. The dark figure barely blocked, stumbling half a step. "You feel it," the warrior purred. "Anger. Power. You could save them all if you let go." Jas clenched his jaw, fighting the pull. Not like this. Not again. He would not lose himself. Lightning forked across the sky, illuminating a battlefield on a knife edge. Val wheezed, clutching her wound, yet she raised her blaster again with trembling strength. "Jas," she rasped. "Finish this." Val struggled to stay upright, every breath a knife under her ribs, but her hand never wavered from the blaster aimed at Targo. Ves dropped to her side, gripping her arm with shaking hands. "Val, please, stay with me." Val forced a thin smile. "I'm not going anywhere, kid." Jas felt it through the force, threads tightening, the future narrowing into a razor-thin path. One wrong step, and everything shattered. The Dark Warrior sensed it too. "Choose, Jas," the masked figure urged. "Pursue the hunter, or protect your queen." Targo dragged himself upright again, blaster centered on Ves now, his voice a venomous shout. "This time you lose." He fired. Jas moved. But Vilek moved faster. The Whiffet stepped into the bolt, chest plate sizzling as the energy slammed into him. He dropped to one knee, roaring in pain. "Vilek," Jas shouted. The Padawan looked back, forcing a grin through the agony. "I will not fail, master." Another shot rang out, Hilla taking Targo's gun arm with a precise blast. The weapon clattered away, Targo screaming and clutching the smoking stump. "You little..." Val fired. The shot tore into Targo's thigh, dropping him again. "You mess with my family," she hissed. "You bleed." Jas surged forward, blade poised to strike. But the Dark Warrior intercepted once more, a crimson arc slashing toward his throat. Jas ducked, rolled, came up cutting. Their sabers collided in a shower of sparks that hissed in the pouring rain. "You can't protect them all," the figure whispered. "Someone always dies." Jas pushed back, teeth bared. "Then it won't be today." The Dark Warrior shoved sharply, disengaging, and extended a hand. Targo lurched upward, choking, lifted by invisible force. "No!" Jas shouted, reaching. The masked figure twisted 2 fingers. Targo-Say's neck snapped. His corpse fell like discarded garbage. Vess gasped, Val stared wide-eyed, Hilla swore under her breath. The Dark Warrior turned toward Jas, head tilted slightly, voice cold. "You keep your hands clean." "I don't." Jas pointed his saber at the figure, fury trembling along the blade. "This ends now." "No," the warrior replied calmly. "This begins now." A concussion blast slammed into the platform, a shockwave hurling debris skyward. The warrior leapt backward into the darkness, vanishing just as several heavy defense shutters crashed down between them, sealing the chase. Silence. Only the rain remained, pounding the metal like a war drum. Jas lowered his saber, breathing hard. Val slumped into Vess's arms, barely conscious, but alive. Hilla checked the perimeter, blaster raised. "He's gone." Choir spat over the edge. "And Targo's dead." Vilek staggered upright, leaning heavily on his axe. "The battle is finished." Jas shook his head, eyes still locked on the sealed barrier. "No," he said quietly. "This was only the opening move." Lightning lit the distant skyline, the storm roaring approval. Val's voice weak but unwavering. "So what's next?" Jas looked at her, looked at Vess, looked at all of them. "Now, we go home." Chapter 11. Awakening. "You should be there when she wakes up. Jas, after everything that poor girl has been through, it will be good for her to see a friendly face." It was with those words in mind that Jas Dar Bynn now found himself at Viseria Aistilo's bedside. The young queen had finally been moved out of medical and taken to one of the guest rooms here at their new base. She no longer required medical monitors. Her readings had returned to normal. Jas had been grateful to hear that. When the doctors had given the girl a clean bill of health, he had breathed a well-deserved sigh of relief. "We did it, Val," he thought to himself. "We got your queen out of danger now. It is your turn." The girl murmured and rolled over, wrapping herself tighter in the blankets. Jas reached out with the force, trying to sense anything amiss, still concerned about her well-being. The stasis pod that Targo had used to contain her was not the most stable of technologies, especially when it was damaged, and the person inside had needed to be woken up without going through the full river hibernation cycle. His concern was unneeded, he supposed. The doctors had found no lasting signs of damage. If anything, Vess was in far better shape than anyone else would have been in the same situation. The legacy of the Aistilo bloodline. It was sometimes easy to forget just how long the girl's family had ruled Bantoon, and what they had done to stay in power and keep that legacy strong. Calling it interesting would be an understatement. Jas had learned a little about the Aistilo family during his brief time with House Rist on Alderaan, not to mention the few history lessons he had gotten from both Val and Vess. They had wanted him to understand their world, the place that they loved. What he had learned, the stories they had told him, they made him see why returning to their home was so important to the 2 women. He still hoped that he could aid them, that they could make it happen. Jas shifted in his seat, trying to get more comfortable. Outside the windows, the storm continued. He could hear the strong winds and the spattering sound of heavy rain against the glass. He was still trying to get used to that. This new base was not what the organization had enjoyed on PB, but with luck, they just might be able to return there one day. The Gilded Claw had made a brief stop at their old base, or rather, achieved orbit of it. From there, they had been able to plot a new course, one that led to the fallback spot that Co-op had arranged. The first one, the one that Jas had known about, had been compromised, or so Co-op had feared. They had only been settling in when Jonas Gillespie, Co-op's third in command, had encountered a bounty hunter at one of the local settlements. The man had a bounty puck for Vesseria, cooperative, and several of the group's other well-known members. Jas shouldn't have been surprised. He had not hidden the fact that he was looking for Val and Vess. Both the Jedi and the Republic knew that he was seeking the two women. It was unsurprising that those in power, people with links to both, had learned what was happening and tried to turn it to their advantage. The realization of that, it did little to endear the Republic and the Order in Jas's eyes. As a boy, he had believed without question that the Republic was everything that was good in the galaxy. In the years since, he had come to see things in a new light. Light and dark were not as simple as the Jedi Code suggested. The Republic had more shades of gray than it should have. Case in point, the Republic and the mining guild's willingness to use bounty hunters and assassins to achieve their goals. Jas wasn't sure that he liked that. And those in power call us criminals, he thought with a shake of his head. Yes, the lines had definitely become blurred, at least where Bantoon had been concerned. The world was proving too valuable to the Republic, and that made those interested in it more likely to do what they thought was necessary, even if those actions did not follow the full letter of the law. If that was the case, fine, Jas thought. They want to play with us. We can play that game. They would just see who would win. It was a game he and his clan brother had come to know well in the last few years. They would make things interesting for their opponents. Jas shifted again in his chair. Coop had had no choice. Not after their second base had been compromised. They had needed to pack up again, quickly. And now, here they were, settling in at yet another base, but still watchful for outsiders. Especially now that they had Vess under their roof. They had been very careful when they brought the girl in. As of right now, only Jas's crew, Co-op, Rhonda, and the doctors here at the base knew that they had Visceria here. They couldn't afford to take chances. All it would take was one wrong word, and the various fringe elements that now openly hunted Vess would descend upon them. After that business with the righteous, the secret about Vess was finally out in the open. Her value had been revealed to all, and that made her life a valuable commodity to those with a stake in the Bantoon situation, or those looking out for what they believed was the Republic's greater good. This will not end, Jas realized. Not as long as Vess is being hunted by her enemies. They had taken great pains to ensure that no one knew about the girl's arrival here, but still. Vess murmured in her sleep and stretched. Jas again reached out with the Force, trying to get a sense of what was going on. Again, his worries proved unwarranted. The girl was in no pain. She was merely dreaming. He withdrew the Force, letting her rest. "I'm here, kid," he whispered, watching over her. "I'm not going anywhere." Claude chose that moment to make his presence known. "Mirax." Jas looked down and smiled. The loath cat had snuck into the room when he wasn't looking. He had been so focused on his dark thoughts that he had not even sensed the animal slip in. He shook his head. Master Vay would have been disappointed in him, letting down his guard like that. "Mirax." Claude hopped up onto the bed, wanting to get close to his mistress. The animal had been trying ever since Vess had been rescued, but only now had truly gotten close, since she had finally been moved out of medical. No longer was Vess wired up with readouts and tubes. Jas reached out and stopped Claude before he could get too close. He didn't want to disturb Vess. The doctors were insistent that she would wake up on her own, and needed to do so. Claude hissed in protest, not liking that the Jedi-turned-smuggler had denied him, not when he had been so close to his goal. Jas reached out with the Force and calmed the beast. The loath cat was still grumpy, but at least now it was not fighting him. Claude hissed again, but stayed where he was, letting Jas pet him, letting him soothe his irritation. Jas sighed as he stroked the back of the furred creature. "I thought we talked about this, furball," he murmured quietly. "When Vess wakes up, you can nuzzle and rub against her to your heart's content. But, for now, we need to let her sleep." It was hard to say if the loath cat understood his words, but it understood his intent through the Force. "Mirax." Claude rolled over in his lap, showing his belly, batting playfully at Jas's hand. His previous aggression melted into playfulness, a sign that the animal was willing to accept the situation. Jas indulged him. Let the animal play his games. It kept Claude occupied. It prevented any further interruptions to Vess's continued slumber. Jas stared down into those black button eyes. Unlike people, animals seemed to know what they wanted. Their desires were unclouded by all the little distractions of supposedly advanced minds. Jas envied that. Sometimes. Claude, finally content, began to purr. He allowed Jas to rub his belly, a sign of trust for such a creature. Jas glanced down at the beast, and again at Vess, still sound asleep. I've missed her, he admitted to Claude. I suppose you have too. Real. Jas chuckled. I'll take that as a yes. As he continued entertaining the loath cat, he came to realize that he felt a little better too. It was strange. He had never had any pets growing up, never really understood the purpose. But taking care of Claude, he was starting to see it. A pet's loyalty and affection were easy to come by and valuable, provided you were willing to earn them. Cute. Jas blinked. The word had been a whisper, but he heard it. Claude heard it too. The loath cat abandoned his games and sat up sharply, ears perked, eyes darting around the room. Jas turned toward the bed. Vess was still lying there, but something had changed. There, at the corner of her mouth, a tiny smile. Jas gently set Claude on the floor and moved closer. Vess, he said softly. Vess, can you hear me? The girl shifted. Her lashes fluttered. Her eyes opened. She looked up at Jas Dar Bynn and gave him a shy, tired smile. Hey, she murmured. Jas couldn't help it. A grin broke over his face. Hi, he breathed. It was all he could manage. Visaria Istillo blinked, her gaze drifting around the room. Jas could sense a touch of confusion, unsurprising after so long a sleep. Is this Coruscant? She asked quietly. Where am I? Jas was about to answer when Claude leapt onto the bed, no longer willing to be denied. The loath cat dashed straight to his mistress's side, filling the room with excited purrs and soft murmurs. Vess smiled. She scooped him up, pressing him close. Claude didn't resist. If anything, he seemed to melt into her arms. Hey Claude, she murmured. Who's my baby? Who's a good loath cat? Jas didn't interrupt. The little beast had missed Vess almost as much as he had. He could feel it. He let the two of them have their moment, let them enjoy the simple joy of being together again. What came next would be much harder for the girl. Much harder. Coop arrived with one of the base's doctors now that Vess was awake. They needed to see if there were any lingering side effects from her hibernation and the far too rapid reanimation forced upon her. Vess answered the doctor's questions honestly. Claude had fallen asleep in her arms, purring softly, offering comfort through warmth and weight. Coop and Jas stood back while the doctor worked. At the same time, they quietly compared notes. New information had come to light since Jas had taken up his vigil at Vess's bedside, curious news, to say the least. Our boys finished checking out the place Targo expected you to go next, Co-op explained. Jas nodded. He had been wondering how that went. Targo had tried to set up a game for him, force him down a predictable path. By striking at the safe house on the Green Moon, Targo had hoped to catch them off guard. Did they find anything? Jas asked. Targo had been there, Co-op said, expression tightening. The scanning crew confirmed that. But they found no clues about where he went after. Jas exhaled through his nose. I see. Anything else? It was strange, Co-op admitted. Some of the boys felt like they were being watched. He paused. Danik led the scouting team. You know him? Yeah, Jas said. Good man. What did he think? He said the place felt like a trap waiting to be sprung. Well positioned. Good sight lines. Plenty of cover. Coop frowned. But I wasn't there, Jas finished. He understood. Targo must have realized that. Abandoned his plan once he knew. Coop gave a grim nod. Maybe we finally pulled ahead of the bastard. That would be nice, Jas said. I don't like him loose in the galaxy, with revenge on his mind. Coop didn't need to elaborate. Targo was unpredictable. That alone made him dangerous. Jas found a shred of comfort in the idea that they turned the tables, however briefly. Now, the next move was Targo's. And that was the problem. The doctor rejoined them, looking quite pleased with himself. "It is incredible," he said to Co-op. "That poor girl should be suffering severe hibernation sickness, and yet she is as healthy as a newborn bantha." "So she's recovered quickly?" Jas asked. "More than quickly, Mr. Jas." The doctor sounded almost in awe. "I don't fully understand it, but her genetics, I've never seen human DNA like that. I'd almost call it perfect." "Interesting," Co-op muttered, stroking his chin. "Some kind of enhancement. The Bond families are known for that." "Not exactly," the doctor said. "No evidence of direct tampering. But something was done in the previous generation. My guess, Miss Istillo was born with these traits." Jas exchanged a look with Co-op. He had seen what Bond genetic science had done to Val. It was no great leap to assume the same might apply to the royal line. "The girl is asking for you too," the doctor added, gesturing behind him. "Best to explain what happened. Not knowing causes stress." Jas agreed. Knowing would cause stress too, but Vess deserved the truth. The doctor stepped away, leaving Jas and Co-op to speak with their guest. Vess was wide awake now, clear-eyed, waiting. "Sounds like we've been summoned," Co-op said with a faint grin. Jas nodded, and together they approached the bed. It was time to bring the young queen up to speed, and hope she could handle what she was about to learn. "So, I was kidnapped?" Vess asked. "Yeah," Co-op confirmed. "An old enemy decided to get involved in your world's business. He's a bounty hunter now," Jas added. "But when it comes to Co-op and me, Targo says motivations go beyond credits. He doesn't forget grudges." Vess's fingers lightly scratched Claw's head as she listened. The loath cat purred in his sleep, completely content. Her blue eyes narrowed as the story unfolded, the history between Jas, Co-op, and Targo. The ambush on the Green Moon, the stasis pod, the escape. Jas expected fear. He found none. Instead, anger simmered just beneath the surface. "So," Vess said slowly, "this man, this enemy of yours, he took Val." "He did," Co-op answered. "Whether he sold her yet, we can't say. And he told his men that she was more valuable than me," she asked, voice growing quieter. "So it seems," Jas replied. "It's still twisted inside him. I think he knows what she means to us." Vess exhaled sharply, a brittle little laugh escaping. "I don't know whether I should feel insulted or grateful." "Val would say grateful," Jas replied. "She'd have done anything to keep you safe." Vess murmured. But the anger only grew stronger in the force. Jas felt compelled to reassure her. "I haven't given up on her," he said. "Not for a second. Once we arrange safe passage for you to Alderaan," Co-op added, "we will continue the search. Targo will slip. He always does." "We will find her," Jas promised, voice steady. "Both of them." Vess didn't relax. She didn't look relieved. She leaned back and stared at her clenched hand, a hand that had done a fair bit of killing already for an 18-year-old. Her voice, when she spoke again, was older than her years. "This cannot stand," she said coldly. "I've allowed myself to be prey for too long." She turned her gaze to Jas, warmer. "Too warm. You came for me? I will never forget that." Jas glanced away instinctively. What he felt from her was more than gratitude. More than it should be. Val, Aunt Dorma, Aunt Rahana, they have spent years reacting, running, hiding me. Vess's eyes hardened. "I think the time has come for action." She pointed at the floor, as though indicating the galaxy at large. "I know the name of the man who dared to touch me, who dared to take Val. That is enough." Jas stiffened. "Vess, the bounty hunter Targo say must die," she said, voice like ice. "He is a threat to my life and my throne. I want you to help me kill him." Jas stared. He had never heard her speak like that. "Vess." "Don't," she cut in. "Do not say what you are about to say." "And what is that?" Jas asked carefully. "That I should think about what Val would want." That I should go somewhere safe. That I should hide. She looked up, eyes blazing. A queen cannot run forever. Jas could not deny the truth, but he could fear it. He exchanged a glance with Co-op. Coop shook his head slightly, silently urging caution. It wouldn't be a bad idea to get to safety, Co-op offered carefully. House arrest can protect you. Vess laughed bitterly. Since I was 11, I have been hunted. They killed my parents, stole my birthright, tried again and again to kill me. And now, they have taken Val. Her voice cracked, just once. How long do I sit and wait for someone to save me? She drew a sharp breath. No, let them learn fear instead. Jas could feel her resolve turning into something darker. I will send what remains of this Targo say to my aunt's court, she continued. Piece by piece if I must. Let them all see the price of hunting me. Jas felt the room getting colder. He realized something. Vess was not asking permission. She was informing them. And if they refused, she would go alone. Jas closed his eyes for a brief moment, then opened them again with a decision made. All right, he said. You can come. Vess's reaction was immediate. A radiant smile. Coop's reaction was also immediate. Buddy, you can't just. Do you really think she'll be safe on Alderaan? Jas asked quietly. There's a price on her head. If Targo doesn't find her, someone else will. Coop hesitated. Jas continued. The only way this ends is if Vess returns to her throne, with Val at her side. Vess's gratitude flared bright, too bright. She reached out and touched Jas's hand lightly. I will do whatever you ask, she said, cheeks warming. I will follow every order. Jas held her gaze, firm, unyielding. If I even suspect you're taking reckless risks, he warned, I take you straight to Alderaan. No debate, no second chances. Vess nodded solemnly. I understand. She really thought she did. Jas feared she did not. He turned to Co-op. Send word to House Rist. Vess will contact them soon. Coop muttered something under his breath but relayed the instruction. Then stepped back. Jas looked at Vess and felt again the terrible weight he had accepted. I'll keep her safe, he told Co-op. He repeated it softly, more to himself. No one will hurt her. Vess blushed under the warmth of his promise. Jas refused to acknowledge his own reaction. They still had a mission. Val was still out there. Somewhere. And Vess would not die. Not while he lived. He made the vow aloud. I promise. Chapter 12. The Smuggler's Moon. Stay close to Hilla and Vilek, and watch your step, Jas cautioned, with a slight frown. This place, it can get a little rough. Vess nodded eagerly, pulling up her hood and tightening the scarf around her face. Jas tried very hard not to grimace, not to regret his decision to bring her along. It had seemed like a good idea at the time, but how was he supposed to know that their first stop would bring them here? How was he supposed to know they would be drawn to an AR Shatta? The Smuggler's Moon had changed little since he had last been here. Truthfully, it had probably not changed much in hundreds of years. As the loading ramp extended and the smells and sounds of the moon hit him all at once, Jas felt his stomach tighten. It was against the Jedi code to hate, but even he had to admit. He had a serious dislike for this place. If the Force was a sea, then an AR Shatta was the jagged coastline where the waves crashed hardest. On most worlds, the Force offered stability, a calm harbor. Here, it roared with desperation. People did not come here for safety. They came because they had nowhere else left to go. He understood that better than he liked. An AR Shatta fed on desperation, promises of work, wealth, escape. But for many, the moon became a grave. It was ugly. Necessary, but ugly. A hive of scum and villainy, as some Jedi described it. A place where the Hutt cartel dumped the filth they did not dare leave on Hutta, their glorious jewel. Only the worst of the Cardinal's business thrived here. And it was here that he had brought Vess. He hated it. She had seen enough darkness in her life already. She deserved better. But if Vess was frightened, she hid it well. Beneath the hood, he sensed wonder, shock, curiosity at a world so unlike Bantoon or Alderaan. And beneath all of that, a single, unbroken line of intent. Val. Her determination was a beacon in the Force. Jas understood that perfectly. He shared it. He glanced down at her. Her wide blue eyes reflected the neon skyline, casinos, vice dens, and darker establishments advertising their temptations with blinding light. Speeder traffic wove drunkenly through the canyons of metal and durasteel. Armed security droids hovered on patrol, maintaining just enough order to keep the credits flowing. A chaotic dance. Beautiful in the most dangerous way. Is this what Coruscant is like? Vess asked softly. Jas shook his head. Coruscant isn't garish, he explained. Both worlds glow at night. But Coruscant doesn't try to lure you in. This place overwhelms you on purpose. His lips twisted. These lights promise pleasure. But behind that is something much darker. A dark paradise, Ruhr growled, a sly smile on her feline face. Jas didn't call it paradise, but he couldn't disagree with the darkness. This world had defied definition for millennia. It still did. Behind him, Vilek rumbled with discomfort. The Whiffet had traded his Jedi robes for a simple bandolier and loincloth. A wise choice. The Hupps were not fond of the Jedi, and neither were the people they were here to meet. Why does the Senate tolerate this? Vilek growled. Fear and desperation. This place, these people, they shouldn't have to live like this. Burr chuckled. You think the Republic doesn't know exactly what goes on here, furball? Vilek shot him a dark look. Probably at the insult, and at the implication. The Republic is the light of the galaxy, Vilek insisted. It gives people hope, a chance for advancement. This place fills needs the Republic refuses to acknowledge. Burr cut in. Trust me. I served in their Navy. Half the businesses here are owned, or at least funded, by very important Republic citizens. Vilek bristled. What possible reason could the Republic have for that? Burr smirked. Because the laws you worship don't reach this place. The Republic keeps ordinary folks safe, sure, but when the powerful want to bend those laws, they come here. The Hutts don't care what you do, as long as they get their cut. Quire joined in with a scoff. And let's not forget those the Republic does not trust. If Nar Shaddaa didn't exist, the Mandalorian people would have nothing. The Senate wants us crippled. Monitored. They forbid weapons. Restrict research. They fear another crusade. He shook his helmet slowly. So we innovate here instead. Quietly. Maybe, Burr granted. But the Republic still wants Beskar. As long as you control the metal, they will never destroy you. Quire fell silent. Vilek looked between them all, struggling. You expect me to believe the Republic condones this place? Believe it or not, Jas said calmly, you must accept reality. As long as there is law, someone will profit from lawlessness. Black markets fill the gaps the Republic cannot, or will not fill. So we ignore the suffering. Vilek demanded. We let these people drown in the Force. Jas shook his head. No. But change here comes slowly, and only when guided with patience. He placed a hand on the padawan's arm. We drop small pebbles, Vilek. Each one might shift a stone below, and one day, the mountain may move. Vilek rumbled thoughtfully. An avalanche from a single pebble. Jas nodded. Exactly. The Force was complicated here, and Nar Shaddaa had a role to play, even if no one living could see his purpose. Vilek exhaled and gave a slow, respectful bow of his head. I will watch for those moments, he promised. Jas winced. Being called master felt wrong. He wasn't sure he deserved to teach anyone. How much harm might his guidance cause? He hoped none. Miri finally broke the tension with a sharp sigh. If the philosophy lesson is over, she said, brushing past them, we do have business to attend to. She didn't look back. The others followed. Vess fell in beside Jas, only her eyes visible beneath her hood. There's something wrong with Miri, she whispered. She seems angry. Jas drew in a slow breath. If only she knew. Miri's pain was his doing. Again? And he still did not know how to make it right. He tried to push the thought aside, and failed. Before they departed for NAR Shatta, Miri had come to his quarters. At first, to suggest this destination. But then, she had closed the door and stepped close. Too close. The force burning between them like a live wire. Wine on her breath. Determination in her eyes. Her lips met his. Fierce. Hungry. And he had not immediately stopped her. His own body had not wanted to. She pressed him against the door, fingers curling into his clothing. "Jas," she whispered. "Please? I want this." Warmth. Desire. The force urging surrender. And it would have been so easy. Too easy. No. He couldn't. Not while Val was out there. Not while he still breathed the same air as his regrets. He pushed Miri back gently. Her expression cracked. "Is it me?" she whispered. "Is something wrong with me?" He shook his head. "No." She looked away, eyes shining with tears, rage flickering beneath. "It's because I'm not Val, isn't it? Your precious Val." Anger sharpened her features like a blade. "She cannot give you what you want. You told me that. So why throw away someone who can, for someone who never will?" He regretted every confession he had ever made. He had trusted her, needed someone to talk to. Maybe he chose wrong. He still cared for her, enough to keep her away from the shadow stalking her, the darkness that waited for one slip. He opened himself in the force, completely. No walls, no disguises. She felt everything. His affection, his loyalty, his confusion, his fear of choosing wrong, his heart, still bound to Val. A tear fell from her lashes. "Does Val know?" she whispered. "I don't know," he admitted. "But she will. When we find her." Miri swallowed hard. "What about the kid? Vess, does she know how you feel?" Jas didn't have an answer. Miri laughed once, bitter and sharp. "You are a disaster," she said. He nodded. "I know." But slowly, painfully, she steadied. "I'll help you find her," she said. "But when you do, you are still going to have to face all of this." She gestured between them. "And I will not be a backup prize. If you come to me, it will be because you chose me, not because Val couldn't." He nodded. Understood. He kissed her cheek, gently. "Thank you," he said, "for being understanding." She huffed a humorless laugh. "That is me," she muttered. Understanding Miri. As she left, he heard one last murmur. "Why are all the good guys either taken, or Murglax?" He had no answer. Maybe both applied to him. Miri kept her distance on the trip to NAR Shatta. Vess noticed. Worried. Tried to get close. Miri stayed polite, but cold. Thankfully, Vess found company in Hilla, the young Mandalorian warrior. They were close in age. United by purpose. It could be helpful, or trouble. Hilla had stories, and Vess was listening eagerly. Jas tried to focus on the mission. Needed to. "We're seeing the tech dealers," Miri had told them aboard the Gilded Claw. "If Targo intends to sell Val, he must go through them. They're the only path for someone avoiding guild scrutiny." She was not wrong. NAR Shatta was a funnel of forbidden technology. The Republic stalled new advances behind endless debate. The dealers profited by ignoring all of it. Bantoon shared his medical breakthroughs freely, but not his military enhancements. The Sworn Protector program was among the most tightly guarded secrets in the galaxy. Jas remembered what the bond had done to Val. Strength, reflex, speed, surpassing many Jedi. A single soldier like her was formidable. An army. Unthinkable. If Targo had that prize, he would bring it here. Through the streets they moved, Miri leading, Jas beside Vess, the others forming a shield around the young queen. NAR Shatta barely noticed them. Survival left little room for curiosity. Vess wore a combat suit under her cloak, cortosis plate at her chest and shins, a blaster holstered awkwardly at her hip. She was brave, determined, and still frighteningly green. Val would have hated this. But keeping her close was the only safe option left. Until Val was found. Until Targo was stopped. They pushed past dealers of weapons and horrors alike. Vess's heart faltered, seeing slavery and cruelty ignored by the very order she had been raised to admire. One day, the Hutts might fall. Not today. The tech dealer's building stood apart from the decadence, sleek, gray, sterile. Respectable by design, the illusion of legitimacy was part of the business. Is this it? Vess asked quietly. Are these the people who bought Val? If she is being sold, this is where the credits change hands, Jas said. Vess inhaled. Hard. You do not have to do this, Jas offered gently. We can't handle it. She shook her head, eyes hard with purpose. No more hiding. I can't do this. She stepped ahead, taking the lead. Jas hurried to catch up. They all did. Vess would not slow down. She would not leave Val behind. I'm ready, she whispered. Let's go. The doors to the tech dealer's complex slid open with a hydraulic hiss. Inside, the lighting shifted cooler, controlled, clinical compared to the riot of neon outside. Security turrets tracked the group silently from recessed housings above. A protocol droid at a reception desk raised his head as they approached. Welcome. How may the NAR Shadow Technical Exchange assist you today? Miri stepped forward, voice steady. We're here to speak with the dealer regarding a high-value, specialized asset. The droid's photoreceptors flickered as it processed. Please state the type of asset for proper routing. Miri hesitated only a fraction of a second. Bond military-grade bioenhancement. Even speaking it aloud felt dangerous. The droid froze, longer than a standard processing pause. Understood, it finally said, tone flattening. One moment. It tapped a sequence into its console and lowered its voice. Your request has been forwarded to appropriate personnel. Please remain where you are. A representative will arrive shortly. Jas felt the shift in the air, a silent alarm being raised. Attention focusing on them from behind the walls. He looked down subtly at Vess. She stood steady, her jaw set. She would not be turned away. Good and terrifying. Minutes stretched. A shadow appeared at the balcony above, a slender figure in a sharp suit. Human, male, pale-faced, and polished. The kind of man who made obscene profit look respectable. He descended a curved staircase with practiced grace. Well now, he said, smiling thinly. Clients interested in predictor-grade enhancements do not usually walk through the front door. Miri didn't flinch. We aren't most clients. He studied the group one by one. The Mandalorians, dangerous. The Wifid, powerful. The Zabrak and Cathar, muscle and edge. The girl hidden behind a hood, underestimated. And James. His gaze lingered longest on him. Ah, he murmured. A Force user. Not quite accusation. Not quite welcome. Very well, he continued smoothly. Let us discuss value, rarity, and payment. We're here for information, Jas said. Information is expensive. We can't trade, Burr said flatly, hand near his blaster. The dealer chuckled lightly, entirely unthreatened. Oh, I imagine you can. He motioned for them to follow, deeper into the polished facade. Jas felt the eyes of hidden guards tracking their every step. Inside a private negotiation chamber, the man gestured for them to sit. Only Vess remained standing, gaze locked on him. We're looking for a woman, she said. A bond protector. Brought here recently by a bounty hunter named Targo Say. The dealer's expression was studied neutrality. I may have heard that name. Jas leaned forward. Where's she? The man tapped a finger to his console, appearing to check files he had clearly checked already. Targo Say did make contact regarding an exceptionally valuable specimen. Modifications of remarkable purity. He looked to Vess. Perhaps even royalty-grade enhancements. Jas felt tension spike in Vess like a blade drawn silently. Where? She asked again. The dealer sighed theatrically. He is cautious, as all smart businessmen on this moon are. He arranged a meeting, then vanished. No sale. No transfer. Vess's hands curled into fists. He still has her. The dealer nodded. I believe so. Do you know where he went? Miri asked, voice sharp. Unfortunately, no. Targo Say is resourceful. There are many shadows on this moon. His eyes glinted. But I can tell you this, he has placed great value on his prize. Someone has already made a substantial offer. Jas's pulse quickened. Ooh. The dealer smiled thinly. That is the costliest information I possess. The room went colder. Vess took a step closer, hood falling back, blue eyes bright with fire and pain. That woman is mine, she said. You will tell me where he took her. The dealer arched a brow. And who might you be? Vess drew herself up, every inch a queen. Viseria Istillo, she declared. Rightful ruler of Bantoon. And the one whose life means nothing without hers. The dealer's eyes widened. Just slightly. Enough. He had not expected that. Jas stood beside her, ready to intervene if the man called security. But instead, a slow, knowing smile spread across the dealer's face. Well then, he murmured. This just became far more interesting. He leaned back in his chair. And far more profitable. Jas felt the trouble coming a second before he heard it. The click of a heavy blast door locking behind them. Security fields activating. Guards stepping into place. The dealer's voice softened, almost gentle. I believe we should renegotiate the terms of absolutely everything. The shift in the air was unmistakable, tension turning sharp enough to cut. Mary's hand dropped casually toward her holster. Choir's helmeted head tilted slightly, calculating angles. Hillis' stance tightened, feet planting. Ready? Vess did not step back. Jas didn't either. Careful, Jas warned quietly, eyes on the dealer. Playing both sides on this moon can get a man killed. The dealer smiled, a polite, predatory thing. I play all sides, Mr. Dar Bynn. That's why I am still alive. He slid a datapad forward just enough that his glow touched the polished table. This contains the full inquiry trail for Targo Say. Every contact ping. Every relocation attempt. Every buyer who has expressed interest. Vess inhaled slowly, hope and fury simmering together. Then give it to us, she said. Oh, I intend to, he replied. But the information is priceless. Burr snorted. Everything has a price. Yes, the dealer agreed softly. And I just realized what yours is. He leveled a finger toward Vess. You? Jas's heart snapped cold. Vilek's growl shook the floor. Choir's gauntlet hovered over a hidden blade. The dealer raised his hands, common gesture, not apology. No need for theatrics. I have no intention of harming your queen. A thin smile. Quite the opposite, in fact. He tapped the datapad again. My associates, influential buyers, they were delighted to learn that Bantoon's rightful heir still lives. They are eager to sponsor her return. Vess stiffened. Sponsor. Support, he corrected. Provide ships, soldiers, funding. Everything needed to reclaim your world. A restored monarchy is excellent business. Jas felt the hook beneath the bait. And the price? He asked. The dealer's eyes glinted. Access to whatever military enhancements preserved your protector so perfectly. Vess's jaw clenched. No. The dealer gave a soft laugh. Your refusal is quite pointless. Bantoon's fate does not belong only to you. A resource that valuable, the galaxy will take a share, one way or another. His gaze hardened. But with the right partners, you could choose who profits. Vess looked as though she might spit the breath from her lungs. But she held her voice steady. I will not sell my people. Then your enemies will, he answered simply. He leaned back, fingers steepled. The Republic wants Bantoon. The Guild wants Bantoon. The Hutts want Bantoon. Everyone wants Bantoon. And your location has been the quiet thread tying it all together. Mary's voice was frost. You're stalling. Where's Val? The dealer sighed dramatically. You four-strain types are so impatient. He pressed another switch. A holographic map flickered to life. NAR Shadow's territorial sectors glowing in toxic colors. This, he said, pointing to a pulsing sector, is where Targo was last tracked. Then he vanished beneath the radar net. Jas leaned in, reading labels in Huttese. Sector 73A. Red line zone. No-fly districts. Predators and prey alike. Jas exhaled slowly. Of course he'd go there. The dealer nodded. Targo is taking your protector to ground. And if someone else has already made a bid, he will vanish entirely. Jas turned to Vess. It's a lead, and we will follow it. The dealer tapped the datapad closed, sealing it with a soft chime. You're welcome. Jas narrowed his eyes. This isn't charity. No. He smiled sharply. This is investment. He stood, smoothing his suit. I will contact you if new information arrives. Until then, try not to die. It is horrible for business. The guard stepped aside, a path clear to the exit. No one relaxed. Not for a second. Vess stared daggers at the dealer, then turned sharply away. Cloak swirling, she strode toward the door. Jas followed, shoulders tense, waiting for a shot in the back. None came. Not yet. Outside, the neon glare seemed harsher, the air colder. We have a location, Miri said. That's more than we had before. Vess nodded once. Then we go. Jas placed a hand near her elbow, not stopping her, steadying her. It's not a race to die. Her eyes softened a fraction. I know, but every moment we delay, he gets farther away. Jas looked out over the roiling chaos of the smuggler's moon. Targo won't hide from us forever. He checked the charge on his blaster, felt the weight of his lightsaber, felt the force pulse, warning, urging, waiting. We find him, he said, and we bring her home. Vess's voice was a whisper, but it carried more power than any shout. Val. They stepped forward into the neon storm. Together. Chapter 13. The Dealer. You have my sincerest apologies, Mr. Cooper, but I'm afraid that there is nothing that we can do. Jas Dar Bynn frowned. He shouldn't have been surprised. He knew going in that this would not be easy, but still, it was not easy to hold his temper in check. They were currently standing in the offices of one of the tech dealers, a slenderly built human male with pasty pale skin and a suit worth more than most people on the smuggler's moon made in a year. The type of man he was used to dealing with, but at the same time, such dealings always left him with a bad taste in his mouth, always. It had not been hard to get an appointment. As the number 2 in the Cooper and Halcyon organization, the tech dealers were more than willing to speak with him. Once again, his identity as Jas Dar Cooper came in handy. Sadly, not handy enough, he thought. The man was not willing to speak, it seemed, not good. This one specialized in the buying and selling of genetic modifications and technology related to such alterations. In short, he was the type of man someone like Targo say would have to deal with if he intended to use the tech dealers to sell Val. And he says that he can do nothing, Jas thought. He says he can do nothing. That was not what Jas had wanted to hear. No, it was not what he had wanted to hear at all. The question was now, how far was he willing to go to get what they needed? How far? You do know how this business is handled, I trust, the man continued. I can't divulge any information regarding any seller or buyer currently working with us. The giving out of such information is extremely bad for business. Right? Jas thought. Fortunately, he had other options when it came to making people talk. He could. Are you so certain, sir? Vess asked from his side. The young queen had insisted that she be allowed to join him. She had as big a stake as he did in seeing Val brought home safely. He had allowed it, but at the same time, there had been something in her voice, something that suggested she would not have taken no for an answer. Again, the tech dealer looked at her, that humble smile on his face. I'm sorry, milady, but I'm afraid there is nothing I can do. We cannot reveal anything about our clients and those that seek to do business with them. It is simply not done. She frowned. Her temper spiked, but she held it in check. Her resolve and strength will continue to impress Jas. Vess was not simply some spoiled young noble. She was something amazing. Jas sensed Vess' strength through the Force, iron will, like the first time he found her in an alley, trapped and trying to protect a friend. She had come into her own. All that potential had been realized. She shone like a star, brilliant, undeniable. Val would have been proud. His thoughts drifted to Val, her hopes, her wishes for her young charge. He would do what he could for her. He would get them home, crown and future. Char Valentine would expect nothing less. Val deserved to be there beside Vess when they reclaimed Bantoon. She would be there. Earlier, he and Vess had been allowed in alone. The tech dealers were not fools. Jas and his group had been flagged the moment they came within 100 paces of the tower. The group had entered the lobby to find a full battalion of combat droids backed up by auto turrets. The droid receptionist at the front desk was polite, but it was clear that so many armed individuals would not be meeting anyone today. Jas had played it safe. He introduced himself as Jas Dar Cooper and asked to speak with someone about the purchase of military-grade genetic modifications. The kind of person Targo would need if he intended to sell Val and her enhancements. As they waited, Jas studied the defenses. Fallenstar, the Whiffet, and the two Mandalorians drew most attention. Understandable. Places like this were common in the core, bright, clean, sterile. A facade of legitimacy wrapped around illegal transactions. Criminals with a small c, as Jas referred to himself, and co-op. That made the wealthy feel better. Before they entered, Jas had pulled Fallenstar aside. No funny business. Keep the others calm until we get back. We'll signal you if you're needed. What type of signal? Miri asked. You won't be able to miss it. Fallenstar grinned, unhinged enough to be useful. A reception droid led them into the turbolift. They passed through 2 weapon scanners and were required to surrender their blasters. Jas noted, with interest, that the scanners failed to detect his lightsaber. Useful later. Do you think Val is here? Vess asked quietly, lowering her scarf. Jas reached out with the Force, nothing. No hint of Val. Even in stasis, he should have felt something. He shook his head. Val is not here. If the tech dealers have her, she's elsewhere, or they are simply intermediaries. Targo may only be using them for contact. Vess said nothing, but he felt her anger. Her fear. Her fire. Her hatred of Targo. Her hatred of a galaxy that had done this to her and her sister. He would not let bitterness take her. He owed Val. We will find her, he promised. I won't stop until we bring her home safe. She blinked, warm blue eyes, and asked, You care a lot about Val, don't you, Mr. Jas? We both do. But underneath, a flicker of jealousy. Dangerous territory. Not now. Not here. Not ever, if he had any sense. He shook off the thought as the turbolift chimed and the doors opened. The office was massive, larger than a shock ball court. The emptiness was a display of wealth. A power play. Their host rose and smiled. Welcome, gentle beings. Please approach. Vess placed a hand across Jas' chest, stopping him. She seemed to quietly count, then nodded. They stepped forward. And then, everything changed. The moment the man stonewalled them again, saying he could do nothing, Vess raised a holdout blaster from her sleeve and pressed it to his head. She had moved too fast for Jas to track. Even faster than the Force warned. Viseria smiled. Now, she said, let's talk business. The tech dealer's eyes widened. Milady, how? The scanners. Jas remained still, curious. Where in the stars did she get that weapon past security? Keep your hands on the desk, Vess ordered. No sudden moves. The man obeyed. There is no reason for this. I am simply a humble. Really? Vess tilted her head toward the ceiling. Mounted turrets remained silent. I suppose you're wondering why your security hasn't activated, and how I'm standing here armed. She shrugged lightly. You'd be surprised what I learned growing up. Vess, Jas said softly. What are you doing? Getting answers. Is this the right move? He isn't trying to dismiss us now, is he? Jas stayed cautious. If she fired, he wasn't sure he could act in time. The dealer took a calming breath. Killing me gains you nothing. You would make enemies. Maybe. But you won't be alive to see it. She pressed the blaster harder to his skull. Vess, please let me handle this, Mr. Jas. Security had definitely been alerted by now. Vess placed a small device on the desk. A red light blinked. The dealer froze. You recognize it, she said. Jas studied it. What is that? A recording unit. It hijacks the holocams. They're only seeing a loop of us talking politely. She stepped closer. If I kill you, no one will know. Not until we're long gone with your data. Where has she learned to do this? So, she continued, we both know I can kill you. I simply want information about any sale involving a sworn protector of Bantoon. Her voice turned icy. On Bantoon, stealing from a noble is a capital offense. They drown thieves. But I'm pressed for time. The dealer finally cracked. A bead of sweat. Our clients depend on discretion. Oh, I understand perfectly, she whispered, finger tightening. Jas stepped in. This is business. So let us negotiate. Vess didn't lower the blaster, but she eased. The dealer nodded. I am willing to speak if the lady is willing to listen. I'm listening. Jas began. Has anyone tried to sell a sworn protector of Bantoon? For a direct sale, no. But we were contacted. They asked us to find a buyer. Sale of merchandise with advanced Bantoon military modifications. Did you find a buyer? Yes. Communications through a drop site. We were paid, and that was the end of our involvement. A lead? How much were you paid? Vess asked. He gave a number. Paid by buyer or seller? Both. Vess considered, then smiled. How would you like to earn double? And a bonus? A bribe? He asked. A donation. For your trouble. Jas added, nothing that harms your business. The dealer considered. I must inform the client of this breach. Of course, Jas said, but wait a few hours. That may be arranged. Vess withdrew the blaster at last. The tension eased. I'll release the bonus after those hours, into your private account. The dealer perked up, numbers in his eyes. I want the schematics for that device, he said. Family secret, she replied. He downloaded a packet. I can give you the drop point and date. 5 hours is all I can promise before we notify. It would be enough. He handed over the datapad. Vess transferred the funds. Everything neat, professional, deadly. We shall be leaving, Jas said. Thank you for your time. And thank you for being agreeable, Vess added. The dealer smiled, soft again, polished again. Thank you for doing business. We are always happy to serve your technical needs. Jas ushered Vess out. And his heart tightened. She was no longer the child he saved. She was something far more dangerous. He wasn't sure how he felt about that. Not sure at all. Fallenstar and the others had not moved from their positions when they returned to the lobby. The Whiffet looked up when Jas approached, his expression unreadable beneath that thick fur. Well, Fallenstar asked. We got what we needed, Jas answered. Vess said nothing. She remained close behind, cloak wrapped tightly around herself, head lowered in thought. Her emotions were a mix of triumph and strain. Jas could feel them rolling off her. He wondered if she realized that. He wondered if she cared. Let's get back to the ship, he said. Shusk and Choir will want to see this right away. They slipped out of the building the same way they entered. As they walked, Jas could sense the eyes of droids and hidden tourists tracking them until the tower was behind them and out of sight. No one spoke until they reached the Gilded Claw. 10 minutes later, the ship's central salon. Shusk and Choir immediately dove into the data that Vess had brought from the tech dealers. The Chadra fan's whiskers twitched with focus as he hummed and tapped away. This is very secure encryption, Shusk said. We'll take a moment. Choir nodded, sliding in beside him, fingers working quickly. Encrypted, fragmented, and set to degrade. They wanted to ensure this trail wouldn't last long. Vess stood behind them, arms folded. Her jaw was tight, eyes burning with the need for action. Jas remained quiet, leaning against a support strut, arms crossed. He was still watching Vess, still trying to understand the woman she had become. We'll have something soon, Shusk promised. Jas hoped that was true, because the longer they waited, the farther Val drifted out of reach. A soft chime, low and pleasant. Choir sat up straighter. Got it. And there is something interesting here. Shusk squeaked, bouncing slightly. We have a location and a time frame. Choir pointed to glowing numbers and coordinates in the holo. A scheduled communication drop, 2 days from now. Jas pushed off the wall, coming closer. Where? Shusk enlarged the projection. Coordinates hovered in space, a pinpoint in the dark. Rhea narrowed her eyes. I can't get us there if we push the engines hard. Jas didn't hesitate. Do it. Ver crossed his arms, nodding approval. Mary glanced toward Vess, then to Jas. What about the buyer? Any name? Anything we can trace? Nothing solid, Choir said. But whoever wants Val, they're powerful enough to hide well. And rich, Shusk added. Vess stepped forward. If this is a lead on Val, we go. No more delays. Her voice shook slightly. Fear beneath steel. Jas placed a hand on the table, grounding himself. We are going, he said, the moment the engines are ready. As the crew dispersed to prepare, Jas turned to Vess. She stood still, waiting, wanting something. He could feel it, but unsure what. He tried to find the right words. Earlier in that office, the way she held that blaster, the way she nearly. I shouldn't have surprised you, Vess said quietly, eyes low. I didn't mean to put you on the spot. Jas studied her. You did what you thought was needed, he said, and it worked. Her head lifted. Hope flickered. But, he continued, we plan together from now on. Vess nodded. Yes, Mr. Jas. She hesitated, then left to join the others. Jas watched her go. So much strength. So much danger. So much heart. And he still wasn't sure if he was more afraid for her, or of what she was becoming. They had a lead now. Val was somewhere out there. 2 days, and Jas Dar Bynn would not fail her again. Not now. Not ever. Chapter 14. Innocent. He stood outside her quarters, unsure of what to do next. You need to talk to her. All you have to do is go in there. That is it. Yet, it felt, more than that, far more. He shook his head. He was unused to this feeling. He didn't like indecision, avoided it most of the time. A sigh escaped his lips. What choice do I have? You need to do this. You need to talk to her about this. Jas Dar Bynn frowned. They had been back about a half hour. The information that they had retrieved from the tech dealers was now in the hands of Shusk and Choir. Hopefully, they would be able to find what Jas was searching for. A clue to what Targo was up to, and perhaps even the location of Val, a location they could search, and in searching, finally rescue her. Though he doubted it would be that easy. If they did have a location, he had to wonder what Targo's response would be. He had been a step ahead of them so far, with them only managing a few surprises, or at least, Jas hoped they had been surprises. The bounty hunter was not all-knowing. He was careful and knew his prey, but that didn't make him invincible. Targo say could be defeated. Jas knew that. He had done it as a boy. He could do it again, provided he and his people were all on the same page. Which was what he was doing now, making sure everyone knew where they needed to be, and that no more surprises awaited him. He took a deep breath and let it out slowly. Important goals. Now, he had to make sure that Vess was still on board after what had happened at the tech dealers. What Vess had done, it had caught him off guard. He needed to talk to her. It had all worked out in the end, but she had surprised him. He needed to make sure that she held no more surprises. He needed to know she was not going to do anything that could jeopardize the hunt for Val. She meant well, he knew that, but he couldn't completely kill the frown that was trying to come to his face. When it came to business, he really didn't like surprises. Really? He was still trying to wrap his head around it, both what he saw and what he had felt in the Force. Jas had long ago learned to trust his instincts, yet in that moment, he had been caught completely off guard. I didn't sense it. Nothing felt off, nothing at all. Vess had fooled him in a way that he hadn't thought possible. It made him question much. And then, there had been Vess, He had no words. He had no clue what she had planned, what she had intended to do. He had had no idea that she had smuggled a weapon into the tech dealer's office, not until it was out and pointed at the man. In that moment, Vess had been cold. She had been calculating and determined. Jas didn't doubt for a moment that the girl had been more than capable of blasting the man, and might have had Jas not spoken up, had they not worked together to deal with the dealer's hesitancy to aid them. Jas pursed his lips, his hand just before the door, ready to knock, but still hadn't done it. He pulled his hand away again. What could he say to her? He wanted to understand. The woman he had stood in the office with, that was not the Vess he knew. He could still see it in his mind's eye, that moment that the blaster came up, and the realization how he had missed it, that in the coldness, Vess wouldn't have hesitated. You should have caught it. The thought came out of nowhere, perhaps his conscience chiding him for being a naive fool again. You still see Visseria as that sweet little girl you plucked off Bantoon all those years ago. She is a young woman now, a young woman whose childhood was filled with darkness and fear. A girl who had to grow up enduring assassination attempts after assassination attempts. A girl whose family, her aunt and uncle, those that should have loved and protected her, desired only her death. A girl who was poisoned on her birthday, a girl that nearly died from that. A girl that House Risk trained as an assassin. Rohanna Risk taught her, Val warned you of that. Why are you surprised that she would use the skills she learned to extract the information she desired? That was true, but it also meant that he had a serious blind spot where Vess was concerned, who knew what other tricks she had up her sleeve. Who knew what else she was prepared to do. He set his back, suddenly filled with new resolve. You want to know how far she is willing to go. You need to go and ask her. Technically, she broke the deal you two had, the one about following your lead, but she did pull back when you asked. You need to know if you have a problem on your hands, or a crafty new asset that can help in the search for Val. You need to know. You need to know. He took a deep breath and nodded. No more waiting. He needed to get this done. He knocked on her door. Vess. He heard shifting sounds inside her cabin. Vess, can we talk? Just a moment. He paused at her answer. He was not sure what she was doing in there. He had heard clicking and other mechanical sounds. The door to her cabin hissed open. Vess stood before him. His eyes widened. Whoa. He just resisted the urge to look away quickly. Damn it, he thought. Damn. Vess had gone straight to her quarters after they had returned, stopping only briefly to ask Shusk to let her know what he found out from the information they had collected. As soon as he had answers, she wanted to know. The little Chadra fan had promised to do so, his history with Vess ensuring that he kept no secrets from her. Jas could guess what she had done next. Vess's short blonde hair was damp, likely from the tiny shower built into her cabin. It was one of only 2 cabins aboard the ship that had actual water showers, the first belonging to the captain herself, the other she reserved for VIPs. Burr had been in here when the trip had begun, but since that time, he had shifted to simply staying with Rior, sharing her bed. Neither the captor nor the enforcer seemed to mind. She must have just finished up a short bit ago, he realized. The combat suit and cloak she had worn earlier were both hung on a hook next to the door. As for the girl herself, she was wearing a large button-up shirt, a man's from the look of it, Burr's probably, and it was just long enough that it could be considered a nightgown, but leaving her long, shapely legs bare, and doing little to hide that curvy form of hers. He tried to be respectful and not look, but still. Damn. He tried to keep his eyes focused on anywhere but her. He hated to admit it, she looked good, the vision of the adorable young woman that he had known back on Alderaan. He could sense her self-consciousness. She had not expected any visitors, especially not him. He might have been wrong. The light in her quarters was a bit dim, but he suspected the girl might have been blushing slightly. That thought amused him. It was cute. She gave him a sheepish grin. Hi, Mr. Jas. she said with a small wave. Is there a problem? No, no problem, he said quickly, still trying not to gawk at her. Damn, he thought. Why does it have to be this way? Why? He stepped inside, the door hissing shut behind him. They were now alone. Again, that simple detail made his heart beat a bit faster. He shook his head. Damn. As for the girl herself, she was keeping busy, moving quickly around the little cabin, picking up this device or that, making adjustments, fiddling, or tinkering, he guessed. It seemed that she was willing to do anything but look him in the eye. Nice to know we have something in common, he thought dryly. Nice to know that she was a bit off guard here, too. Has Shusk turned up anything yet? She asked, examining one of her toys. Not yet, he answered. But he is working on it. Between him and Choir, they will turn up something, I'm sure of it. Good, Vess said with a smile, and again turned away quickly, not meeting his gaze. Avoiding it actually. Vess sighed. I don't like waiting, she confessed. I spent 7 years just sitting around and waiting. I want to be doing something. Jas nodded. In this, the two of them agreed. Though he could hardly call the 7 years she had spent on Alderaan as waiting, she had needed time to learn and grow up. If she was to regain her throne, she had needed those lessons and experiences. His eyes wandered around the cabin. Vess had only just moved in, but she had quickly made the place her own. It felt like her now. Claude lay on the bunk, rolling around happily, batting playfully at one of the devices on the bed. The loath cat had abandoned its place in his quarters, choosing to be closer to his mistress. The little furball seemed more relaxed now that she was back. As Jas had sensed earlier, it had missed the girl. Jas' eyes were drawn to the small table next to the bed. It was covered by nearly a dozen various electronic devices that he didn't recognize, not to mention the one that the girl had used in the tech dealer's office. New toys? He asked, finally risking meeting Vess' lovely blue-eyed gaze. The girl shrugged. Supplies from House Wrist, she responded. I found them in the hold before we started out. I brought them here. I hope you don't mind. He shook his head no. He chuckled. In truth, he confessed, I hadn't realized we had them on board. Really? Vess answered. The container bore the wrist crest. I assumed Aunt Dorma sent them with you. Jas thought back to when he had first started out on this journey, when the Gilded Claw had first picked him and Miri up from the Wrist estate. Now that he thought about it, Rahana Wrist had mentioned that she was sending along some supplies, things that might prove useful in the hunt to save Val and Vess. Jas had opened the container briefly, inspected its contents, but he had not really known what any of the stuff was or how to use it. So, he had sealed it up and forgotten about it until now. He shook his head again. Where Vess was concerned, he was likely going to do that a lot. He glanced up at her. She seemed to know exactly what she was looking at. She was not intimidated by anything she had found in that crate. The tools of an assassin, he supposed. Maybe I should have looked more closely, he realized, or asked what the things inside were. That little baffler that Vess had with her at the tech dealers could have come in handy earlier on. Still, don't get distracted, he chided himself. You came here for something? For information. Best get to it. Yeah, he thought, just stifling a sigh. He had come here for a reason. He could not afford to get sidetracked now. I wanted to talk about what happened in the tech dealer's office. What went on in there, it could have been handled better. The girl winced. I'm sorry I didn't tell you. I knew what I was going to do if the man didn't talk. Jas pursed his lips. Okay, he could no longer say that the girl had been unaware of the consequence of what she was doing. You could have told me, he reminded her, told me about the baffler, the blaster you had hidden on you, the whole thing, it could have been handled far better. The girl shook her head. I was afraid you wouldn't let me come if you knew. I didn't want you to think that it was too dangerous, and decide not to let me try it. She flashed him a smile. It worked, didn't it? We got what we needed. True, he agreed, but I could have used the Force to get that information just as easily. There was no reason to put yourself in danger if the man had not backed down. She gave him a stern look. We would have handled it. Vess. No, Mr. Jas, the girl said defiantly. I've spent most of my life being told that I can't take risks and of how important I am. How am I supposed to be the queen that Val and Aunt Dorma want me to be if I simply sit back and do nothing? Jas didn't answer. He didn't really need to. He had sensed Vess's courage years ago. He had felt the steel underneath the child's slight frame. But she isn't a child anymore. She is a young woman, yes, but she is a woman now, nonetheless. She is also a rightful queen. A queen will take risks for her people. A good leader would not be afraid to take risks. He respected that. He truly did, but that didn't make it any less worrisome or troubling. After all, this was Vess. He had sworn to protect her. You can only do so much, his conscience chided. A leader has to be willing to take risks every once in a while. How else will they advance? How else will they be able to do what they need to do for their people? All valid points, he knew, but he couldn't help but worry. Val would want him to protect her, to keep her safe. He was determined to do that. Vess looked down at the device in her hand, a hint of a smile on her lips. Val told me once that sometimes it is better to ask forgiveness than permission. I am sorry that I didn't share what I intended, but things all worked out, didn't they? He had to nod. She was not wrong, but... Claude interrupted them with a sudden loud cry, a sharp, panicked yowl. The yowl drew their attention. Vess had left one of the devices from the crate on the bed. Claude had batted at it and was now tangled in a long, slender filament wire. The more the beast struggled, the tighter the net he was now secured in became. He tried to fight his way free. The force radiated out from him, the anger of an animal. Vess sighed and shook her head. Claude, baby, no, she said, going to the bunk. Bad boy. She bent over and tried to untangle the wire. She was facing away from Jas now, and her shirt was righting up, giving him a clear view of the simple black briefs she was wearing. Again, he looked away, no longer able to kill the blush in his own cheeks. Yet, at the same time, was extremely tempted to look. Damn. His eyes narrowed slightly. Was the girl trying to tease him? Was she doing this on purpose? Though she seemed completely innocent, Jas was starting to wonder just what the girl was hiding from him, just how far she could deceive him and protect her own agenda. It was not a thought he liked. Didn't she understand the effect she had on him, perhaps on men in general? He didn't sense that she was playing games with him. She seemed so naive. But again, she had fooled him back in the tech dealer's office, hadn't she? She had played him successfully then. Maybe she was doing it again now. Perhaps she was trying to draw his attention, make him realize that she was a woman now, not that he needed any reminder of that. To gain his interest, then, and maybe let him know that she had her own desires. If so, he needed to be careful. He remembered the kiss she had stolen back on Alderaan and the look on Val's face when she did. Val had said she thought he would be a good match for Vess, but that didn't mean seeing her kiss him had no effect. They? He only just suppressed a sigh. Why did things have to be so damn complicated? He didn't need complicated, not right now. He couldn't afford to get distracted. He still had to rescue Val. Or maybe you're reading too much into this, his conscience chided, letting your own curiosity and interest get the better of you. He was man enough to acknowledge that that may be true. He couldn't deny that he found Vess attractive. He had felt a sense of desire for her the moment that he had seen her again on Alderaan. He hadn't known who she was at the time, but... He pursed his lips, acknowledging that it wasn't helping, and then there was the matter of Val's suggestion. She seemed to think that he would be a good consort for Vess, that he would make a good husband for her. He had balked at the idea at first. Yet, he did know quite a bit about advising those in power, at least in underworld circles. He was starting to think that the political world was not that different, and besides, he wouldn't be just an advisor, would he? He would be Vess' husband, her mate. They would be able to. He shook his head. No, I'm not going to go there. Bad place. Extremely bad place. He wouldn't go there. He wouldn't even think about it. Nope. Claude, stop, Ves hissed. Stop wiggling. I'm trying to help. The loath cat hissed and swatted at his mistress. Seeing the chance to help, Jas stepped over and reached out with the force. He could sense the animal's fear and anger. It is okay, he murmured into the force, reaching out with his senses, trying to calm the struggling loath cat. We're here to help. It will be okay. Claude gave a confused, questioning cry and then stopped struggling, the force touch doing its thing. He was still frightened, but Jas had gotten through the initial panic and helped the poor animal understand. It is okay, Furball, he whispered soothingly. He leaned down beside Ves, and together the two of them began to unbind the creature. Claude looked up at them with his black button eyes, pleading for help. Ves chuckled. You have a way with him, she said happily. I've always had a talent for communing with animals. I never really had a chance to hone that skill at the temple, or with the clan, or the organization. Again, Ves giggled. Jedi sorcery wins again. The two worked quickly untangling the loath cat. Their four hands worked as one. Occasionally they touched, and Jas felt the spark pass between them. Soon, the task was done, and Claude was free. He sprang up, hissed at the cord that had tangled him up, and darted off the bunk and hid beneath it. You're welcome, Jas said dryly. The girl chuckled. Thank you, she said warmly, picking up the device and retracting the cord. For helping free him and caring for him these many months. I know he can be a handful sometimes. It was nothing, Jas said, smiling down at her. I was happy to do it. Ves stepped forward. He had not backed up when he had finished freeing Claude, and now, the two of them stood close together, perhaps too close. She reached out and took his hands in hers. He looked down into those guileless blue eyes. They radiated simple, innocent joy and gratitude, but he sensed something underneath as well. He sensed desire, need. It frightened him a little, to be honest. He could feel the pads of her fingers on his hand, soft. The simple caress made his arms break out in goose flesh. They were so close now. He stared down into those deep blue eyes and feared he was starting to get lost. He tried to remain focused on the mission, to bring up Val's face, but Ves, her closeness, her touch, and the look in her eyes seemed to be taking that all away. He was drowning in that soft, warm gaze. He didn't wish to leave. Part of him didn't want this moment to end. Yes, she was definitely not a child anymore. What he was sensing, it wasn't the affection of a child. What he sensed, it was intense. He tried to focus on his training and sense of control. It had been so long since he had felt such affection from another person. Val, despite their closeness, always kept at least some shields up, afraid of letting the system that governed her mind and will harm what they shared. Ves wasn't like that. The last time he had felt anything like this had been with Prin, and that had ended badly. Jas. Ves whispered the word, omitting the Mr. Honorific she usually used. He felt something stir within him. It was not the girl addressing him, but the young woman. He wanted to pull away, but he couldn't. He could sense it now, moving closer and closer to the surface. The girl felt desire. Lust. The sense of it took his breath away. She started to move in even closer, going up on her toes. He started to lean down. He approached the door and knocked twice. Jas startled. They both did. He and Ves stepped away. A wave of self-consciousness rippled from the girl. Jas shook his head. He understood why. He felt it himself. The spell had been broken. Thank the Force. Ves blushed a deep scarlet and looked away. Excuse me. She retreated into the fresher as the knock at the door sounded again. Kid. Hey, kid. We found something. Jas took a deep breath, using a technique that Vey had taught him, a means to center himself. The desire and confusion went away. He blew it out with a heavy sigh. Not now, he thought, annoyed at himself. Perhaps not ever. He went to the door and opened it. Shusk stood there, an animated look of excitement on his bat-like face. His whiskers twitched when he saw Jas, yet he didn't question his presence in the girls' quarters. Again, thank the Force. You found something? He asked the Chadra fan. The alien grinned, showing his pointed teeth. We did, he said with a merry twinkle in his eye. Come and see. 10 minutes later, they had all gathered in the ship's salon, the holo-proj broadcasting the data that Shusk and Choir had retrieved from the tech dealer's Dropbox. Most of it was random numbers, or, at least they appeared to be random. Jas hoped for more than that. Vest sat across the room from him, sandwiched between Miri and Helico. The girl refused to meet his gaze. There was a tension now between them, one that he didn't like but didn't see any way to dismiss. The thought made him frown. Why did things have to be more complicated than they needed to be? Why did he need to make things harder on himself? It was happening again, just like it had on Corellia. He had allowed himself to get too close and feared he had done more harm than good. Wait. Vest's voice cut through his musings, his eyes drawn to the holo floating in front of them. Stop right there, the girl repeated, pointing, her eyes narrowing. She was staring at a symbol mixed in with the random numbers. There, she murmured. Jas looked at the symbol. It looked like something you might see on a Corellian billboard, red and gold, and brightly colored. Some kind of logo, he supposed. I know that mark, Vest murmured. I know it. Most of the data in the drop was pretty garbled, Shusk informed them. Even with the times provided by the tech dealers, it was still pretty touch and go as far as finding anything useful. Choirco nodded. These people are careful, very careful. They set up their drops to degrade the messages inside. It takes time, but, eventually, what is stored there is useless. Good business that, I suppose. Yet you found that symbol, Miri said. We were able to reconstruct it, Choir corrected. It wasn't related to the message itself, perhaps part of whatever program the person who sent the message was using. Regardless, it has given us something to look for at least. Bert turned to Vest. You said you know the symbol, kid. Vest nodded. I saw it before, back home. Her eyes narrowed. It is from Bantoon. My mother, she was working in her office. I was playing, not far from the screen. I remember seeing that symbol when the transmission ended. Do you remember who your mother was talking to? Choir asked. Vest shook her head no. I was not really paying attention to the man, but I do remember that symbol. I thought it was pretty. Jas nodded. It wasn't much, but it did give them a clue of who was involved in this. Someone on Bantoon was interested in buying Val from Targo. How interesting. Have we identified it? Jas asked. It is the symbol of Kita's shipping company, Shusk informed him. Fairly well-known offices throughout the Corps, according to the computer. Jas nodded. Does that name sound familiar? He asked Vest. The girl shook her head no, but it was interesting. A shipping firm wanted to buy Val. He didn't get it. Company could be a front for someone, Burr offered. They don't seem to be, according to the records, the Chadra fan said with a shrug. Were you able to get anything else from the data drop? Miri asked. We were able to extract several dates, and a set of coordinates, and the mention of acquiring something 2 days from now. A hint of a smile came to Jas' lips. Could we reach the location in 2 days? Maybe, Rior said. We would have to push the engines, but maybe. Jas nodded again. It wasn't much, but it was better than nothing. Vest looked at him, her eyes radiating concern. You think it is Val? You think she will be there? Jas didn't answer. He tried reaching out with the Force, trying to get a sense of what might await them. He sensed nothing. Shadows and clouds moved across the future, obscuring any attempt to see what might be ahead. The fact that he got no clue worried him. It had been like this for years now. The Force, it was changing again. It was shifting towards the darkness. Peace and prosperity should have favored the light, but what was going on behind the scenes was giving strength to the dark side. The Jedi understood this, and it worried them. The shadows, like his friend Monder, had been moving through the galaxy, trying to figure out why, and identify any possible threats. When the dark side was in ascendance, bad things grew strong, and hungry. He pursed his lips as he looked into Vest's eyes. She seemed so young in that moment, just the girl he had saved all those years ago. He took a deep breath. We can turn over the data we found to Co-op and his people, see if they can find anything else. As for us, we have a location. It isn't much, but it is worth checking out. Rear smiled at him, showing her sharp teeth. So, she purred, we are going? Yes. Jas nodded. Yeah. We're going. Chapter 15. The Hunters. Heads up, Jas, we got another ship coming in. Jas Dar Bynn nodded and quickly made for the stairwell, taking 2 steps at a time. I'm on my way, Burr. Keep me posted. Copy that. Boss, link you back in a few, if I have any updates. The comlink clicked as Burr went back to his station. He was closer than Jas was. If anything strange was coming in, the enforcer would let him know. Another ship, Jas thought. But is it Targo, though? He tried to keep both his expectations and frustrations in check. No point in getting worked up, not yet. Another ship was coming in. They would know more about it soon. Likely another waste of time, he suspected, as the last 4 had been. But still, what choice did he have? If there was even a chance this would be the one, he had to risk it. Val's life might just depend on it. For 3 days now, they had been watching. Ships coming and going with little clue of what was aboard. They had pushed the Gilded Claw's engines hard to reach this place. The ship was now in dry dock, undergoing maintenance. Rear had not been happy about that, but it couldn't be helped. Jas had promised to reimburse her for any damages her ship might have suffered. He was not without his own resources, after all, and besides, Val's life was worth it. He was willing to go to any length to ensure her survival and rescue. Through the skill of Rear and the tinkering of Shusk, they had arrived right before the deadline and just been able to set up and watch. The headquarters of Kita's shipping seemed to be what it claimed to be, a shipping conglomerate, one of many companies set up here. Through the Force, Jas had felt nothing out of the ordinary. He sensed neither Val nor Targo. He tried not to be disheartened, but he feared that the tech dealer's warning might have scared off their prey, made him reschedule his delivery, or perhaps cancel it entirely. Neither would be good. It would mean that they were back to square one again. Jas stepped through the door and out onto the roof of the old apartment complex, a squat square building that jutted up amongst the rubble. A building that did not seem to fit in amongst the skyline, and certainly not as impressive as the structures around it, even in their state of disrepair and ruin. You didn't have to look very hard to identify the structures that were here before the burning. They had the rounded edges of buildings favored by the humans in the core worlds, giving you an idea of what this place was like before. No, this apartment building was likely built after the fall, probably during one of the many attempts to try and revitalize this place. Another failed attempt, one of many. He was not sure if the tenacity of the Republic should be admired or discouraged. Sometimes it was better to let things that had been lost stay lost. But what did he know? He was barely a Jedi anymore. For almost 300 years, the Republic had been trying to breathe life back into this place, to bring back a dead world. So far, their attempts had been less than successful. Terrace was a stubborn world. Jas took a deep breath and immediately regretted it. Even today, you could almost taste the ash on your tongue. What had happened here had been long ago, but still, the particles of everything atomized that day had still not settled. That was how bad the destruction had been. Terrace had suffered greatly, and that suffering had left an echo that still continued to reverberate through the Force. If anyone needed an example of the evils of the dark side of the Force, Terrace fit the bill. 3 centuries ago, it had been blasted down to its foundations by the Sith Empire of Darth Malak. The Dark Lord had not even waited to move his men off the planet. He had simply commenced bombardment without any provocation. Rumor suggests that he had sought to kill several Jedi hiding among the populace, to kill them or flush them out where they could be captured. The plan hadn't worked, the Jedi had escaped, and this world had suffered greatly for it. It had been an act of cruelty that had left its mark on the Force. Even today, you could feel it. Billions had died, and Taris, which had once been thought of as the Coruscant of the Outer Rim, had become a graveyard overnight. It was hard not to feel a sense of shame. Malak had been a Jedi once, trained by the Order to protect the Republic. This is where that training had led. We created a monster when the Order trained Darth Malak, Jas thought to himself. On some level, we are responsible for what happened here. The Jedi cannot afford to forget that. He stood atop the building and looked out over the ruined landscape. Most of the city in this area remained broken. No repair crews had tried to restore the structures here. The building where he now stood was on the edge of a zone reclaimed years ago. Reclaimed, but still not the safest place in the galaxy. In the distance, you could make out one large pyramidal structure, just on the edge of yet another restored zone, a rounded building whose towers blazed with light and seemed to radiate with a pride all its own. The headquarters of Keda's shipping, a location they had gained from the coordinates they had taken on an AR Shadow. Jas reached out with the Force again, trying to get a sense of what was coming, or perhaps sense the presence of a certain sworn protector. He frowned. Nothing. A disgusted hiss escaped from between his lips. Still nothing. His team had the building surrounded, watching the various access points for anything suspicious. Despite their respected image, Keda's shipping had a security system rivaling most banking worlds, a desire for secrecy that bordered on paranoia. An enigma to be sure, he thought. He wondered what it was they were hiding. Something that certainly went beyond protecting mere trade secrets. On the way here, he had contacted Co-op, asked him to find out what there was to know about the company. As Vess had mentioned, they did have a presence on Bantoon, but had also managed to build offices on several other worlds, including Taris and Corellia. Their reputation is clean, Co-op had informed him, almost too clean. No workers' complaints, no signs of payoffs, or patronage, not even petty criminal charges for the executives. No drugs or anything else. Jas had nodded when he had heard that. Curious. Isn't that nice, he had said, tapping his chin thoughtfully. Almost too perfect. Coop had given him that sly grin of his. My thoughts exactly, buddy. If something looks too good to be true, it usually is. It was with that in mind that the group had staked out the offices here. They had needed to keep their distance to the extreme. Keda's had a fleet of security drones patrolling the area around their building. According to a local contact, the company was worried about not just competitors, but possible rat gal attacks, and used those drones to make sure that none of the diseased monsters got too close. It made sense, Jas supposed. He had heard of the rat gals of Taris, vicious diseased monsters that had survived Darth Malak's attack and had been able to expand beyond the lower levels of the planet thanks to the destruction. Those drones also made it impossible to get any closer, not without tripping an alarm. So, Jas had to settle for the next best thing. They had set up observation posts around the building, watching all incoming traffic, and at the same time, looking out for weaknesses that they could exploit if and when the time came. Jas had hoped to blitz Targo if he showed up, coming hard and fast, and take Val back before anyone could properly respond. It would be a tricky maneuver, but if they were careful and clever, he was sure it could be done. His post was set up between two large cooling units. He had to crawl between them to reach it. The observation post was small, and he had to lie on his belly to look through the binocs. It was a bit loud in here, but it served a valuable purpose. The units not only hid him from view, but the noise they generated, not to mention the power flowing through them, baffled any curious drones that might turn their scanners on where he was hidden. Not the most comfortable of observation posts, but Jas had worked with worse. He settled in, waiting for the ship Burr had said was coming to arrive. From here, he would be able to project a scanning beam on their hull, checking what the local computer system had to say about the new arrival, and at the same time, he would be able to watch the landing with his binocs, see if he could spot anything suspicious. Again, doubt crept into his head. They had been watching for days, and still, nothing. He was trying not to get disheartened. See anything yet? No, Jas muttered over his shoulder. He didn't need to glance up. Even over the noise, the Force revealed who it was. "Where is Vilek?" "Ves?" he asked the girl. "I thought he had this shift with me." "He is checking out something with choir," she responded, having to speak a bit louder so she could be heard. Several speeders arrived at the south entrance. They are checking them out now. Jas nodded. That made sense, he supposed. Still, he sighed. Once again, he found himself with Ves. Alone. He wasn't entirely comfortable about that. She stood behind him, clad in her black combat suit and the jacket he had given her years ago. A head wrap completed the look, covering her short blonde hair and leaving only her face visible. He had seen her before he had left the ship this morning. She had been eager, hoping that today would finally be about more than possibly wasted time. He hated to admit it, but he hoped so too. A Jedi was trained to be patient, but he was growing tired of waiting. He was eager for some action. "We got another ship coming in," he informed her. There was a brief pause. Is this the one we've been waiting for? Is Val aboard?" "Don't know yet. It should be coming in for a landing in a few moments." "Oh," the girl responded excitedly. "I want to see." "Okay," Jas nodded. "Let me just... Ves, what are you?" The girl had not waited. There wasn't a lot of crawl space, but there was enough. Ves managed to slide in next to him. She wiggled her way into the very tight space. Jas had needed to move over. He had needed to come up on his side to give her some room, and now, the young queen's body pressed close to his. Her sudden closeness left him flustered. Great, he thought. Here we go again. Her shoulder pressed against his chest while she peered through the binnocs. Jas frowned. What was she thinking? He tried to crawl out, give her space, but they were wedged tight. He tried to move his arm, but his right hand drifted over the small of her back, almost touching her behind. He jerked his hand away quickly. Damn. The girl shifted again, her body brushing his. He fell silent, trying to back away, but there was no room. He could smell her hair. He swallowed hard. This was extremely inconvenient. She giggled nervously. Well, she said, smiling, this is a bit cozy, isn't it? Yeah, he managed. She shifted again. He closed his eyes and focused on the Force. Everything is fine. Everything is fine. I don't see the ship yet, she said. Are we sure it is coming here? It is on the approach vector. Burke confirmed that. We should be seeing something any moment. She nodded. Do you feel anything? The innocence of the question nearly made him choke. He was feeling several things. None suitable for discussion. No way she was this oblivious. I hope this is it, she said. We need to save Val. The mention helped. Jas took a deep breath and nodded. Yeah, I agree. Once we get Val back, we can start focusing on what really matters. Things like this, they are never going to stop. Not as long as my Aunt Adira remains on the throne of Bantoon. I can't say for certain that she had a hand in this, Jas reminded her. It doesn't matter. It is all connected. It feels like it is all connected somehow. He sensed determination and fear. My mother's throne is mine by right. We will only be safe if I reclaim it. If I stop the scheme swirling around me. It won't be that easy. No, it won't be. But it must be done. Once they no longer have Val's life to hold over me, we're going back. I'm returning to Bantoon and putting an end to all of this. I'm sure that both Val and your Aunt Dorma will be happy to hear that. Her blue eyes glimmered with hope. What about you, Mr. Jas? Will you stand by me? I gave you my word. I'll help you any way that I can. She smiled warmly and went back to the binnocks. Jas looked upon her fondly. He admired her courage and her ability to get through his defenses. It has been so long since I've seen Bantoon, she whispered. The waterfalls of Torva, the candy beaches with their pastel-colored sands. There is great beauty on my world, Mr. Jas. I want to show it to you. You have something to fight for. That will keep you focused. She turned back to him. And what of you? Me? Do you have anything to fight for? Why do you do this? It is the will of the Force. I started this when we met. I need to see this through. So, It is just duty then. Does there have to be more? She pursed her lips, clearly dissatisfied. You aren't an outsider, she whispered. You are. Her boot brushed his ankle. The force made it feel like much more. His pulse spiked. You are special, my knight. I want you to see my world, to be tempted by its beauty. She leaned closer. Is there nothing about my world that tempts you? He could not speak. She definitely knew what she was doing. His comlink beeped. She is coming through now. Jas, you got eyes on the target. He shook his head, forcing his emotions down. Vess froze. Jas turned away and breathed in deeply. He focused on the clouds splitting above Kita's shipping. It is time, he told her. Let's see what we got. They watched a large cargo ship descend. Lights flashing. A long-haul Corellian freighter. He reached out through the force. Nothing. Empty. Strange. Then a flash of light. A smaller vessel disengaging from between the cargo pods. He shoved gently to reclaim the Bennetts. Folks, we got another ship here. He snapped into the comm. Probably used the freighter's signature to get past security. He tried to raise the others. No answer. What is it? Vess pressed. I want to see. She slid in again until they were practically entangled. A small attack craft. A bounty hunter-style patrol ship. He tried again to reach back up. Still silence. The smaller ship landed near the central tower. People gathered to receive it. Vess blocked him again and nearly shouted. I see something. An armored man on the pad. Jas brought the Bennetts into focus. His breath seized. Mandalorian armor. Uncovered face. Targo say. Finally. I have eyes on the target, he murmured into the link. Does anyone copy? He couldn't yet confirm Val's pod. We need verification. Nobody moves until. The girl ain't here, runt. The voice churned his stomach. Targo. You surprised me, kid, Targo said. Didn't think you'd break the rules. You killed Bob, took one of my ladies. I'm proud of ye. Where is she, Targo? What have you done to her? Not your worry anymore. My client wanted that Valentine film, and now that you've brought my other little lady back to me, everybody's happy. Vess stiffened, horror creeping in. We're leaving, Jas said sharply. They scrambled out of the crawl space. Jas risked one more look. Targo stood in full view, waving. Damn. Your friends are dead, Targo growled. And I'm going to have a party with little Viseria in an hour. I'll even make a holo of it for you. Every tear, moan, whimper, all for you. The building shook. Fire roared in the distance. Someone from his team had just died. See you soon, kid. Blast of fire erupted from the surrounding ruins. Jas couldn't see their attackers. All he could hear was Targo say's laughter. Hope you are ready, kid, the bounty hunter snarled. Let the games begin. Chapter 16. Not a Jedi? It was an old nightmare, one he could never truly escape. He was running down the corridor of the Jedi ship again. Everything was shaking. Alarms were blaring in his ears and warning lights were flashing. 9-year-old Jas Dar Bynn stumbled as the ship shuddered around him. He could hear it tearing itself apart, and worse, he could feel the fear and the panic in the force. Get up, he told himself. Got to make it? He gasped as he stumbled to his feet, almost out of breath. Have to get to the pod. Blast doors banged shut behind him, sealing off the way he came. The air was turning smoky. He was having trouble seeing. Not fast enough. I'm not fast enough. The thought almost sent him into a panic. I'm going to be left behind. I'm going to die here. A blast door began to iris shut before him. He didn't think. He simply moved, trusting in the force. He dove through just as the door clanged shut, and in that moment, he saw it, salvation. The deck containing the escape pods. His salvation was just ahead. As he had done years ago, Jas rose and began to run. He tried to shout as he saw the light up ahead. The smoke made him cough, stealing his voice. Don't leave me, he had wanted to cry out. Please, don't leave me alone. He called on the force again, asking it for more speed. He had to reach the pod. His eyes widened when he saw the open door, when he saw who was inside. Val and Vess stood at the entrance, their arms pinned behind their backs, held in place by the Sunset Collective priests and the Hand of the Faith. His enemies were laughing at him, taunting him with what they were going to do to the two women. No, Jas thought angrily. No. As before, the pod slammed shut. He could do nothing as it blasted away, leaving him alone again. Alone. Always alone. He tried to get up, but the deck tilted upward beneath him. He slid down, sliding toward the airlock that was even now being cut open. Jas knew what came next, but again, he was powerless to stop it. Powerless. Always powerless. He hit the door. It slid open, and the massive hand seized him by the neck, lifting him off the floor. Targo-Say stood before him like he had all those years ago, choking him only this time. There would be no Mother Nutbush to save him. He stared into that darkened T-visor. Hearing the humor in Targo's voice as he slowly strangled the life out of his old foe. The boy, he had said, was less than nothing from the very beginning. Pathetic, runt, he laughed. Pathetic and weak. In the distance, Jas could hear someone calling out for him, begging for help. The grip tightened. You're nothing, kid, Targo chortled. Nothing. Black spots began to swim before Jas' eyes. Pathetic. Weak. Nothing. Mr. Jas. He tried to scream. Someone was calling out to him. Mr. Jas. No. He reached up and clawed at Targo's hands, trying to choke him back, trying to make him stop. No. Stop him. Save them. Stop him. Save them. No. No. Jas Dar Bynn opened his eyes. He gasped for breath, heart pounding in his chest. He didn't. He sucked in more air. Where am I? Someone was standing over him. His vision swam. He couldn't tell. Targo. He grabbed the figure by the throat, squeezing, then a terrified yelp. Mr. Jas. Irk. It's me. Please, stop. You're hurting. That voice. Spice and honey. It cut through the haze. He blinked. Vesai Stillo stood over him, bruised and battered in lower-level Teresian clothing, and he was choking her. Choking her. No. He jerked his hands away as if burned. She collapsed beside him, coughing. Horror froze him. What was I doing? He forced air out before catching himself and simply breathed hard. Vess shook her head while rubbing her neck. It's fine, she managed. Her calm did nothing to ease the shock in him. Did I hurt you? No, she rasped. You just surprised me. You were having a nightmare. I tried to wake you in. She forced a little smile. You have a strong grip, Mr. Jas. She was downplaying it, but he knew better. He could have killed her. His pulse hammered. Shame and fear churned in him. But when he looked into her eyes, he found no blame, only relief that he was awake. That feeling helped. It chased back the shadow. He blinked again. Vess. She was alive. Safe. He breathed out slowly. Praise the Force. He looked around. At first glance, he thought they were back at their old hideout, but the furnishings were different. A picture he didn't recognize. A faded tapestry. Somewhere else. He tried sitting up. Pain lanced across his ribs. He looked down. His torso was bare, ribs taped tight. Colto patches on his arms. Vess rested a hand on his shoulder, gently pushing him back. Easy. You were hurt in the crash. Crash. His mind struggled. Then memory rushed in. Targo's arrival. The trap. The desperate escape through blaster fire. Vess clinging to him. The speeder spiraling down. Then darkness. Vess stood and stretched, wincing. He studied her, searching for injuries. She poured water from a pitcher and offered it to him. You've been unconscious nearly a day and a half. Drink. He sipped, sitting up carefully. Are you hurt? Just bruises. She smiled a little. I can't believe I carried you from that wreck. You tried to walk, but you were out of it. He remembered flashes, fear, heat, explosions. The force screaming. They had underestimated Targo. The enemy was ready. His jaw clenched. Not again. Never again. Where are we? Another abandoned apartment, Vess said. Not far from where we crashed. It wasn't safe to stay. I think Ketis controls security around here. They pay well to stay informed. That tracked. The corporations ran terrorists these days. Vess tired eyes met his. Our group is all over the hollow net. Terrorists. She swallowed. They're blaming us for the explosions. Not good. Do the locals have holos of us? I don't think so. They're not searching this district yet. Temporary luck. What about the others? He asked quietly. She shook her head. I didn't want to use the comm channel, but I did get a message station at a small eatery. His eyes widened. You went out alone. She glared. I'm not a fragile doll. You were wounded. We needed supplies. I kept my hood up. Nobody noticed. Her jaw set. I can't take care of myself, thank you. He looked at the bandaging again, clean, professional. He nodded once. I'm trying to protect you. She gave a faint smirk. And I've been protecting you. He huffed despite himself. Thank you for getting us here. Her smile warmed. I tried contacting their rooms. No answer. Guards at the tram made me turn back. I couldn't risk leaving you longer. Fear flickered in her voice. I'm sorry? No. You were smart. He breathed out. The force whispered of death. One or more of his friends hadn't made it. His fault. Pathetic. Weak. Nothing. Pain surged when he tried standing. Rest? Vess insisted. We can't stay here, he hissed. We move tonight. He glanced at the chrono, mid-afternoon. He could heal with meditation. I should be fine by nightfall. You cracked ribs. Maybe more, she warned. You should be in a colto tank. Later. Supplies. Blaster. Detonators. Smoke and explosive types. Your lightsaber. My vibro knife. Not defenseless then. He straightened slowly, fighting the stab of pain. I need to heal. You handle rations and water. Then we find a speeder. If the Gilded Claw wasn't captured. If Rior was alive. Too many ifs. He would not let Ketis or Targo take Vess. Never again. He looked at her fully now, fear and fire in her eyes. She was ready. She had saved him. Not a child. Not weak. We keep a low profile, he said. Yes, sir. She responded with a mock salute. He almost laughed. When she needed rest, he kept watch. And when he needed sleep, she watched him. Normal. Mundane. It felt strange. Meals together. Talking like two people rather than relics of war. Her birthday had passed while captive, 19 now. He toasted her. She blushed and said this, just being here with him was a perfect present. His heartbeat had stumbled. They went into the streets together later. Local clothes for him, makeup for her disguise. A vendor mistakenly called her his young wife. He nearly choked. She giggled. Something inside him had stung when he corrected the man. By sunset, they were ready. Almost. A voice thundered over a loudspeaker outside. Everything changed. Good people of this district, a woman boomed, a terrorist hides among you. Jas dropped to the window's edge. Security forces. At least 20. Heavy gun transport. Overkill. Unless they knew exactly who they wanted. A woman in a fine noble suit led them. Cruel, arrogant. Tech glasses. Long dark hair. A necklace. Jas' blood froze. Sunset Collective. Of course. Ketis and the Collective, together. Vess yanked him from view. We have to leave. Now. He hesitated. He wanted answers. Wanted to confront her. But Vess came first. He nodded. We are looking for a blonde woman and a dark-haired man. Turn them over and be rewarded. Jas clenched his fists. Collective scum calling him a terrorist. He and Vess slipped toward street level, avoiding guards. But the moment they saw the scene outside. Horror. Civilians, women, children, lined up at gunpoint. Punishment by association. The noble woman, Tim Yim, smirked while metal training globes floated around her hand. Force-sensitive. A word of the faith. This silence is a crime. She jeered. No one responded. Resentment simmered among the crowd. Finally, a bold man shouted back. Go back to your father, Tim Yim. He doesn't rule U.S. Her smile sharpened. 2 globes shot from her hand. Through his eyes. He died before he hit the ground. A scream. A blaster bolt silenced it. Yim laughed. The security troopers didn't, but they obeyed. Blood on all their hands. Vest tugged at Jas again, but he couldn't look away. Death, because of him. His rage swelled. Weak. Pathetic. Nothing. Then something fell to the street. 2 objects. Heads. One pulped but familiar burr. His friend. Dead. The second, a Mandalorian helmet. Choirs. Jas' heart nearly stopped. Burr and choir. Gone. Laughter echoed from Yim. The world began to turn red. Can you hear me, Jas Dar Bynn? Targo says hello. Come out or every civilian dies. Troopers aimed into the crowd. Innocents. Dying because of him. Mr. Jas. Vess whispered. He looked at her. She saw his decision. She nodded once. Time's up, Yim shouted. Jas dropped his pack. Vess dropped hers. Blaster ready. Explosives primed. I'll take the vehicle. And her, he murmured. You clean up the rest. No hesitation. Vess had lost friends too. Are you strong enough? She whispered. A new heat burned in him. He never felt stronger. He nodded. Today, yes. 1. He inhaled, anger and power merging. The force responded like a beast freed. He raised his hands. The assault vehicle flipped. Crashed down on the firing line, crushing 10 troopers. Silence. Shock. Yim spun, eyes wide. 3, Jas whispered. His purple blaze snapped to life, casting him in ghostlight. It's the Jedi. She shrieked. Fire. Too slow. He was among them. Heads rolled. Vess blaster cracked. An explosion tore through Yim's flank. Jas grinned, cold and wild. He leaned toward her, his voice a death sentence. I'm no Jedi. He cut down the next troopers. Not nothing. Not pathetic. Not weak. The darkness surged, and he embraced it. Not a Jedi? Not anymore. Chapter 17. Gone dark. It whispered in his ear, the words soft and seductive. In the past, he had been able to ignore them, find his way back to a place of balance, a place in the light. Yet, in that moment he found he did not want to find his way back. For the first time, the darkness had something tangible to offer him, not simply empty promises of power and what could be. Today, he listened. They will take her away from you, just like they took everyone else. Mother Nut Bush, Val, your crew. Jas took a shuddering breath as he glared at the enemy. Yes, they took everyone. They will take Vess from you, the darkness purred. She will suffer, she will beg, and it will be all your fault. They will take Vess. It was all he needed to hear, all it took. He raised his lightsaber. They will take Vess. No, he hissed through clenched teeth. Never. He lunged into the blaster fire, the small metal training globes trying to penetrate his force shield. Not again. Never again. Tim Yum continued barking orders at her surviving men and the squad of security probes waiting on standby. They had chased Jas and Vess earlier. They had been obeying then. Now, it did not matter if they were armed. He had one goal. Destroy them. Stop them from taking what was his. He had failed Burr and Choir. He would not fail again. He would not fail Vess. Pathetic. Nothing. Weak. He heard those words, but they did nothing to stop him. Not anymore. Probes, disable the target, Yim shouted. Reinforcements to Segment 6 District 5, Protocol 4 authorized. Jas heard her distantly, the dark voice drowning out everything, leaving him to rely on nothing but the Force to guide him. He had no idea what Protocol 4 was, and he did not care. What she said next erased any other concern. Secure the girl. We're taking her with us. Strangely, the darkness let him hear that clearly. It fueled his rage. They'll take Vess. His eyes narrowed. I don't think so. The darkness let him see everything, the enemy falling back, the probes moving in. Vess using her blaster and detonators, smoke and explosions echoing. She kept them back, firing whenever they got close. Tim Yim used her Force ability, the small metal globe smashing into his shields. Annoying, but nothing more. Training toys, he thought. Impressive speed and force, but still just toys. She did not even wield a lightsaber. They would not save her. He came out to eye with the Darksider. Her tech visor flashed with reports. Droids swarmed him. He lashed out. Debris rose into the air, whirling around him, blocking blaster shots, smashing any drone that strayed too close. It should have exhausted him. He was barely breathing. Anger fueled him. As long as he had enemies, he would not need to stop. A grim smile touched his lips. Why did I resist this for so long? Fool. More troopers. A second transport behind them. Enough. He struck back. Rocks and broken machines became missiles, blasting security probes out of the air. Too easy. And the fun was only beginning. But first, he let the transport land, ramp dropping. If he ignored them, they would take Vess. He did not allow that. The Force gave him speed. The ambushers became the ambushed. Lightsaber flashing, he cut them down. One trooper screamed as Jas pulled him into the line of fire, his own allies blasting him apart. The death thrilled him. Fear. He tasted it. Wanted more. Tim Yim and her men realized what they faced was not what they expected. Fear turned to panic. Good. He could use that too. Stop him. She shrieked. What is Dad paying you for? He almost laughed. Soon only 3 guards remained. One rushed him with a stun stick. Jas caught his arm and ran him through. The body fell, forgotten. The last 2 dropped their guns and ran. They did not get far. Vess shot the first without hesitation. The second knelt, pleading. 2 shots to the face ended it. She looked up. He nodded. Necessary. No survivors. 1 remained. Tim Yim, you stay back, she shouted. If you don't, these people will suffer. A globe fired. A woman and a child hid behind rubble. Jas reached. The globe stopped inches from the woman's face. He pulled it to his hand. No more innocents. Not one. No more. Yim barked a code into her comm. It did not matter. He looked at Quire's shattered helmet nearby. Rage surged. Failure. Burr gone. Quire gone. What would he tell Rior? What would he tell Hilla? A thunderous roar overhead. An attack ship hovered above. Lights illuminated the street. Guns locked onto him. Yim laughed. The first speaker wants you alive. Stand down, Jedi, and you will not be harmed. He glared at her. He was ready to die and take her with him. But Vess was there. He had promised to protect her. He needed another way. Hey, kid. Hey, Jas. A voice from the ship. One he knew. I wonder if the Shutter has a bounty on her head. Could be worth something. Vess gasped. Miri. Yim froze. Who is that? What are you doing on my ship? Where is my crew? I'm afraid your crew are unavailable, Mirax Fallenstar replied coolly. Stand down. Vess jumped in excitement. Jas. It is Miri. We're saved. He nodded. The Force had shifted. Tim Yim sensed it. Fear and resolve mingling. Her globe slowed, her certainty fading. You can't do this, she spat. You're a Jedi. Why would I give you a chance to escape? He replied. You'll answer everything I ask. Then, maybe I'll end your pain. She searched for escape. There was none. She pointed at Vess. sending her globes at the girl. Jas stopped them mid-flight. Ves dove, but she was already safe. He had promised. Now he did not need to hold back. Let's start. 2 sharp impacts, her own globe smashing into her knees. Agony. She collapsed, shrieking, dragging herself back. He stepped forward. She fumbled with her visor, maybe calling for help. He kicked her jaw. The visor shattered and hit the ground. She crawled. Blood, teeth, panic. My father, he lifted her with the force and slammed her down twice onto her ruined legs. Your father cannot save you, he said. He should have kept you away from them. Her necklace tightened like a strangling wire. She clawed weakly at it. Broken. Ready to talk? The ship landed. The ramp lowered. Fallenstar strode out, staring. Jas, you okay? He almost laughed. Never better. Ves came beside her, both watching him. Jas. Ves whispered, fear in her voice. He hated that. Could not. Not with her watching. Fallenstar, he said, status. She summarized, ship reclaimed, B-10 restored, uncoded Kamink found. The trap had cost them Reor. The others were taken off-world. Burr and Choir had fallen here. Jas shrugged once. They had what they needed. He had what he needed. Him choked on the ground. Mary touched his shoulder. What are you going to do? Ask a few questions. Mary frowned. Let me do it. You don't need to go further. It's fine, he said. Not up for debate. Ves radiated distress. He turned to Mary. Take her to the ship. Now. Mary obeyed, guiding the girl away. He waited until they were gone, then released the chain enough to let Yim gasp shallow breaths. She whimpered. He dragged her inside the nearest building, up the steps, every bounce another wail from shattered knees. She had dragged others once. Now. He smiled faintly. Not so fun anymore. He threw her into the first empty apartment. She stared up, terror in her eyes. What shall we talk about? 35 minutes later, 2 ships broke through Terra's atmosphere. Mirax piloted the Gilded Claw. Jas flew the captured attack craft. Yim's necklace sat on his console. She had given him everything. The space station. Where they took Ves. Where their prisoners were. Where Targo waited. The head of the snake. He would cut it off. Mary questioned whether the intel was real. He assured her, at the end, Tim Yim had been incapable of lying. She had begged for release. He granted it. Ves stayed with Mary, repairing B-10. He did not want her near him. His anger still burned bright. One wrong word. He set a course for Bantoon. They needed a plan. Allies. Preparation. The darkness lingered within him. This is what it feels like to be a dark Jedi. And he did not want to deny it. Power would be needed for what came next. He pulled the lever. Hyperspace swallowed the ship. I'm coming for you, Targo. Prepare to suffer. Fear and excitement shivered through him. The darkness approved. R. Chapter 18. A step back. He saw her with new eyes. Jas watched from the shadows as Ves tended to B-10. The load lifter droid sat before the girl on the deck of the Gilded Claw. He had been damaged when the Terra security forces had seized the ship. Jas watched as the shadows continued to swirl both around and through him. The darkness felt hot, like the promise of power. Jas Dar Bynn no longer desired to resist those promises. He said nothing, did nothing to reveal he was there. He simply watched from the shadows. He was thinking, listening. The darkness had much to say. It offered much. The dreams of lesser men. All he had to do to have it all was stop fighting. All he had to do was surrender to the dark side. Accept what it offered. And say yes. Yet Jas had not made up his mind. Not yet. He knew what he wanted. But first, he was curious about the girl. Ves seemed determined to get the droid back on his feet. He was eager to see if she could do it. B-10 was living up to his nickname. The droid was in terrible shape, an arm gone, primary motivators damaged so badly he could not walk. How he had dragged himself back aboard was beyond understanding. The Ketis troops had stormed in, arresting Ryer and taking the ship. They had allowed the repairs to be finished, likely planning to fly it back to their base. They hadn't realized their mistake until it was too late. B-10 had tried to defend them, but he was overwhelmed, blasted, and locked down by a restraining bolt. That still hadn't saved the attackers when Mirax Fallenstar arrived. She dealt with them swiftly and mercilessly, cut the bolt away, and took the ship to safety. Impressive. Yet it was not Fallenstar that interested him. The real prize was the cute little blonde before him. A plan was forming, guided by the darkness. He let it take shape. So far, he liked what he was thinking. Vess examined B-10's damaged arm. She had patched his motivators enough for him to walk again, and now was reattaching his limb. She nodded as the droid explained the procedure. Jas couldn't help but be impressed. Again, she shows her superiority and talent, something within whispered. He agreed. A fascinating young woman to be sure. Vess stepped back as she clicked the last panel shut. She stretched, unaware of his gaze. Her combat suit tied at the waist, white tank top clinging to toned abs, skin glistening in dim light. Athletic curves that Alderaani nobles likely fantasized about. Jas sympathized. A beautiful sight. Heart quickening. The darkness stirred with new desires. He held them in check. They would not serve, not here. How does that feel, B-10? The droid moved the arm. A squeak, but functioning. Thank you, Mistress Vesseria. It is functional for now. A heavy sigh. B-10's usual melancholy. The least they could have done was order me to stand down. But no. They stormed the bay and blasted me before I had a chance to act. He shook his head. Typical. Vess laid a hand gently on his shoulder. I'm sorry you were damaged. It must have been scary. Those men shooting at you. It is my lot. I do my job until I can't. Then the scrap pile. Another sigh. At least I have something to look forward to. He rose. Arm squeaked. Vess winced. Hope it doesn't fall off, she said. I'm no mechanic. Aunt Rahanna taught me to disable droids, not rebuild them. It is adequate, B-10 said. At least until Master Shusk returns, if he returns. Vess smiled confidently. We'll get him back. We have a chance now. Mr. Jas knows where everyone has been taken. Maybe Val too. Her voice brightened at his name. Jas felt an uncomfortable twist in his stomach. We'll end this nightmare. And then home. B-10's optics flickered. And which home? Alderaan. Or Bantoon? She froze inside. Confusion. Anger. Longing. I don't know, she admitted softly. I guess I have to figure that out. The vulnerability struck Jas. For a moment, his anger faded. Poor girl. Then the darkness returned. Vulnerable girl. We can use that. He nodded. Yes? He could use that. Their conversation continued. Jas no longer heard it. He slipped out, heading back to the captured ship. His ship? The spoils of war. He looked at the medallion in his hand. Tim Yim's medallion, stained with her blood. A reminder of what needed to be done. And finally, he had done it. Necessary. Show no weakness. Yet? He shook his head. He had never heard someone like that before. It felt elating and filthy all at once. But necessary. The darkness soothed him. Cold comfort. Certainty. He thought of Yim's final moments. Her anger turning to wailing agony. Satisfying. For Burr. For Choir. She had given him exactly what he needed. The location of the collective's home base. The head of the snake. At last, a true target. And a chance to free the others. Everything falling into place, the darkness whispered. Now, decide what's next. Yes, he hissed. He welcomed that future. The breeze of Dantooine greeted him as he stepped outside. Warm air did little to thaw the cold in his heart. The Jedi had trained here centuries ago. The dark had come here too. Both sides had been tested. Now, he was being tested. The dark offered much. He was no longer afraid to listen. Once the collective was destroyed, he would become more. No more Jedi pawn. Bantoon. Not just home for Vess and Val. Perfect. A world with shipyards, mining, resources. A world already angry at the Republic's betrayal. An army ready to be forged. Trained by Mandalorians. Supplied by his criminal contacts. He would rule from behind the throne. The girl will be easily manipulated, the darkness sang. Her affection ensures obedience. Yes, and he would accept Val's earlier offer. High General, husband to the Queen, power, and the pleasures that come with it. Educating the Queen in all forms of desire. Her body and throne his to command. He warmed at the prospect. If any matriarch resisted, the Force would bend their will. He paused. Mirax Fallenstar sat at the ramp, blocking his path. Her saber in hand. He tensed. Yes? What is it? We need to talk, she said coldly. He sneered. About what? About terrorists. About you torturing that agent. He smiled without warmth. You disapprove? No, she said. I just wonder why you didn't let me do it. I've done worse. He stared. That he didn't expect. Be mindful, the darkness warned. What do you want? I have a theory, she said. I need you to test it. He glared. Speak. A novice agent. No implant. Poor tools. Weak support. The collective doesn't work like that. He froze. They underestimated me. They thought me weak. The thought cut off. But no. The collective never underestimates. You're seeing it now, Mary said. He hissed. No. You're lying. I don't lie to you. She rose. Weapon ready. Concern in her aura. I know what's whispering inside you. I've heard it. I nearly let it rule me once. You need to step back. Let the light in. You know nothing. I know exactly what you feel. She circled slowly. They used Targo. They used your attachment to Vess. They are pushing you. They want you angry. Angry enough to accept a deal. What deal? Targo's head. The return of Val and your crew. And all you have to do is keep Vess controlled. His pulse hammered. You think I would join them? In your current state? Absolutely. He laughed sharply. Absurd. Is it? She asked. What happens when they offer everything you want, and all you must do is take Vess's throne and rule beside her? His lightsaber was in his hand. He hadn't realized. And what would Val do when she learns you bent her queen to your will? Mary pressed. You think she'd allow that? You think? Jas exploded. I'd kill her first. Vess is mine to control. Anyone WHO tries. Silence. His own words echoed back. Poison. Truth. Kill Val. Control Vess. He heard himself. Truly heard. The rage broke. He dropped to his knees. No. No, no, no. The saber clattered to the ground. I won't. I won't do that. He looked up at Mary. No judgment. Only sadness. Kill me, he whispered. Please? Kill me? Mary knelt, put her arms around him. It's okay, she murmured. I'm here. You're not alone. He sobbed into her shoulder. Shame burned deeper than any blade. I'm a monster. You're not alone, she repeated. A Jedi is never alone. He pulled back. I can't go back. I've taken the first step into darkness. I'm lost. Do you believe that? She asked. It's what the council says. She snorted. Council says a lot of stupid things. But you. She touched his chest. Find things worth fighting for. That matters. He stared at her. And for the first time, he saw hope. It won't be easy, she warned. You'll see her face in nightmares. But Co-op once told me. When you fall, do better. Jas nodded slowly. Maybe. It feels like I'll always be a padawan, he murmured. Always learning. He gave her a tired half-smile. Have I been your student this whole time, Master Fallenstar? She scoffed. If the council ever names me master, the galaxy is already doomed. He laughed. A real sound. She was better than she knew. He took a steadying breath. I need to meditate. Find my center. If we're going into battle, I can't afford to be weak. His voice hardened. If I slip again, if they turn me, you protect Vess. You stop me? They can't make you choose darkness, she said. Only you can do that. Promise me. A long pause. Okay, she said quietly. He rose. I'll be back before dawn. Then he saw Vess watching from the gilded claw, concern in her eyes. He turned away quickly. He had to keep her safe. If you need us, come back, Mary called. Remember? I know, he said. A gentle, sad smile. I'm not alone. Chapter 19. Not alone. I brought you some food. Jas opened his eyes. Vess stood before him, tray in hand, a shy smile on her face. He sighed and shook his head. Incredible, he thought. I didn't even realize she was coming. That realization stung. Had he fallen so far? He had been out here for hours, meditating, trying to find his connection to the living force, and yet he hadn't sensed her approach. Not a whisper of sound from her. He forced down his frustration. Letting that show would be a mistake. The sun had set on Bantoon, twin moons rising. A star field above them glittered like a dream, beautiful to a hopeless romantic, perhaps. Vess watched him quietly. Her combat suit was half unzipped and tied at her waist, a worn t-shirt above. Her bare feet had made no sound crossing the grass. She truly was a beautiful sight, one he didn't want to look at. It stirred dangerous thoughts he could not allow. He would not harm her. He refused that path. He brushed sweat from his neck. A cool breeze swept across the plains, enough to make him shiver. Summer, yet nighttime here carried a chill. Vess wore the old jacket he had given her years ago and held a blanket draped around her shoulders. That blanket, though. What's with the blanket? He asked. It isn't that cold. She blushed. It was for you. Mary says nights get chilly. I thought you might need it. Jas nodded. Acceptable answer. Kind even. But something deeper rippled beneath her words. It was, unfortunately, the only thing he seemed able to sense clearly now. Bantoon was steeped in the Force. Jedi once trained here. The land itself still carried echoes of them. He had hoped to tap into that strength to cleanse the corruption he'd taken in on Terrace. So far, nothing. Once, the Force had been a sea of light to him. Beautiful. Effortless. Even separated from the Order, he'd never struggled to reach it. Now, darkness churned through every wave. Timium's face haunted him whenever he closed his eyes, alive and taunting, or broken and dead. Both images stabbed him with horror and a sliver of hunger he could barely admit. He feared what that meant. Had he permanently damaged the light inside him? Vess set the tray down and unfolded the blanket, inviting him to sit. He abandoned meditation. The smell of rationed food reminded him he hadn't eaten since before Terrace. His stomach growled, undignified but true. She sat close, quietly supportive. The trust and affection radiating from her made him restless. That girl, it shone from her like a beacon. Timium's memory whispered, naive and valuable. He recoiled inwardly. The dark side had almost convinced him to exploit Vess, her heart, her status, her future. The shame of that still burned. He pushed the tray away, appetite gone. He didn't want to be alone. That fear gnawed at him. If left alone, would the darkness swallow him whole? Mary's voice echoed in memory. A Jedi is never alone. But was he truly a Jedi? Or had he only ever been useful? Sai would laugh. Sai would claim victory, that Jas had proved his inferiority. His chest tightened. Anger threatened to boil. He forced a breath, containing it, barely. Jas. Her voice drew him back. Concern etched across her face. She mistook his averted eyes. You can't even look at me, she whispered. You're ashamed, because of what I did on Terrace. Tears spilled down her cheeks. He stared, shocked. What are you talking about? I would never be ashamed of you. She trembled. They surrendered. Begged. I still fired. Aunt Rahanna trained me to end threats. I didn't want to stop. I didn't even think to. I thought you would see me as a killer. Jas exhaled. He remembered. At the time, he'd been too far gone himself to care. I have no right to judge you, he said quietly. He looked away again. After what I did, you deserve to know what's become of me. I let the darkness in, Ves. I hurt someone until they died, and part of me didn't want to stop. I fear what that means. I fear what I am. Silence. Pain. Compassion from her of all people. I'm dangerous, he continued. You should leave. Destroy the collective ship. Contact the Jedi. Let them deal with me. He buried his face in his hands. I'm not a hero. I never was. But she didn't leave. She didn't flinch. She only reached for him, lifting his hand gently away from his face, holding it in both of hers. Her touch steadied him. Warm. Real. You're not alone, the Force whispered. I'm not going anywhere, she said softly. I'm not leaving you. You might get hurt. You won't hurt me? I know it. She pressed his hand to her lips, innocent, tender affection that sent his heart hammering. She spoke through a deep breath, voice shaking. I've thought about you for years. Wondered where you were. Hoped you were looking at the same stars. Wishing you could come back to Alderaan. I kept your old coat in. I wished. She laughed nervously. It's foolish. I know you see me as a child, but you're special to me. Always have been. Flawed or not, that's part of you. And it's enough. She smiled through embarrassment, cheeks pink. You're my hero. My brave knight. You're stuck with me? His chest ached with everything he'd been holding in. Ves, he murmured, what are you trying to say? She pulled strength from somewhere deep. Their eyes locked. I'll never abandon you, Jas Dar Bynn. I love you. I always have. 3 little words. Simple. Universe-shattering. She stood, pain cracking through her presence. You still think I'm just a child, she whispered. She turned to leave. Wait. He grabbed her arm, desperation in both their breaths. You're not a child. I know that. Tears glistened in her eyes. He reached up, gently brushing one away. I know you, he said softly. Something shifted, like a door opening. Fear, longing, hope, all colliding. Vesserii. She moved before he could finish, arms around his neck. A trembling kiss pressed to his lips. He returned the kiss, finally meeting the truth she'd held for so long. Her tears were different now, relief, joy, overwhelming emotion. A wave of warmth flooded him, the dark corners of his mind forced to retreat. He felt the Force, not as condemnation, but as light. They held each other tightly, her head against his shoulder, his arm supporting her back. A long embrace, deep and grounding. No darkness, no doubt. Just them. Minutes passed beneath twin moons and distant stars, 2 lost souls finding something steady. You're here, he breathed. With me? And always, she answered. He brushed a hand through her hair, pulling her closer. They rested together on the blanket, sharing warmth against the chill of night. Her fingers curled gently into his shirt, refusing to let go. Not fear. Not temptation. Connection. I love you, she whispered again, quieter but sure. He met her eyes. I love you, too. No fear this time. No lies. Her smile lit the night brighter than the moon's. She nestled against him, breath evening out as she drifted into sleep in his arms. He looked up at the stars, one thought filling every corner of his heart. I'm not alone. He held her close, protected by warmth, trust, and the faint, living glow of hope. Not alone.